In gaming, there are a few titles that people have fantasized about for years, collectively feeding delusions about their existence and how their announcement is right around the corner. This year, this is the year. Jeff Keighley's Game Awards, he's gonna come out in a banana hammock and finally reveal to the world Half-Life 3 is in development and launches today. It's a shadow drop, actually. E3 is going to get revived and they're going to finally tell us Bloodborne 2 is right around the corner. That kind of thing. But deep down, people know that these games aren't in development and they're probably never going to be. But the hopium around it is so strong and contagious, people can't help but believe. These games include Half-Life 3, Left 4 Dead 3, Bloodborne 2, and until today, Hollow Knight Silksong. Hollow Knight Silksong is a game that people have been wanting for so long since it was announced many, many moons ago. And with radio silence and a lot of missed deadlines and unfulfilled promises, like with Phil Spencer saying, it's coming in a year, that kind of thing, people have just been hurt so much, myself included, to the point where a lot of us wrote it off as one of these, white whales like Half-Life 3 that we're just never going to experience. But against all the odds, Hollow Knight Silksong just dropped today. And on just Steam alone, within the first couple hours, it has already broken over 534,000 concurrent players. I can only imagine what it's like on console right now. Apparently, Steam, Xbox, and the Nintendo eShop all went down right when this launched. Presumably because so many people were immediately trying to buy it because there was no pre-orders or anything. Hallelujah. Everything about Hollow Knight Silksong's launch, to me, is an absolute fucking grand salami. This is a home run. First and foremost, its price tag. It's $20. That's beautiful. I love to see that. In an era where every game seems to want to be 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks, even games that are only 2-3 hours long, or games you've never even heard of, like Fart Smoker Massacre or something, some fucking AA horror experience being 70 bucks. It is so nice to see Hollow Knight Silksong come out here and just be like, hey, $20, enjoy. It really feels like Silksong is just truly here to be like, hey, play us. We're not really getting involved in all of the shadiness and greediness the rest of the industry seems to be trying to normalize. Just fucking fork over 20 clams and just enjoy. And it's refreshing. But anyway, let's cut into this peanut butter jelly sandwich and take a peek at the cross section. I want to give you my first impressions here. Does Hollow Knight Silksong live up to the hype? And the hype was at, almost unheard of levels. Like I said, this is up there in the category of the Half-Life 3s and the Bloodborne 2s and shit like that. So it had big shoes to fill because Hollow Knight is a beloved title. I played Hollow Knight well after everyone else did. I played it, seriously, for the first time, 3 years ago. I streamed all of it and fell in love. I absolutely adore Hollow Knight. So, of course, I was scratching at my neck to sink my teeth into Silksong. Like I said, I really was starting to doubt if I'd ever play this game. I didn't know if it was ever going to release. I thought this was going to be dunking on a 10-foot basketball hoop. An experience I'll never have. I really thought that this was just going to be, always a fairy tale. And I am so happy that it's here. And I'm even happier to say that the game is amazing. I have put about 4 hours into it so far. I streamed it this afternoon. And of course, when I finish my playthrough, it'll go up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, best fucking gaming channel on YouTube. I am already really enjoying my time with Silksong. I think it's off to a fucking banger start. If you've played the first Hollow Knight, you know what you're in store for here. That DNA is still very much intact, but it feels much smoother here. I just got to the point where I get the dash and sprint, and you can combo out of the dash attack because it launches you up. You can combo out of it into a down needle, which comes at an angle, and then you can combo out of that into just a normal side needle attack. So there's a lot of creativity with the comboing you can do on enemies in this that feel really, really good. It just seems like there's so much skill expression that when you really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs of the mechanics to the gameplay, you will probably find some really fucking cool things to experiment with. So I'm already getting into the nitty gritty and loving that. I think pretty much everything that you liked in Hollow Knight, you will find in Silksong, but even more in depth and fleshed out. And for some people, I actually saw that as a complaint in chat. Some people in chat were upset that the game is so similar to the first Hollow Knight. And I understand that complaint when it comes to things like fucking Call of Duty, where it literally is copy and paste with no innovation. It is just rip and ship, don't even think about it, fire and forget, because people are just going to buy it no matter what, so what's the point in trying? It's basically you're getting the same thing every single time, just with other maps and other guns, and that's really about it. It's boring. I get that complaint for that series. For Hollow Knight, though, that just isn't the case. Like, yes, it is clearly very much like the same DNA as the first Hollow Knight. Like, the map is the same, shopping, all of that is very similar, but it is all expanded and improved upon. Like, everything is more in-depth. And everything that Hollow Knight, the first one, did well, is done, I would argue, better here, except for one thing. My only complaint about Silksong, and it is kind of a sizable complaint because this is a big portion of what the game is asking you to do, I don't like that they changed down needle. So to Pogo in the first Hollow Knight, you would do a down attack in the air, and you'd bounce off of whatever you hit, whether it's an enemy or like a spike, you would bounce off it to give you some extra air, which of course led to more skill ceiling. There was a lot more you can do with that. In this game, Pogoing is still here, but instead of being just like a normal straight down attack with the needle, you instead come at an angle. You come at sharp angles every single time. You can't go straight down with it. You have to come at an angle. So what ends up happening is when you're traversing some places that are requiring you to pogo, such as in Farfields, I think it's Farfields, the place with the red flowers that are spread out all over the place with vines under it, so if you hit it, you take damage and reset. The platforming challenge there is doing the pogo off of the flowers to reach the next section, the next platforms. And in the first Hollow Knight, that's obviously there too, but it felt much more intuitive to just do a normal down needle, pogo off it, go to the next one, rinse and repeat. Here, since you're coming at angles, and since you have to go from right to left pretty often, you have like these sharp angles that you're doing that sometimes just feel inconsistent, and oftentimes actually, at least in my playthrough, you'll actually like hit the hitbox of the flower without pogoing, so you'll just like attack through it. It just doesn't feel as good as just the normal down needle pogo from the first one did. At least not yet. Now, again, I'm only 4 hours in. It might get much better as I get more familiar with it, but as of right now, I am missing the way pogoing felt in the first one. That's the only complaint I have. Pretty much all of my deaths in my playthrough right now are from pogoing. Like attempting to pogo either off an enemy or off of like the flowers. It is taking me a lot of getting used to, and maybe by the end of it, I'll warm up to it and say I love it even more than the first Hollow Knight, because I see the vision. Like, it wants it to be even more demanding, like, and give you even more options for your movement. Like, I can see the vision, because sometimes I can string together, like, a really good set of pogos throughout the terrain and throughout the enemies, and it is beautiful looking. The way that you'll pogo into, like, a dash cancel or something, and then go right into the next pogo while still in the air, like, it looks really cool because you can combo all of this together. And I do see, like, there could be a lot of cool experimentation with it. But right now, like, I just feel like more often than not, it's become a headache because I want to just do like a normal down hit and pogo offs or something. But instead I go off to the side, miss, and just go straight into the shithole and take big damage or just die. Like, I don't know. It's not that big of an issue, and again, it is still fresh, so maybe I just need to get more familiar with it. That is the only complaint I have about the game. Everything else I think has just been smooth sailing, and I absolutely love it. Every boss fight has been hype. Every environment I've visited has been nice. The characters are charming. The game's sound design is a slapper. Everything in this is exactly what I was hoping for a new Hollow Knight experience. And I imagine most people that have picked it up are probably pretty satisfied, would be my guess. Like, it really feels like it knows exactly what people wanted and just gave you more of that and more options with it. So I'm excited to keep playing it. I'm excited to finish it, and I'm very happy to see that it is doing so well for Team Cherry. This has been a lot of years, baking here in the oven, and it looks like everyone's really enjoying the dessert. So I'm happy that it's doing so well, and just wanted to give you my first impressions and say that, yes, it does live up to the hype so far. And I'm optimistic that it will only continue to get better as I get deeper into the game. That's really about it. So, yeah. I feel like a lot of people didn't even know, but a new Star Wars movie just came out today. First one to hit the big screen in, I think it's 7 years since the last one. I can't fully recall, but it's been a while. And it's Mandalorian and Grogu. Feel like there wasn't a ton of hype around it. I haven't seen a whole lot of buzz or a lot of people, biting at their nails, scratching at their neck, waiting to get their fix of Star Wars in the cinema, which if you had told me even just a decade ago that would ever be the case, I'd call you crazy, spit in your mouth, and then slap your bottom and tell you, you filthy animal, get out of here. You're crazy. But here we are. A lot of people are really tuned out of Star Wars, myself included. The Mandalorian, I never even finished season 3. I just slowly lost interest in it and never finished the series. Andor, I can't stop glazing. I'm constantly just fucking gobbling the goodness that Andor is served up and preaching the gospel. But Star Wars just hasn't had a whole lot of oomph to it in a while. So I guess Mandalorian and Grogu has just been one of those things where people just didn't even really keep tabs on it. I guess we'll see how it performs in the box office, though. Anyway, I just saw it, and it's alright. I didn't dislike it as much as a lot of other people seem to. It is truly a simple adventure that you can't think hard about, because if you do, a lot of it falls apart. And really the biggest thing about it is, it doesn't feel like I watched the movie. It feels like I watched maybe 4 episodes of a Mandalorian season that were squashed together without being broken up over the course of 4 weeks. Like, I just don't feel like this justified its existence as a movie. It feels like a tiny little arc that would have unfolded episodically. So, take for that what you will. Maybe that's exactly what you want. But for me, I would want, like, something that feels like a spectacle. Something that feels like it justifies its existence in this medium, as opposed to just being part of the TV show. And maybe that was, like, a strategic decision because they knew there'd be a lot more like hype around it, as opposed to just being like part of season 4 of The Mandalorian or something. I don't really know, but it really does feel that way, where it's just a handful of episodes. Now, something I want to make a mention of, I saw this film in something called Screen X, which I'd never heard of in my life, but it was just the most convenient time for the film, and it happened to be Screen X. It was fucking expensive. Holy Toledo. Movie tickets are already pricey, but seeing it in Screen X, wow. And the experience was cool, I guess. So what it was you have like a big screen, normal big theater screen, but the walls outside of the theater screen, like around the auditorium, are also a screen too. So it's supposed to be more immersive. So what you're seeing on screen also expands out onto the sides, but in a way where it feels like in VR, right? Where like in VR, out of your peripheral vision, you can see more of the scene playing out in front of you. That's what it was like in Screen X, where like there was more happening on the sides. Nothing important, obviously. All of that's still on the main screen. But like you could see, more of the landscape, more of like the characters idly on the side, like doing stuff or working. It was interesting. Would I ever pay that much again to go see something in Screen X? Probably not. But I do think it was a pretty, fun novelty, I suppose. It did help elevate a couple of things. Anyway, though, let's dive into a bit of the spaghetti and meatballs here. There's going to be spoilers. Spoiler warning. The Mandalorian and Grogu follows an adventure where Mandalorian is just a fucking one-man army, and he's taking scalp, and he's working with the good guys now. Sigourney Weaver's in here, but I don't even know if she knew she was in the movie. It really feels like she didn't try at all, especially at the end where she's like the hero saving the day. She delivers her lines like she's falling asleep and is actually annoyed to even be a part of the production. I don't know why they wouldn't just ask her to like maybe put a little more gusto in there, but it seemed like she didn't want to be there at all. Everyone else seemed to be having a good time and like trying, but for some reason she seemed miserable. I just wanted to make a mention of that. But anyway, Mando's now working with the good guys, of course. Him and Grogu are a tag team. They also have their pilot, their right-hand man, and they go out there and beat the bad guys. They're shooting and shitting, and, it's fun, actually. I like the action. There's a lot of action here, and it's good. They get a new mission. They got a new target. They've got something that they have to do with the twins, the Hutts. They are big crime syndicate. They contact the good guys, and in exchange for some information on a big ex-Imperial figure, they agree to have Mando temporarily work with them, the Hutts, to get Rada the Hutt, their nephew, the twins' nephew. So that leads us to the meat and potatoes of this, where he goes to this new world and finds Rada the Hutt, and he's yoked. This guy's fucking juiced to the gills, and he's fighting in the pits, and Mando has to try and rescue him, but he doesn't want to be rescued. Turns out he doesn't want to be anything like his father. The fact that he reminds you of fucking 4 times throughout the film. He's like, I don't want to be like Dad. I know I'm the son of Jabba the Hutt, but I hate that. And I hate him, and I'm not like him. I like when they cheer for me. Did you know they cheer for me? I like when they cheer for me. I like when they cheer for me, Mando. So no, I don't need rescuing. Ultimately, he needs rescuing. He is under contract with the target that the Hutts were going to tell the good guys about, but Mando ends up getting that information anyway. So then he gets the target, brings him back, and this ends up with the Hutts believing they've been betrayed by him. So then they hunt down Mando, getting a bounty hunter on his ass who outplays him, fucking checkmates him, separates him from Grogu, also captures Rada the Hutt. He is being tortured. And I'm sure I don't need to recap everything that happens. You could probably piece together the breadcrumbs here on where it goes. There's no big surprises here or anything. Now, the thing is, when you start actually thinking about what's unfolding, it's pretty fucking nonsensical. Also, Mando gets knocked out. He goes unconscious, I think 5 times. Unironically, I think it's 5 times. Once with gas, when he was trying to save Rada, and Rada's like, I don't want to be saved, you're not listening. So then gas comes out, knocks him out. Once when he gets electrocuted by the bounty hunter the first time outside of his house after he has Grogu, as well as some Babu Fink characters. I don't know what those aliens are called, but they're basically this movie's equivalent to the fucking Minions. They just have high-pitched voices going we gotta go this way, then we go that way, that kind of stuff. So he got knocked out there when the bounty hunter got him there. He then woke up on the ship to have a couple of words with the bounty hunter, got knocked out again, and then he got knocked out one more time after being poisoned by the creature under the Hutt's lair when they captured him. But I also think there was one more that I'm forgetting. So he spends a good chunk of this movie unconscious, which is, makes me question, is he really the most elite bounty hunter there is? You know what I mean? He keeps falling for it over and over again. It's they keep getting him with the pull my finger gag. Also, I just looked it up. Babu Frick. They're Anzellans or something like that. Sorry I butchered the name, but it's hard to remember every new glup shitto that's been hitting the Disney Star Wars circuit. But yeah, they get into the mega mix here because he was consulting them, commissioning them to fix a ship. Anyway, not important. Point is, when you start actually looking at the scenes and thinking about them, it completely falls apart. For example, Grogu has the Force. And there are so many times where him using the Force would have been unbelievably helpful. But he just doesn't. He uses it to get some food sometimes. And then at the end of the movie, he gets it to pick up Rada at a very important moment. So that was a good time to use the Force. But you also then have to ask yourself, well, why didn't he do that numerous other times when it really would have fucking put the kibosh on some problems they were experiencing? Another thing, the twins, the Hutts, they're fucking idiots. And they're not meant to be idiots. They're supposed to be scary, intimidating bad guys. But when they have the Mandalorian, when they have Mando captured, they drop him into this pit with a bunch of Aqua Soldier aliens. One thing I will be giving a big compliment to though is the amount of aliens you see. I think that's really hype. I always like seeing Star Wars when it's just throwing a bunch of cool new aliens at you, or bringing aliens from way back in the day into the fold again. I think that's cool. It reminds you that it's more than just the same shit we've seen a million times. I like that. So that's actually a compliment I give it. These alien swimming guys that have spears. That was cool. Like they're space Atlanteans or whatever. Mando starts disposing of them. Then there's a giant dragon that pops out, this huge Leviathan sea snake. And for some reason, the Hutts let Mando keep all of his armor on. Basically, impervious armor. They let him keep that for some reason. I don't know why they're letting him stay with his full fucking loadout. They take his helmet off, which is, of course, a big no-no. That's a disgrace to Mandalorians. And then when he's dropped in the pit, he doesn't have his helmet. But then they give him his helmet. They just say, here's your reward because you entertained us. You made us go haha. So they drop his helmet in there, which obviously gives him the edge. It helps get him back on his feet and be able to fight this monster. Why did they do that? They even made a point of saying how priceless that helmet is on the black market, and presumably his armor too. Why let him keep that? Why keep doing that? And it's not like they're honorable or something. Like that's never been something expressed. Like it just made no sense. The reason is because this is the Mandalorian. He's gotta have his armor. He's gotta have his helmet. So they just lazily have them do that inexplicably. And then Grogu and the Anzellans, they somehow were able to find Mando at the twins' lair. Convenient that they found him there, and then they blew up the pipe there, so that way Mando could escape. But he did get hit by the Leviathan, which poisoned him, which was killing him. And then he passes out, and Grogu then goes on his own solo adventure, where now he has to fend for himself without Mando being there, which was kind of cool to see. And another thing I really like is the puppetry. I like that it's not just CGI. I said that from the very beginning with Baby Yoda. I think that's very cool. And they do have that as well with the mechanics, the Anzellans that travel with them and became a pretty important piece of this film. They look cool. Now, when Grogu's doing his own thing, he closes up Mando's wound with the Force, which I didn't finish season 3. I don't know when Grogu got Force healing. Maybe it was in seasons 1 and 2 and I forgot at some point. I really don't know, but it doesn't instantly save him. It doesn't just revive him, give him the fucking chug jug or anything, which is good. But how he does revive him is in this desolate area, devoid of life. He happens across an alien catfish guy who's fishing, and so Grogu starts stealing his fish, and then the catfish guy decides to, for some reason, like, put his ass on the line protecting the little guy. So the bounty hunter ends up at this guy's house asking about the Mandalorian and exposition dropping, just fucking lore dumping everything about what's been going on. So now this catfish alien has the whole scoop, and he's like, so he got bit by that Leviathan dragon snake thing, yeah? That's poison, he's probably going to die from it, but here, I'm going to whip him up the antidote real quick. Now, you give him this, it might be too late, but we got to try, right? So this guy, in the middle of nowhere, just happens to also have the antidote and all of the supplies needed to make it on hand, gives it to Grogu. Again, a creature he has no knowledge of at all, no reason to help or anything, and then he goes and gives it to Mando, which saves him. Like, there's plenty of things like that, where it's just so extraordinarily convenient and nonsensical how we're going from point A to point B, which I can suspend disbelief on, because this really feels like a film that was just meant to be, like, fun and nothing else. And I think if that's the goal, it did succeed. I was entertained. But there's nothing about this film that convinced me it's more than just a few episodes stitched together. I don't know. I didn't hate it. It was fine if you're willing to just go in there and not think and just have some fun watching Mando and Grogu and a couple of pals beat up some aliens, beat up some bad guys, shoot some guys, and that's really it. But I imagine a lot of people, especially like with the current state of Star Wars, were probably hoping for something with a bit more substance, because it has fallen out of like the cultural impact. Again, this is a new Star Wars film that I think a lot of people didn't even know was on the horizon. So I don't think Mando and Grogu is the one to really like bust it wide open again, like Star Wars is back, baby, or anything like that. That to me was Andor. Andor, I think, is the best Star Wars thing we've gotten in a long, 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 long time. It is an incredible show. This is just fine if you've got a couple hours you don't mind, sitting there and watching some action and eating popcorn and going into a bit of autopilot mode for it. That's really about it. See ya. Stop everything you're doing. You've got to check this out. I know that sounds like I'm trying to peddle cigarettes to you, but you really got to put your peepers on this puppy here. This is something fascinating. I just saw the wackiest robbery attempt. It wasn't really a successful robbery. It plays out like a skit. Like if you were playing pretend with your boys in middle school. It is so odd. It's like if a soccer mom picked up a hobby of crime instead of wine.
I need you to and tell them that I am Rebecca Peterson and sorry. And that this is a robbery.
Now this is how you do character introductions. So she marches in, fee-fi-fo-fums her way up to the counter, brandishing a firearm, and introduces herself. She says that she's Rebecca Peterson. Now at first I thought that was like a fake name and she was trying to frame someone she didn't like, the local book club or something that she attends. I thought she was like, oh, it is I, Rebecca Peterson, committing this armed robbery. Let the police know that Rebecca Peterson committed this robbery. Because I'm pretty sure she said, call the police and let them know Rebecca Peterson made this beat, committed this crime, that kind of thing. But it turns out that is her name. She is Rebecca Peterson. So this is extremely polite. Excuse me, sir. You are being robbed by Rebecca Peterson. It's like some fucking Princess Bride shit here. And the way she's moving from side to side there, I think she's trying to dodge the camera. But I also don't understand why she's bothering, nor do I understand why she's bothering to put her hoodie up when she's still giving her full name to the cashier to identify herself with. See, it seems like at that point, goose is already cooked, cat's out of the bag. Why even bother trying to dodge the security camera?
Okay.
Put it down.
Okay.
Yes, listen.
Cashier is cool, calm, and collected. He's like, all right, I understand. Now put the gun down. And she does. He hits her with the Jedi mind trick, disarms her just like that.
There's a robbery.
What is that? Down.
I'm telling you right now that there's a robbery.
What robbery? Oh my!
Yeah, she snapped out of the hypnotism attempt there from the cashier. Lets him know once again, putting her foot down. This is a robbery. We're not playing games here. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. And then just does a fucking desk pop there. Blasts the stand, which obviously frightens him. So it's not a fake gun or anything. She did come in here with a loaded weapon, and she'd been pointing it at this guy the entire time. That is some pretty scary shit there. Now, with the way she's acting, she's making it sound like she's placing an order, like, pardon me, one robbery. Please. Like, she's going about this robbery like she's expecting it to play out like something she saw on TikTok or like a movie or something. It's like she's getting directions from ChatGPT on how to conduct a armed robbery. It is so fucking peculiar. And her behavior is just alarming. It feels like she's not in her right mind. Like, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of psychotic episode or something, but it's very scary, especially for the cashier, who has this gun pointed at him this entire time.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Your owner in the back room.
It's like when that shot went off, it confused her as well. She completely forgot that she was the one doing the robbery, so she's looking around like, who did that? Which one of you just shot this gun? Which one of you cowards just shit in my pants? I don't know, it's like she's under some kind of spell or something here, and the sound from the shot, like, briefly broke it, but then she goes right back into the robbery. The cashier's like, the store owner's in the back. Go to the back. The store owner's there. That's the guy you want. If you're robbing us, you got to start over there.
The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room. The owner in the back room, run!
I also love that he grabs a cardboard box as his, like, ballistic shield. Like it's straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. I understand being, like, panicked and afraid, so you're just looking for anything. I totally get that. But I love his strategy of the owners of the back room. Run, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go, 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 go. He's getting away. Go, go, go. That is a classic Looney Tunes strat of, he went that way, Doc. That way. He's over there. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Go, go. What's that over there? That kind of thing. And it actually works. So she's like, oh, okay, you're right. All right, I'm going to go over there now. So the cashier is like one of the most convincing men on the planet, it seems. He does get her to go to the back of the facility there, which I imagine gives him time to run outside, which I believe is what happened. He ran outside, he called the police came, they did arrest her. But we do have footage of her going to the back here. And she posts up like it's a James Bond poster. She just right down the pipe, bang, and actually hits the camera. A genuinely pretty impressive shot for someone who doesn't seem to have any training with firearms in the first place. She was clumsily able to hit the camera on the first shot there. Apparently, after failing to locate the owner in the back counting money like Scrooge McDuck, she then fled the scene. So she got into her car and allegedly tried to escape that way, but police were able to track her down. They picked up her scent somewhere along the way. They were able to apprehend her, and now she is currently awaiting arraignment and all that. So, a very peculiar set of circumstances. The clerk also made a statement saying that he tried to remain calm and, like, calm her down because he saw that her mentality was not awake, which I think he was very correct on. It definitely does appear that something has gone awry. It doesn't seem like she's all there. It does seem like it's some kind of, like, psychotic episode or something, which, very sad stuff, but very scary for the clerk there, because she did come armed and willing to fire. She was letting that shit air out. She was clapping it. She fired a shot right at the checkout. She fired a shot at the security camera. Luckily, no one was hurt. She's now facing charges of attempted armed robbery, wanton endangerment, brandishing, assault, and destruction of property. Which sounds about par for the course based on everything we saw on the surveillance camera here. This whole thing was just really bizarre. I had to just yap about it a little bit when I saw it earlier today. I don't know if it was like a mental health crisis or drugs or what, but man, the clerk there must have been fucking terrified when that gun went off. I also read in another article covering this from a local agency that he was covering for a friend's shift when this unfolded. So I don't think he's going to be super willing to to do that anymore going forward. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to yap about this a bit because I was stunned with the footage I saw. That's really about it. So yeah. This is now the fourth video I've made on this topic. I follow Trump Mobile like a dog chasing the mailman. I just get excited and can't wait to get my T1 mobile device. I put 100 clams on it and for some reason, gee willikers, it's just still not here. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025 and I've just been trying to find out what's going on. Why don't I have it yet? And I feel like I pay more attention to Trump Mobile than Trump himself. He probably forgot that this fucking company even exists at this point. It's just been radio silence and crickets for the longest time. And I do keep ringing up support just to see if there's any updates or anything there. And I did do that again this morning. I'll show you that phone call in just a moment. It was a very interesting one. Put a big smile on my face. But before doing that, I want to give you like the foundation for everything that's been going on recently with it. And just to bring you up to speed on the lore, if you missed the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Z, in January I called and they told me that it's any day now. In March I called and they assured me that they're shipping at the end of the month. At the beginning of April I called and they assured me they're shipping at the end of this month, actually. And I was going to wait to call them again in May, but I saw some news developing about the Trump phone, and it got me a little concerned. I had heard some whispers that they may have like quietly canned the project, which I just didn't believe because if they are taking $100 deposits, even still to this day, and then just decide not to do it, that would be a huge issue, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just surprised it's taking them this long. I assumed that they'd just be drop shipping some Alibaba garbage, but they haven't even done that much. But there has been some fresh little nuggets that have been dropped that they've changed the look of the Trump phone, even the cost, and of course it isn't made in America. That was one of their biggest claims they were touting in the beginning when they were selling this to the country, that it's a made in America smartphone at a $500 price point, which is literally more impossible than the fucking unicorn and Loch Ness monster. So that was never going to happen, but a lot of people put money down because of that promise. They did, a few months later, change it to being a proudly American design when it became painfully clear that it would be impossible to domestically manufacture this kind of phone. And since then, there's been no updates until this week, where the website did get spruced up a bit, and The Verge actually did get to see a product that might be the Trump phone that they start sending out to people that have put money down. Now, the report comes from The Verge, but I can't actually read it on their site because it is paywalled, and I outright refuse to pay to read articles from these fucking sites that already ham-fist thousands of auto-playing ads out the wazoo, as well as banner ads everywhere, to the point where you can't even read the fucking article anymore. I will never fork over a single doubloon for access to those kind of websites, so I can't read it directly from The Verge, so instead I'm going to be going through CNET's reporting on this Trump phone and what The Verge learned. So it starts by just giving you a timeline, how in February, the Trump Mobile executives actually showed off a handset that they said was near production version of T1. They showed that to The Verge. There were some changes to its appearance, and it was a completely different camera. Basically, the phone was not the same thing that they said it was on their website, and were still actively advertising it as on their website. What they showed was apparently completely different in a lot of ways. They spoke via video call with executives at Trump Mobile who held up the phone. I imagine that went a lot like Lion King, where they hold out Simba over the valley. This will be your domain, T1. Everything the light touches, you will have service. They then make a mention about the FCC documentation that they uncovered authorizing what appeared to be the T1 device. It comes from Smart Gadgets Global, whose CEO is Eric Thomas, a Trump Mobile executive, and it was FCC certified in January, which means that back in August of 2025, they had no FCC certification or anything for this, it appears, which means they were actually selling fucking nothing. They were selling the concept of an idea of a golden phone made in America, none of which actually existed, and couldn't exist, by the way, because you can't domestically make the phone that they were talking about. Genuinely impossible at that price point. Smart Gadget's global website is apparently mostly empty, apart from some stock images of tech, and the AI chatbot could not provide any info on the T1 phone, and they submitted a question to a human via the chatbot, but we're waiting to hear back as of the writing of that article. Now, on the site, there's less information there than there is on fucking DB Cooper's true identity. Like, it is always insisted that the T1 device is coming later this year, but it's been like that for 8 months. It missed the deadline in 2025, but it's still got plenty of time in 2026, I suppose. It launched in June of 2025 with their monthly mobile plan, and they sell refurbished Apple and Samsung phones ranging from $369 to $629. It was initially announced that the Trump phone was going to be made in the US, supposed to launch in August of 2025, but it did become obvious that domestic large-scale smartphone manufacturing would not be possible, so they dropped that claim and just call it proudly American without specifying what that even fucking means. That's actual just gobbledygook. It is manufactured overseas. They are trying their best to bury that, but it is just manufactured outside of the US, but they're still trying their best to put on this facade that it's proudly American. And apparently, according to Verge, they were actually eyeing a March release window. So when customer support told me last month that it was coming at the end of that month, maybe they were genuinely told that information and thought that's what was going to happen. But per usual, they were unable to deliver. It then goes into detail about the website's claims for the T1 device versus what they actually saw on video. According to The Verge, it wasn't what was being advertised on the website. Now, that has changed since the website overhaul. They did fix that up. I say overhaul, but it's not like they did a whole lot to improve the Trump mobile site at all. It reminds me of that meme of the guy who takes a picture of himself and then takes another picture of himself turned the other way, but a toothpick in, and it's about how that toothpick one is like a huge improvement. That's basically what they did to the Trump mobile website. So yes, they did try and change it to make it more accurately reflect the T1 device that The Verge saw, from my understanding. But for 8 months, they were advertising something totally different, and the cost of the Trump phone, the T1, is now completely different. It is more expensive. And also, it made me giggle that according to the report, the T1 logo will disappear before launch, but it'll keep the American flag. I don't know why that had to happen. They had to banish the T1 logo to the shadow realm, but yeah, I guess that's going to be going. But they are still accepting the $100 deposits on the phone, which continues to be advertised as being $500, which is still what it is on the website as of April 29th, as of me making this video. But this phone will reportedly cost more. If you've already put down the $100 deposit, they lock you in at $500, but I guess everyone else who, doesn't get in on the FOMO right away will then have to be paying more. It's unspecified how much more, but they're saying that it will be under $1,000, just more than the $500 initial. According to Trump mobile executives speaking to The Verge, the phone has been delayed because the company decided to take its time and skip the first initial entry-level phone that they were going to kind of introduce and be quick to the market. And they told The Verge it's being made in a favored nation with final assembly in Florida. It's unclear what qualifies another nation as favored to handle most of the assembly of the T1 phone. Now, there are pictures of it that exist, and they're not like Sasquatch photos. They're not blurry. They do actually have pictures of this puppy here. But I gotta tell you, I'm equally as confused, scratching my head, wondering what it means favored nation will be doing the heavy lifting on the phone here. What the fuck is a favored nation in this case? They have the fucking Atlanteans working on it or something? We partnered with Atlanteans using their advanced tech from under the sea. So they're going to be doing a lot of the construction there. But don't worry, final assembly's in Florida, so it's proudly American. It's very silly. It's not made in America. It is made overseas and then I guess is put together in its last step in Florida. I don't know about you, sports fans, but that doesn't sound proudly American to me. To have the phone that you advertised as being made in America be made overseas, giving the business, not domestically, overseas, and then just having it come over here for like the last touch-ups in Florida. Doesn't really scream proudly American to me, but what do I know? I also love their excuse for why it is so incredibly late. Oh, we actually just wanted to deliver a much higher quality product. Initially, we were looking to just kind of pump and dump some poop out there with this entry-level phone and get our feet wet in there, dip our balls in the hot wax. But we decided, you know what? You deserve better, so we're gonna do better. I don't think that's the case at all, because many of you might recall, the first time I called them in January, I was told that the reason for the delay was because of the government shutdown. The government shutdown from little ways back, which wouldn't have had any effect on the T1 phone. Again, it's not even made in America. But they had actually used that excuse for quite a while, that the reason the phone's delayed is because the government shutdown, that pesky shutdown, put the brakes on the glorious T1 device. Like, they've had a bunch of different excuses, and now they're saying that the reason why it's taken so long is because they wanted to do even better. They didn't want just an entry-level phone. I don't know. Sounds a little fishy to me. But anyway, I didn't lose hope on my Trump phone. I did genuinely put money down on it to receive it, so I want to make sure I didn't just fucking have that vaporize into the ether here over nothing. So I did give them another call today to see where's my Trump phone. It's the end of April. I should be getting it pretty soon, or at least getting an email, right? Ooh, got me hitting the hot dog. I'm excited. It's the end of April, and you know what that means. That's right. It's Christmas. Because my T1 mobile device, my Trump phone, should be on its way to me right now, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Earlier this month, I called support, and they told me that I should be in the second wave of phones, which is coming at the end of April. That's what I was told. So I haven't received any emails letting me know about the shipping being in transit or anything, so I'm just going to call to confirm that that's accurate. Though in March I was also told the same thing, that my T1 mobile device would be hitting my hands at the end of March, but something must have went cattywampus over there. Who's really to say? All I know is I can't wait, and I just want to double check, get them on the horn, and make sure everything's all looking good over there for my Trump phone to come. I also saw that they updated the website for the first time in a long time. The Trump phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025, by the way. Just barely missed that one. We're a little tardy to the party here, but that's okay. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling
an existing
Trump Mobile.
account.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I feel like I've...
Good morning. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is April. How can I help you today?
Hey, April. I just wanted to check on the status of my order for the T1 device.
The information that we have is that they're going to start shipping at the end of the month. So either today or tomorrow, they should start going out. Now, you'll get an email once yours is ready to be delivered, and it'll give you a heads up that, hey, it'll show up in the next day or so. And now they are sending them out in the order that the orders were placed. So, but they're supposed to be going out any day now.
Okay, well, that's awesome. I called a little bit earlier in March about it, and they said it'd be at the end of March. Did something happen then, and has it been rectified now?
The information that we were given was that in March, there was an issue with some FCC licensing, and that's been resolved.
Okay, that's awesome. Have you received one? Has anyone started getting them yet?
We have, yeah. We have one here in the call center that we've been able to take a look at, and it's very sleek, very nice looking, and takes great pictures, great video, and the sound quality is really good. So I think you'll be pleased.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. So it should be in the next day or two?
Well, they're going to be shipping them out. They're telling us, and this is as of our conference call with them last week, they're going to be shipping out by the end of this month. So that'll be today and tomorrow. That's what they're telling us. And you'll get an email in advance letting you know when yours is on the way. Now, when they ship them out, as I mentioned before, they're going to be shipping them out in the order that the orders were received. So if your order was placed last year, then yours will be in the first batch to go out.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, then I should be getting it pretty soon. I was getting a little worried, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, oh no, and we've all kind of been concerned about the delays, but what we were told is that back in March they were getting FCC approval for some technical thing, and that's been resolved, so they're going to be going out soon.
Awesome. Are they going to make an announcement about it, publicly? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that it's been, canceled or something like that since no one's got it.
No, our understanding is that there will be notification. There's going to be some news coverage on Fox News. That's the one. So, but we're waiting to get confirmation of that. Of course, I'm sure it'll be all over social media.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. That's great news.
You are very welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a Trump customer, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, April. Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye now.
See? What was I worried about? I knew it was any day now. It was any day back in January, now it's any day here in April. So I should be getting it here within, well, at least an email within the next 24 to 48 hours, I believe. So I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I bet you all feel real silly forever doubting that this was coming, because now we have proof that it is, because they said so. I'm going to be hoisting this like a prized fish pretty soon, and you're gonna be jealous of all this awesome phone action I'm gonna be getting in on with the T1. I also have to make sure to tune into the Fox News broadcast when they start talking about the T1 and sucking the cock. That's gonna be really cathartic. I can't wait for that either. So yeah, now we have confirmation that the T1 phone is gonna be here any day now, which is reassuring to hear for the fucking 30th time. Anyway, just wanted to give you the update on the Trump phone. That's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Oregon Trail again. Let's do this shit. I believe this is my 4th attempt at completing this impossible adventure. But this time, I really think I can do it. I'm gonna leave in May. As in, may I please fucking complete this and make it to Oregon. And fuck all this. I already know how this goes. I know this whole song and dance. I'm just gonna go with this dude's recommendations because I don't have a strategy. Fucking 3 yokes. You must be out of your mind. He's an amateur, a rookie. I thought he was a damn connoisseur here, an expert, a seasoned veteran. But unfortunately, that's not the case. He's useless. When someone offers you 3 yokes, that's how you know you can't trust that person. This dude right here probably funnels squirrel's piss into his wiener hole and then pisses it out and claims that it's his piss. Then he puts that piss in a bottle, sells it on the market as piss. Although it probably wouldn't be a very successful product, considering bottled piss isn't exactly in high demand. It's not a inelastic good. But when someone offers you 3 yolks, you can guarantee they're dabbling in piss. Fuck. I can only carry 3 wagon wheels. That really fucking sucks. What if I want to race people? What if I start street racing and I need those extra wheels? Alright, it is time to begin. We're gonna go all the way to Oregon, then we're gonna come back, and we're gonna go to Oregon again, and then we're gonna tell people we've been to Oregon twice. People are gonna be like, wow, that's twice the adventure, that's fucking incredible. Alright, let's do this. It is time to go titties or go home. We're gonna have meager meals, but we're gonna have a fucking record-setting pace here. What's the fastest pace? Grueling pace, there it is. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we fucking need. It's time to hit the trail. Only 102 miles. I can throw a frisbee further than that. Not even a challenge. Oh, we're already here. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I just blinked. The speed of light's got some serious competition here with this wagon. What are our options? Let's take the ferry across. The ferry operator says that he will charge you $5, and then we have to wait 2 days. Only $5? We have more money than the state of Oregon, that's no problem. Just floating across on toothpicks. And we're across safely! What an incredible start. We'll be in Oregon in lickety-split. I really like the way this oxen moves at a grueling pace. It's like watching an animal cracker on a treadmill. What do we got here? Oh, it's only 3.7 feet deep here. How tall is the average oxen? Like 300 feet tall? I think we can ford this bitch. I really think we can get across safely. You know, we're fording it. We didn't come this far to just take a shit and then eat it. We're gonna go for it. Fuck. Well, after a booming start, I have now lost 2 oxen and a party member. And not just any party member, probably the most important one you could ever lose in a party. How the fuck did that even happen? We were moving through that river at a nice brisk pace, and then all of a sudden, bam, we fell into Atlantis' chimney. Yeah, you know, we'll take a look around here. Maybe we can find a resurrection potion and bring shitting back. I'm not sure why Captain Falcon is riding a horse, but it seems he's about to ambush that wagon. Let's try and trade with some people here. Let's see what they're offering in this area. You meet another immigrant who wants 50 pounds of food, he will trade you 50 bullets. Alright, so I'm trading with a psychopath. Let's see who else is here. You meet another immigrant who wants 2 wagon axles. He will trade you 1 ox. So basically, I'll give him 2 wagon axles and then they'll shoot me with a fire hose. Is there any sane people here? This town can go fuck itself. Let's see what supplies I can purchase here. I'll buy 2 oxen to replace the 2 I lost while scuba diving. And that should be all I need. Yeah, you know, that's good. Let's go back to the trail here. Let's continue. Here we go. Do you really think we have time to stop, look around, take a shit, get down? No, we gotta get to Oregon. That's what we have to do. Well, we're already here. That took like 3 steps from this oxen. Ooh, here we go. Change of scenery. Now inside of a Salvador Dali landscape. Well, I've just looked at a bull's anus and I saw its shit. There is no way anyone in that wagon has a fever. 102 miles, not bad. Another person? How the fuck? Oh shit, I'm almost out of food. Damn, I didn't even notice. I gotta pay attention to the food pounds. You know, I really need to start reading these directions. I know there's a way to move. You son of a bitch. It just ran up and got a big old whiff of my ass cheeks. How the fuck do I move? What is the... Maybe enter? Oh, there it is. There we go. Still don't know how to turn around, but we'll do some rail shooting here. Alright. Oh, turned around. Got it. Watch out, Circles. He's turning 360 degrees. Fuck hunting. Fuck hunting. I can't fucking hunt. You know, let's just rest. Maybe if we rest long enough, the party will vomit and that can replenish our food supply until we get to another town. That plan has backfired. We are now a man down. Unfortunately, it is my most polite member, because they are perpetually saying thank you to me, showing their appreciation for anything that I'm doing during this journey. Fuck you, asshole. Yes, we need to look around. I need food. Please direct me and my party to the nearest restaurant. Are you fucking shitting yourself? There is no supplies to buy. We're gonna have to trade. That is a tough pill to swallow. Well, I don't have many options here. I am fucking incompetent when it comes to hunting. And there's no supplies here, so we're gonna have to rely on other human beings for our food. Fuck every single one of you. I'd rather my party starve to death than try and trade one more time in this fucking inconsiderate town. You selfish douchebags. You know, we're going to Fort Bridger. Hopefully we can bridge the gap between starvation and a full tummy. I have to hunt. Either I go hunting and at least try and bring home the big bucks here, or my party starves to death. Alright, here we go. Show yourselves, animals. There you are. Alright, you know, alright. You think you can hide behind the trees? Son of a bitch. That damn deer just rocketed off of a rock. Damn it! These bastards are elusive. These fucking trees are on their side, too. They're setting fucking... These are perfect picks! These are screening champions. Oh, of course, no food. Well, it's a little difficult when you've got the NBA's best defense playing for the animals. This looks like a nice area. Nice and open. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Just walk into the bullet. Please face the animal. Damn it, what the fuck are you doing? Am I controlling an oscillating dildo? Let's just stand still. Maximum accuracy now. Perfect. Only now the animals are dodging me. Well, isn't this some fucking nonsense? Alright. 3rd time's the charm. This actually looks like a pretty good environment. We'll set up shop here. Why the fuck is this deer so fast? The deer just broke into my shop, stole all my shit, and left. This bear will not escape. There we go. Finally. We'll have some food. I'm just not even I'm not gonna bother even trying to shoot the deer. I'll take the slower animals. Oh, 100 pounds. I'll take a look around Soda Springs here, see what it has to offer. That is one happy ox. Let's try and trade here, get some supplies. Well, I should have guessed that. Apparently, my wagon is nothing but extraterrestrials here because no one wants to trade with us. Will they talk to us at least? Communicate with us? Oh, Celinda Hines wants to talk to me. My, the Soda Springs are so pretty. So she wants to tell me the Soda Springs are so fucking pretty, but she doesn't want to trade with me. That's really fucking nice, Celinda. Fuck Soda Springs. Maybe Fort Hall's a little more welcoming. Just hang on, we'll get water in a second. What the fuck just happened? Did Fort Hall shoot us with a cannon? First nobody wants to trade with us and now they're dropping airstrikes on us? We just wanted to go to town and get some supplies. We're not your enemy. Yes, I'd like to look around, but why did you attack us? Well, actually, I guess that explains it. It's a town run by deer. They're very protective of their land. I was just going to buy some food, but now I also need to buy some supplies that I lost during the Battle of Little Big Bullshit just outside of here. Rough trail. Well, how the fuck is the trail rough? It looks pretty smooth from here. Impassable trail. Well, I mean, there's a simple solution to that. You move forward. There's nothing blocking you. There's no obstacles. How the fuck is all this happening? Are we looking at two different trails here? Because from my point of view, we're just walking on a giant wood plank. The water's fine. How did he break an arm? He's not doing anything. The oxen's doing all the work. Did he just, like, take his arm and slam it on his knee? Snap it in half? Actually, you know what? I do want to look around here. Is he telling us to jump off that cliff? You must cross the river in order to continue. The river at this point is currently 1,000 feet across and 6 feet deep. Well, my calculations with the ox height was drastically incorrect last time, so I'm not going to try fording it. That seems like a fair deal. I'll do the trade. We don't need the clothes anyway. Alright, here we go. It's crunch time. Oh, this is looking good. This is looking good. Excellent. That's perfect. Alright, let's continue. Where the fuck did this fog come from? How is this bitch breaking his limbs? What is he doing? He must be just deliberately slowing down the group, working for Fort Hall. Yeah, I'll take a look around Fort Boise. I think this woman's titties are exposed. It seems like there's nipples on the end of those titties, but it could just be the dress, I'm not sure. Judging by the expression on that ox, I think those titties are indeed exposed. 160 miles, that's nothing. That is nothing at all. Even with a heavy fog, it's still, even bad water, it's still... What the fuck is this nonsense? And luckily I have plenty of spare parts here. Let's continue. Alright, what the fuck is going on? Are we going over landmines? I have more spare parts. Let's keep going. Nothing to worry about here. Oh, shit. There is something to worry about. I gotta sneeze. Shit! Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, fucking son of a bitch! Is this asshole's work? Is this how he keeps fracturing his limbs? He just keeps throwing himself at the wheels until they break? Oh, wow, I don't have any more spare parts. Wow, I've used all of my damn wagon wheels. In the short span of 15 seconds, I used every single wagon wheel. Maybe the blue wagon has wagon wheels. Or, I'm sorry, the blue mountains. It's not a blue wagon. And these mountains aren't even fucking blue. They're fucking covered in snow. And milk. How is it a rough trail? We haven't even started yet. This is just getting absolutely absurd. He now only has one usable limb. He's broken one arm and 2 legs. Taken 3 wheels with him. Well, that's a really impolite thing to do. That dude on the right is giving the dude in the middle the finger. Telling him to go fuck himself. That's actually the best thing that could have happened for this journey. He was sabotaging us. So he threw himself into some quicksand. A very noble decision. That's not good, though. That is not good. We need to rest. Alright. 5 days ought to do it. That should cure him of his measles. Let's continue. Is this a water mustache? I'm not going to pay a toll. We've already paid our toll with the death of shitting and thank you. That was more than enough. The only logical choice is to float down this fucking river. Now that looks extreme. Use the arrow keys to guide your raft through the rushing waters of the Columbia River. Got it. After passing the third direction sign, land your raft at the trail to the Willamette Valley. Understood. Alright. This actually seems pretty easy. I'll go right in between these rocks, that's no problem. Well, this is definitely a lot different than I expected. I was imagining some really high intensity, high speeds, dodging boulders, raging waters. But instead I'm just dodging cotton candy in a very large bathtub. Well, if it's fucking, as long as I don't fucking sink somewhere here, that'll be alright. What the fuck? The raft has missed the landing? How the fuck did I lose all of that just from missing the landing? Did I run into a concrete dam? Yes. Yes. I have never been this happy. After playing this for 2 years, I've finally completed it. I have made it to Oregon. Let's check my high scores here, though. That seems like a pretty decent score, 1002. I missed the 10 spot by 1 point. 2 points if I wanted to take the 10 spot. It doesn't even fucking matter. I made it to Oregon. I completed this. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Hey, what's up everybody, it's Critical. This is episode 12 of my series entitled Fun Tactics. The name of this episode is Dropping Bombs. Now what this is using C4 on any class. Get in the helicopter, get in the passenger seat, and then start throwing C4 out the side. However, what you have to do is you have to make sure the C4 hits your helicopter, because if it hits your helicopter, that means it fell through. You can't aim out the sides or else it just gets stuck. Like right here, I pick up a triple kill. Just make sure when you're doing this to have improved demolitions and explosion upgrade, and definitely make sure to start throwing as low as you can possibly aim, and make sure that it looks like the C4 is inside your helicopter, but it's really just an illusion and it's actually falling. And then just detonate the C4 and you're guaranteed to take a giant shit on at least one person, because the explosion is pretty ridiculous. Oh, this is a lot of fun, and if you just want to mess around, I'd suggest doing this. So yeah, that's about it. Alright, remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you like this series and want to see more videos from the series, and also send me messages with suggestions for future episodes. See you.
Happy New Year! 2025 going to the rear view as we go headstrong into 2026 with a smile on our face. As of me making this video right now, we're about like an hour out from the New Year's Eve ball dropping in New York. I don't know why I said an hour out. I even looked at the time. It's 9:30 p.m. as of me making this, so pretty substantial rounding down. Doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that ball. That sacred orb convinces people to literally shed themselves of basic dignity and human instinct in order to wait for hours upon hours in the cold temperatures in New York, unmoving, unwavering, just so they can watch it happen in person. And the meta has been for a while, if you attend one of these, you wear a diaper, so that way you don't have to like lose your spot to go find a bathroom to relieve yourself. You just piss and shit yourself right then and there. So every year you see the horror stories and the aftermath about people that literally just fucking bowels explode, asshole prolapses, pee all over the place, all just so they can watch the ball drop. And I had a few friends of mine send me a video, I guess is floating around a lot today, about a guy who got interviewed on his strategy for handling nature's call, and he uses pads. This is actually from a couple years ago, but the meta hasn't changed, and I'll show you a clip from today.
You leave, and you have to use the bathroom or even get water.
You lose your spot.
That's the problem.
So what do you do with the bathroom?
What you do? I'll show you exactly what you do. Okay? Hold on. Let me see. Let me try and find this here.
Okay, now I
see these pads?
Yeah.
You have to pee in these pads. Let me show you.
But you're a man. What do you do if you're a woman?
Everybody's equal. Nobody's any different.
What an inspirational, uplifting message. We're all equal. Nobody's different. If you're there in New York for the ball drop, you're surrounded by piss. It's a goddamn flood of it, and everyone's doing it. You're not cool unless you pee your pants. Men, women, they're all doing it. It's just a matter of what apparatus they're using to catch it. This guy here's got his go-go gadget period pads out for his urine. Lord help us if he has to take a shit. You know that's probably going straight onto the ground, because I don't think the pads are built to handle that kind of heft. But, you know, this is pretty standard procedure for New Year's Eve in New York. For some reason, people have convinced themselves that seeing that ball drop is the most important thing for the start of the upcoming year. So they're willing to usher in the next year with piss and poop in their pants. It blows my mind. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. That is miserable. Not only are you pissing and shitting yourself, but everyone around you is too. You are in a sea of filth. It is a cesspool. You are basically in a communal latrine, diving in there just to watch 60 seconds of a ball dropping in front of you. Now, of course, there's concerts and stuff, but you're probably not seeing those if you're like that guy at the front of the line, you know, barging his way to the very front so he can look at the ball like he's hypnotized by it.
Oh, you just put it in your underwear?
That's exactly
and
what
then
you do.
You switch and you have like bags, like
It stays there. It stays there.
This will hold for the whole day?
You make it will stay for the whole day, yeah.
Oh, this is what you do?
I will be wearing
See?
Diaper.
See?
What?
I'm wearing diaper.
The
See?
diapers?
This is what...
This is not a diaper though. This will not
It works
hold.
too. It works too.
It works?
You're a lady. You should know it
No,
works.
it's not working.
It works.
It's not. I wouldn't try it.
Dude's out here driving the hard sale like he's trying to get a used car off the lot. It's like he's advertising these pads that he's trying to sell them to everyone there. But most people are going by the standard meta protocol of using a diaper, which is very common for this. I just find that so revolting. I think it's so beyond gross and just like embarrassing. I can't imagine a worse way of starting a year, quite like being surrounded by piss and shit while also sporting my own underpants full of piss and shit. And even, let's say, in a fantasy scenario, ideal circumstances, no bubble guts, you've been fasting for 48 hours prepping for this, you haven't drank a sip of liquid for the last 24, so you are able to go through this entire thing, this wait, as well as watching the ball drop, without soiling yourself at all. It's still terrible because everyone around you has. The guy next to you's probably got mud pies in his britches. Person in front of you probably stinking up the place with the fumes from the lemonade they're cooking up in their trousers. Like, it's terrible. I'd be starting the new year in the worst possible mood, putting myself through that torture. I do not get it. I never have. I never will. And like I said, that's a couple years old. You can see in the background, it's talking about bringing in a great 2024. But nothing's changed. This is still very normal for New Year's Eve, it seems. So here's a clip from today.
Are you coming prepared by most people wearing diapers here?
Yeah, I wear a diaper. I'm wearing a diaper now.
Okay, do you have extra just in case anybody needs one?
Yes, I got this. A diaper.
Awesome. So you're able to bless somebody if they did not wear one?
I bless them not peeing, especially in front of me, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out, guys. Hope you guys have a great New Year. Can I get you guys to say Happy New Year?
I gotta tell you, no one is happier about New Year's Eve celebrations than Depends. The executives at the top of the food chain of that company must just be the happiest people on the planet every time New Year's Eve rolls around. Sales skyrocket. But anyway, I mean, if people enjoy it, all power to them, I suppose. I don't personally understand it, but if you're out there right now, piss, poop all over the place, waiting for that ball to drop, Godspeed to you. I hope it's a cherished memory going forward. Hopefully it'll kick off your 2026 in the best possible way. For me personally, I think it's a lot more convenient just to hang around friends and family to start the year off right, being around people you know and love that aren't soiling themselves around you, attacking your senses with their waste fumes. But anyway, 2026, right around the corner. That's about it. So, yep. There are plenty of things I don't like. Traffic, bad drivers, green eggs and ham, and, of course, Nintendo's business practices. That last one I've moaned and groaned on for years, because I love their games, but the way the company is run is the most unfriendly corporation in the gaming space. I don't think they're the greediest, nor do I think they're like the most degenerate or anything. That still firmly belongs to Ubisoft. They wear that crown proudly. I don't know what happens over there at Ubisoft. I guess their workday consists of going in and huffing paint thinner and then eating glue. But it is crazy how out of touch that company is, and everything you could possibly do wrong as a business, they do with a smile on their face. Nintendo is nowhere near that level, but I think Nintendo is just so anti-consumer and very aggressive to the people that love their games. They make incredible games, but they make it abundantly clear they really don't like you to enjoy their products in ways that they don't intend for it to be used. And they are not afraid to bring that fucking hammer down. They throw their meat on the table and say, suck or else. They have many times over the years shut down community events for a variety of reasons. And recently they've put their peepers on a speedrunning charity event called RTA, where they gave them a warning that unauthorized use of the Nintendo games would no longer be permissible by this event. They need Nintendo's permission for them, but they gave them that warning way too late, thus they couldn't get that permission in time. Now, this is an event that's been run for almost a decade now without hiccups. They've run Nintendo games for all these years, and now all of a sudden, Nintendo puts up a big stink about it, saying, whoa, 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 scoundrels, you can't do that, you fucking hooligans, you need our permission for each game here. I guess they just had the itch. They were scratching at their neck looking for something else to shut down from people that love their games, so they went out of their way to target this charity event. And while they're not shutting it down per se, they did just put a big damper on it by forcing the event to have to omit Nintendo games because they didn't get enough time to get Nintendo's permission after receiving their notice. This event's been run for the past 9 years, and then suddenly this time around they received a warning from Nintendo about using games without permission. They do still have hopes that they'll be able to bring Nintendo titles back into this event in the future, but this came so suddenly, way too quickly, that there's no way they can get permission in time for it. Thus, they've had to pull the titles from this upcoming RTA, which starts today. RTA in Japan made the announcement on their website explaining the absence of the titles. Apparently, Nintendo pointed out to the nonprofit on June 13th that organizations require prior permission to use Nintendo games, adding that RTA in Japan's previous use of Nintendo titles was unauthorized, as permission was not obtained in advance. Oh no! That's a big-time crime right there. Unauthorized playing of a Nintendo game. Oh boy. That's some big potatoes right there. But anyway, immediately upon receiving the notification, RTA in Japan began negotiations in the hopes that they could use the titles again for future events, but as of right now, it hasn't really gone anywhere. It's been decided that RTA in Japan will apply for permission on a per-event, per-game basis, basically having to ask Nintendo every single time one of their contestants wants to play through a game, even if it has been featured at previous RTA in Japan event. In their announcement, RTA in Japan revealed that they were unable to establish clear guidelines on this process in time for 2025, hence the omission. They also apologized to everyone who had applied to speedrun Nintendo games for the event. This article then goes on to explain the reaction to this. So at first glance, it seems like overprotective Nintendo picking on a small charity event. However, the majority of Japanese-speaking users commenting on the matter took a balanced view of the situation, or even sided with Nintendo, with many saying they understood why Nintendo had taken this action now. RTA in Japan started off as a small volunteer-run effort. However, over the past few years, it has grown into a large public event with major sponsors, and the organizer is now registered as a general incorporation association with all the bureaucracy and responsibility that brings. The event's growing prominence is likely what made Nintendo sit up and take notice. Some commenters even said RTA in Japan should have been more responsible and proactively taken measures to ensure that they had Nintendo's permission to avoid disruption to speedrun events. Oh my god. I hate this corporate dick sucking. This should be a positive thing, that this small volunteer-run effort has grown into something that generates real meaningful change and help to charitable organizations. This should be a celebration, not like a, well, you got too big, you should have known, you should have went and sucked on Nintendo's titties over there, should have begged to be able to play those games there. You should have known. You're not allowed to just play games on the big screen and try and raise money for charity. That's illegal. And you know what? If Nintendo wants you to ask permission, fine. Why couldn't they have told you that months in advance so that way they could actually go through this process and have them present at the RTA in Japan as they have been for so many years previously? Clearly, June 13th wasn't enough time here. This is apparently a pretty long process. Why did they wait so long? Why not give them this notice at the start of the year or something? Why did they wait until there was no time left to possibly get the negotiations settled and get permission to have them played? Why did they wait so long? Why didn't they make that clear explicitly earlier? If this has become so big and it is already so known that Nintendo games are integral and have been woven deeply into the event, why wouldn't that have been made more clear to the organizers way before it was like at the deadline? It doesn't make sense. It's just so unnecessary to begin with, by the way. I don't think there's any justification or excuse for it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. They are playing your games because they love them and they want to use them as a way of generating positive change in the world. I will never be able to wrap my noodle around the Nintendo perception of every player being an enemy. They treat everyone that touches their game as a threat to their company somehow. Unless you are playing that game privately in your own home at all times, you are viewed as like an actual adversary to them. If you play this game in like a public manner in any way, they will put you under the microscope. It doesn't make sense to me. This is a fucking charity event. Again, if Nintendo wants them to ask permission, fine, but maybe just have that be more of like a collaborative effort at that point. Like, hey, we'd really love if you asked us permission so that way we can be like a big part of this. We love what you're doing with this charity speedrunning event. We love that you love our games. Let us be a part of it. Just talk to us first. As opposed to be like, you need our permission for each individual game, and if not, you cannot have us there. We will come after you. Like, that is such a different tone. If they want this to be more collaborative with permission, fine. But give them that warning sooner, and then also, maybe, like, for this one, they could have been like, hey, I know we didn't tell you this in time. You can still play our games this time around. You'll get, like, our expedited permission for this, but just know, for the following event next year, we would like to go through, like, a deeper negotiation and work more together in order to ensure everything is fully authorized. Like, you didn't need to come in here with the fucking sledgehammer. It's a charity event. It should be something to be celebrated. And overall, it's just so pathetic from Nintendo here. Again, it's your games, sure, you can legally do this, but why do you want to be the biggest douchebag on the planet? They're just a bully. They are now bullying a non-profit charity speedrunning event. Unauthorized use of their games. They're just playing them. They are just playing your games while trying to raise money for a really good cause. What kind of company has an issue with that? They're not stepping on your toes or anything. They just love your games and want to play them, speedrun them, and raise money for a good cause. How does that not fit in line with the Nintendo MO of bringing positivity through this art? It's just crazy to me. And unsurprisingly, I've seen a lot of Nintendo drones defending this, as there always will be. There are people that will fight tooth and nail for the honor of Nintendo as they continuously get spit upon by the company, but they love that spit in their mouth. They live for that shit. They do all their PR for free. So there are people saying that it's not that big of a deal. This is a legal thing, and, they gotta ask permission if they want Nintendo games. They're not shutting them down. They're just saying, you need our permission to play those games. And I know I'm about to repeat myself, but it is just a point that needs to be made, like, strongly. There's, like, no real way to wiggle out of this checkmate here. If it isn't that big of a deal of, like, asking permission from Nintendo to play these games, why did they wait until there was no time left for RTA in Japan to get that permission? Why wouldn't they have given them this warning, this notice, much sooner, so that way they could go through this entire process, go through this whole song and dance that Nintendo requires them to do? It does seem like there's a lot of moving parts to it. Why wouldn't they tell them this and get this going many months ago? This event has become big enough that clearly Nintendo is aware. They could have easily reached out to them and let them know much earlier this year. So that way they would have had time and they would have gotten the permission to be here. Instead, they waited until there was absolutely no time on the clock. They couldn't get the buzzer beater negotiations over the finish line. Thus, they just had to remove the Nintendo games or else face potential punishment. Like, I don't understand how anyone could look at this and think Nintendo's in the right here. Like, if they want you to have to ask permission, fine. But make that clear way in advance so that way they can do that. I don't think there's a strong defense for it. Now, I've made it clear I have no plans of buying Nintendo property again until this company has a drastic overhaul. I know, what a brave hero. But I keep getting asked, like, what do I think of DK Bonanza and all that? I think the game looks great. I have no plans of getting it. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. I have no plans of buying a Nintendo Switch 2. Even though I'm the biggest FromSoft fanboy there is, I am, like, so fucking deep, like, in the hypnotism that I must consume all FromSoft. Their upcoming Switch 2 exclusive game, Duskbloods, still not going to be getting it if Nintendo as a company doesn't change, or at least show that they're willing to work more with the community and go in a better direction. It's shit like this is exactly why. I can't stand it. It's so incredibly unnecessary. It's a speedrunning charity event. I find it so weird how successful companies have been at brainwashing people to side with them always. It's become very common for people to side with a corporation over an individual now. Now, granted, in this case, the speedrunning event, the charity event, is a company too, but it is a non-profit organization that solely is doing this to generate money for a charitable good cause, using products that they own to make a positive impact. And somehow people are still going against them, blaming them, saying that they were in the wrong, just because Nintendo said so. Because Nintendo reached out at the last minute saying, no, you can't play our games because you didn't get our permission. You need to get our permission. Let's start. When there was no time to start and finish that negotiation. Thus, they had to get rid of those games, which are a big part of the event, apparently. I just don't know how people can be at this point where all of a sudden they look at that and be like, yeah, Nintendo was super right. It's just super weird to me. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. That guy's got the fucking iron jaw right there.
We are the IL. We are the IL. We are the IL, and we would like to be of service to you today, if we can, in any form, in any
Looks like the Crimson Chin out here.
That we're going to be having consensual sex with these extraterrestrials.
Fuck yeah! When do we go to the Citadel with, you know, all the other races,
sort of,
Krogans, Solarians, and shit?
From what I understand, they view us as basically completely insane. When they see us,
I can't imagine why. If aliens are actually talking to us and this is their vessel, I imagine they have the worst impression of us.
Create money to me as Tahini Ra. He's almost like
this guy's not even like an alien whisperer. He's like a Tinder for aliens. Like he's our Tinder, and the aliens are swiping left on us, unfortunately.
But what I'd like to talk about today is how it affected my consciousness. Do
you have any proof? Sorry to use that word around these parts, but how do I know you actually contacted the Yayeli?
Bringing in the IL, bringing in the IL.
Oh, he raps.
Move
over, Lil Nas. We got a new #1. Get out of here, Old Town Road. I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna see Juice WRLD commented.
Greetings, friends of the universe. Today we are going to talk about the Yahyel extraterrestrial race. Who are the
How many of you knew about the Yahyel? You guys were trying to keep this a secret from me, weren't you? You didn't want me to open my third eye.
They are part of our galactic
Where did you guys get these?
Very similar to us.
Did they send you this picture?
Appearance, together with full and graceful race of hybrid beings, which consider us as
now, this is like an advertisement for Christian Mingle.
Since our DNA is the
it's like Alita Battle Angel eyes and shit.
Makeup. That are part of our collective as well.
What is this pose?
Can be a little more different than
did they catch a mid-Fortnite dance? Just keep.
Is around 300 years.
They're only 5'5"?
They have 5 fingers on their hands.
Fuck humans. I'm going for Yahyel girls. I'll be a god amongst them.
With larger pupils.
I'm 5'6", bitch. Oh my god. I will rule the Yahyel.
Is green or blue, but
take it easy, Earth virgins. I'm out.
The Yahyel extraterrestrial are beings that are connected to the infinite. In that connection,
isn't that just like a bad Second Life avatar for the lady from Lord of the Rings?
Not only that of the Yahyel, Sasani,
the omniscient elf lady that I'm blanking on her name.
They help us realize the magnificent and loving beings that we actually are.
Here's another dank Lord of the Rings reference. That looks like Gollum.
As
a Yahyel, of course.
Unfolds,
actually, it just looks like Gollum,
more information
really.
About their
no
history,
Yahyel DNA found there, just Tolkien
and more
DNA.
Information about where we come. This is the Yahyel symbol, with which can be used to access the Yahyel collective consciousness.
How the fuck do you use that symbol to access the consciousness? Put it in Notepad? And then I just have like a fucking acid trip into their consciousness?
We now have access to achieve
You download the app.
They chose the
Yeah, I
symbol
scan the
because it
QR code to
represents
jack
the idea
in.
of a
It's the
triangle.
only way to communicate with them.
A triad as unfinished and incomplete. They say it symbolizes
Okay, everyone try
the idea
visualizing that
they
symbol
will
and
not
see if you
be
can communicate
complete
with them.
until they are reunited.
Ah, don't
with
come in
their
your pants
human
too hard.
family, which is not only
Oh, I'm
us,
getting
the
a
Earth
conscious
humans,
signal
but
from a
also
Yael.
other human
They're
races.
saying they won't come
If you
until
often
everyone
see
subs
the
to
symbol
twitch.tv/voicecritical.
in meditations, deep mindful.
This looks like a man that's channeled more than one Yael in his lifetime.
Who are happy
Don't
to give us
objectify the
information
Yael, they're more than
and
just
aid us in
titties.
our ascension and spiritual growth.
They're big
and
eyes,
simply
too.
to exchange knowledge. We know this has been a long and hard journey for nearly all
How do
of
I
you.
know this came from
It
a
has been hard,
Yael?
bumpy ride, but there has been
Do you have like a
some joys
signature
along the
signed
way.
Mr. Yael?
We know
Ishua
that
of the
many of
Yael,
you are
perhaps?
tired, and some are on these limitations, and it is now started. In the year of 2012,
What?
you
Oh, is this
have
what the
reached
Mayan calendar was
critical edge.
predicting?
Your planet just got
The
over
end of
7
Earth
billion
because the
people,
Yael
and
make
you
us
are
come
now
too
more
hard or something?
positive than negative.
Nature. And with that in mind, dear one, in what way would you most enjoy moving
Is he
forward
blind?
together in
They
this
say
farewell
Yael
time?
channelers actually willingly stabbed out their own eyes in order to only see the collective Yael consciousness. He's a hero.
Familiar with the Earth humans in your planet? We then are of another planetary location.
Can you get some? I don't want to talk
And
to
in
Ishua
that,
anymore.
we
Can you get someone
actually
else on the
have
line?
Origination.
I don't like
of
his
more than
attitude.
one planet. There are.
Doesn't matter, because again, as we are willingly sharing our love with each and every single one of you, one way or another, there will be other aspects of
How are they
yourselves
sharing their
that
love?
will
I've never met a
achieve
Yael.
state of realization in regards
Ishua's
to
never
state of
talked to
growth.
me in a wet dream or
Is
something.
there a particular goal to us and allowing yourselves to expand divinely?
Brad, just
The whole
hang up on
idea-
Adronis. Tell him I'm not interested. No soliciting. Let's go back to Ishua.
This is commonly known as channeling.
What is this? The Yael took a pedophile? They communicate to us through our sex offenders? Jesus. E.T. encounters, explore the fear. That's like a tagline for a WWE cage match. This Sunday, the Yael are bringing some fat boners to the octagon. Explore the fear. Guh? I'd hit you with that Banjo-Kazooie because we got a wacky one coming in hot today. Over the years, I've made quite a few videos clowning on those promo videos or PR material, PR campaign type pitches from really out-of-touch politicians where they're trying to do something, but they're like extremely bad at it. It's very clear they're really unfamiliar with what they're doing, so it's all just really fake and performative. Like that one politician who was pretending to fill up his truck, and it was abundantly clear he had no fucking clue how to pump his own gas. I don't remember who that was now at this point. But I've always enjoyed laughing at those things, and today I saw a really interesting one here from Christy Gnome that had me giggling.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
Now, I know this video isn't super new. It's from 2025, but a buddy of mine sent it to me, and I've just been kind of giggling about it, so I wanted to yap. It's just so comical. I couldn't resist here. This drooling moron is pointing the gun directly at that dude's head. I can't believe this shit wasn't shut down immediately. Immediately. It's just so embarrassing. This is absurd. And I bet there's probably a lot of cope out there from people saying, no, I bet it's not actually pointed at the guy's head. It probably clears it. We just can't really tell from the camera angle. But I would argue, wiggling my finger, we can actually tell a lot from the camera angle and also from that dude's response to it, his reaction to it, because it seems like he noticed and side-eyed it and took a little bit of an uncomfortable shimmy backwards, and even then I don't think he fully got out of line with the muzzle. This is still, at the end of the day, something you just don't do. Like, I feel like most people, even their first time handling a gun, would most likely not point it directly down the fucking gullet of their friend next to them. I imagine most people's instinct would be to like point it away from them, like most people would do it at the ground. That's like the normal thing to do. So like, what the fuck is this? Has she just had so much filler put into her face over the years that some of it has started to seep through the blood-brain barrier and she gave herself a lobotomy? Like, this is just nuts. It just feels extremely performative, and it makes me feel like she's never actually handled a gun in her life outside of the time she shot her dog. No one who has had any level, even the most, like, rudimentary understanding of firearms would do what she is doing here. And the agent to her left noticed it, looked a little freaked out for a second, then took like a slight step back to maybe get the barrel a little outside of his fucking temple that it was pointed at. But I mean, I can't believe they didn't shut that shit down. Are they paying attention? Like, are they lucid? Like, I don't know how that was allowed to persist throughout the entire video. Even if the gun is not loaded, it doesn't matter. The very first rule of handling firearms, and this doesn't matter if you're John Wick or fucking Paul Cheeseburger that just happened to go to a local gun range, the very first rule of handling firearms is to treat every gun as if it were loaded. And boy howdy, let me tell you, you'll never guess what the second rule of firearm safety is that Christy just wipes her whole asshole with. Don't point a gun at something you don't intend to destroy. It doesn't matter your level of experience. These two things, the first and second rule, are drilled into your head immediately upon any kind of training or any kind of course, or if you even just went for 30 minutes with your frat brothers to a fucking shooting range, they hammer these points home because they are so important. I can't imagine a world where someone handles a gun without knowing at least these two things. Even if you've never shot a gun, you have probably heard both of these rules before. They are that popular and that well known. And yet, here she is, pointing a gun at that dude's noodle right next to her. It's crazy, and it really makes me question what their training must look like if they're letting this clown march in there and flag him like that for the entire duration of the video. It's so painfully cringe. Even if she just like quickly Googled how to handle a rifle or asked AI like, hey Grok, how do I handle a rifle for this promo video I'm filming? The first two things it will tell you, most likely, are to treat it as though it's loaded, even if it's not, and to not point it at something you don't intend to shoot. I actually just tried it myself. I don't use AI for anything, but Google has the AI overview on everything that you search, so I just typed in how to handle a rifle, and literally the first two things it says: handle a rifle safely by always treating it as loaded, keeping the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. It's so embarrassing. I guess she'd been watching some action movies or maybe reading comic books, so wanted to strike a cool pose that she might have saw somewhere there. And like the agent next to her pointing in the same direction, but I can't imagine there's like a 7-foot tall dude right next to him that's getting the fucking muzzle like straight down his gullet like he is here from her. So I can't imagine he's flagging anyone off camera. But Christy, hooey, she clearly is. In front of God and anime, we can see that she is flagging this man like a motherfucker. I can't believe they wouldn't teach her just like the basic fundamentals of handling a weapon. Like not even muzzle awareness or anything, so they just let her flag him for the whole video. And I know I've just used that term multiple times in quick succession. I'll briefly explain what it means. I've been on a real revolver kick recently, so this is my newest one. It's a Smith & Wesson 45. It's unloaded. I would never point a loaded weapon at you, but it's this. That was me flagging you. You noticed how the muzzle pointed directly at you there? I've heard one person refer to it as sweeping, but I was taught flagging, so that's always been the nomenclature I use. So when you flag someone, it's when you unintentionally point the muzzle of a firearm at them. It's a big no-no. As you can imagine, it's something people take pretty seriously because no one wants to get shot. And in this video, it is so fucking obvious Christy has no clue what she is doing. Obviously what you're supposed to do, and it doesn't take some kind of enlightened super genius intellect to put this puzzle together, you're supposed to point a firearm in a safe direction. So typically, that'll be people pointing it at the ground, which is exactly what Christy should have done in this video here, but instead she wanted to hit the goddamn Yosemite Sam here, just blasting the muzzle right at that dude's skull. I cannot believe nobody stopped her from doing that, and I can't believe that guy noticed it and then still let it continue. He just took like a slight step back, but he still didn't even fully get out of the way from the muzzle, it doesn't seem. It's such a fucking disaster here of incompetence. Now, if she was completely alone and she wants to hold the gun like that, okay, I suppose. I'm guilty of doing that too. I have a picture of me when I cosplayed as John Wick with my AR where I'm pointing it in the air on the back of a fucking dirt bike. But I was completely alone in that photo. There was no one around me. And so, like, that one's a little bit different than her pointing it right at that guy's head. Anyway, though, just wanted to make fun of this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to like an almost comical degree. Like, this would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from like a game development student in college making this as like a, I don't know, project piece for class, never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Palworld, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pair, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pair might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Palworld. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pair was very inspired not only by Palworld itself, but even the studio's name. They wanted to take inspiration from almost one-to-one. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Palworld uses on their Steam page because they lifted that bitch almost one-to-one as well. Dive into a vast uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Palworld describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey, Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin?" It's, pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name, to me, already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar, and it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Palworld situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking one-to-one elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Palworld, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No, that just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. This is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, it's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Pal World and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe? Is the idea? Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. Pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pal World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmin. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog. Or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on, like, a faux hawk or something and said, no, that can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmin, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmin. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess. Based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. This is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations, including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There is even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him like weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power. And in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. He is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it. But she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, if she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there, considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma, giving him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by, because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs, so turn around for me. You have to put me in handcuffs?
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers' necks to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
You know what you're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience with a child.
What she said while Jesse was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? Like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here? I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program, and they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for. So that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. See ya. Can you guess the emotion I'm feeling right now based on my face? Is it painted all over me? If you guessed refreshed, you'd be correct. It is refreshing to see a horror movie that finally lives up to the hype. I just got back from seeing Hokum and I really enjoyed it. Going into it, I saw all of the stellar reviews saying how great it is, and surprisingly, it didn't tiptoe over the edge like a lot of horror movies love to do, where they just slap, scariest movie ever made, hope you brought your diaper, you're gonna be pooping, it's turbo extreme spookiness, that kind of thing, like Longlegs. And I know I've spit on that a lot, because I think it is just the perfect example. I think it is the epitome of this overhyped, exaggeratory marketing that horror movies are really leaning into these days. Longlegs was just but the advertising would lead you to believe that it's scarier than hell itself, that it was opening a fucking portal to the underworld or something. And a lot of movies now have been doing that pretty routinely, and it's just become a big pet peeve of mine. It is just so fucking annoying how just generic horror movies now just lean into this marketing of, you're gonna fart with fear, you're gonna be sucking your thumb for the rest of your life thinking about this movie, it's gonna traumatize you, don't see it, it's too scary, that kind of shit. I'm ranting about that again, can't help myself. The point is, Hokum didn't have that around it. The reviews were just extremely positive about how well shot it was and just how great it was at being unnerving and intense, and how well Adam Scott played his character here. And all of that I agree with. I think this was a really good movie. And interestingly enough, Hokum is... we're going to get into some spoilers here. I'm not going to do like major spoil... Well, maybe I'll do that. Spoiler warning. I don't know how deep into spoilers I'll get, but in order to talk about some things, we got to get into spoilers. Spoiler warning. The movie revolves around a witch that is supposedly trapped in the honeymoon suite of this very peculiar hotel. And they make that pretty clear early on, and in the advertising you can see that there's a supernatural element to this horror movie, but what really surprised me is that that's not the meat and potatoes here. This is actually more of a murder mystery than anything, with supernatural elements that are thrown in, like woven throughout it, really seamlessly, and it's great. It's like a really good marriage of murder mystery plus just genuinely good horror. Like, it does rely on a lot of jump scares, but they didn't feel cheap or anything. It actually just complemented the entire atmosphere they built up of this murder mystery really well. So I thought that was very cool. They introduced some interesting characters. Adam Scott plays a writer who's a real asshole. And you spend most of the movie kind of rooting against him. You're like, okay, when's the witch gonna fuck this guy? And by the end of it, you're like, oh, please, I hope everything works out okay, that kind of thing. They do a good job of making you care and fleshing out these characters. Even like a wacky guy in the forest named Jerry, he gets quite a bit to do. He's a cool character. It does a lot that I didn't expect it to do. I was expecting, based on the previews, or the trailers and the reviews, it would mainly just be like a horror movie about a witch, that kind of thing, just doing like creepy witch shit. But it's not. That is definitely there, and when it's there, it's done well. They do try and put a different kind of spin on it to a certain degree using the folklore, which I appreciated. It's not the most unique thing you'll ever see when it comes to that, but it's done effectively. I also really appreciate that there's no stupid characters, per se. No characters are making, like, really dumb decisions. Like, there's even a moment where they basically do like a video game puzzle, like some shit you'd see out of like Resident Evil or something, where Bowman, Adam Scott's character, has to brainstorm and come up with a good plan on how to utilize a dumbwaiter without just trapping himself and basically game over there. And the solution was really creative. I just appreciated that, because usually a lot of horror movies rely on characters being super stupid. Here, not so much the case. That being said, there is something in the very beginning of the movie. He is writing a story, and it is reaching its conclusion. And there is a glass bottle with a very important item inside. And the character and a child that's traveling with them are in the desert, and they reach their destination, but then he realizes he can't open that bottle to get the piece of paper inside of it out. So his plan is pretty morbid. He believes the only way to open it is to break it on the skull of the child. So he was going to bash his skull with the glass bottle in order to break the glass to get the item out. And I think that's just a little silly. And this is something kind of important to the film because it shows Bowman's outlook. He has been through something very traumatic, so he views everything as just having bleak endings. And that's a point he makes to a waitress at that hotel while he's drinking. He's describing the ending of that story, and she says how bleak it is, and he's like, yep, that's how everything goes. And this is a perspective that he has carried his whole life after that incident that happened in his past. And even at the end of the movie, as things change and the ending of this book maybe gets altered in certain ways, it is still reflective of his outlook, and that's why it's something that's kind of important to the overall film. But even in the end, the solution of bashing the bottle on the skull is still the only thing that the characters thought of there. And I just thought that was really silly. Immediately what came to mind is, why the fuck would you decide that the only way to break that glass bottle is by killing your child there with it, breaking it on their skull? If that is the let's just assume the sand is way too soft and there's nothing you can do to like stomp on it to break it, because the sand would just absorb all the energy. It wouldn't actually like explode the glass. There's obviously no rocks around them because they were looking for a rock, couldn't find a rock. The skull is not the only part of the human body. Like, you could do like elbows, you could do knee. I feel like there's 100 other ways of breaking the glass there that doesn't involve just bashing someone's skull and to hopefully break it. So I had to just suspend disbelief there and just write it off as, well, it's because he wanted it to be a bleak ending, and that's why that's the only solution that he could come up with. But I feel like when he was talking with the waitress, he made it sound like it's the only logical one too, thus everything has to be bleak because it's only logical that it's all bleak, that kind of thing. When really, if you just think about it for a handful of seconds, you can come up with multiple other solutions. Like, fuck, you could have someone hold that glass bottle and then you kick it. Like, there's a bunch of ways to break it. Like, genuinely, a bunch of ways to break it that aren't that one. So that was the only time where I was like, okay, that's a little silly, that's a little stupid. Everything else the characters do, I think, is very smart. And I know that actually flies in the face of some reviews that say that the characters are really dumb. And then they point out things that genuinely I feel like they didn't even watch the movie. So like one of the things is, he didn't even try and break any windows. He's in the honeymoon suite, which is at the very top of this hotel, and the windows are completely fucking boarded up. There's only one that's accessible that we can see in the film that has some holes in what's blocking it, and he looks through the window. That's how he sees, like, Jerry's there. How's he breaking that? And also, even if he did pull it off, then what? It's abandoned. Everyone's out because it's closed for the season, so then what? It wouldn't do anything. Everything he was doing, I think, made sense in trying to get out there. He tried the door, the little secret door, even started unscrewing it using a knife. He used the dumbwaiter to try and see if there was a way out through this secret basement. He then used the manual pulley system in order to ring the bell to try and get someone's attention for help. Everything he was doing felt pretty smart in trying to get out of there. Like, I don't think the characters made standard shitty horror movie character decisions. I actually think for the most part it was pretty sound. I don't have any complaints in that department at all. The only other complaint that I have is that I do think that when they showed the witch, it wasn't really creepy. It was a little silly. Like, all the scenes with the witch, like, creeping up and doing, like, freaky shit, I thought was good and unnerving. But then when they just show you the witch and she's taking prisoners, it takes all of the oomph out of it. It's no longer scary, and then there's, like, CGI demon things as well, and it gets just a little wonky. So I didn't think that was overly amazing there. I think it was better when they weren't just showing you the witch outright or anything like that. But yeah, anyway, like I said, I enjoyed Hokum, and I do think it lives up to the hype, where it's very realistic hype of, this is a good horror movie that has very interesting shots in it, which it does. It has some really cool shots in this film. I think they did a good job of keeping things very interesting, especially during some of its tension-building moments that they do break that tension with a jump scare, but I think they kind of earned it with what they were setting up for the most part, so I don't have, like, an issue with that. Like I said, I enjoyed it. That's really about it. So yeah. When it comes to the wonderful world of cinema, there's only one universal truth: that The Mummy with Brendan Fraser is the best movie to ever hit the big screen. Aside from that, shit's wild. People have all types of different perspectives and opinions on movies, as well they should. However, there's one very incorrect opinion on movies: that they can't have a good villain. Where if your villain isn't just like a comical mustache-twirling bad Dr. Robotnik, then your villain is problematic and a plague on society. Not a new movement or anything, but with the new Joker movie, this whole perspective has been cranked up to the 10th level, engaging deep space turbo hyperdrive shit. People are outraged about the Joker being a well-designed villain and the protagonist of the movie. This is something we've talked about on the podcast, but I keep getting emails about it and being asked about it during streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, and I thought, fuck it, I'll make a video talking about it, because I do feel kind of passionately about this. I like when a movie does something different. Having a villain as a protagonist, it's not different. Shit happens all the time. That's a very common thing. But for some reason, in this case, it's totally different, because now it's the Joker. It's too extreme now. The Joker's gonna unite all the incels together, forming like a Voltron force of pure virgin weird energy. These incels are gonna watch Joker and be inspired to stop sniffing Dorito powder with the lights off in their hentai masturbatorium, to go out in society and be degenerates. It's just such a fucking reach. And when I say people are outraged, it's mainly journalists, and journalist is a very generous term for what their profession is these days. At this point, they're basically just tweet compilers where they'll grab a random fucking tweet and write 2 sentences about it and slap it on an article. That's the whole goddamn thing. But we live in a society meme, unfortunately, where people can't separate fiction from reality. There's just this good chunk of people, the same chunk that argues video games cause violence, and if you play one violent video game, you're 60 times more likely to go down the street and slap someone's ass and call them a noob. It's this idea where you become what you interact with. You can't separate the fiction from yourself. When you watch a movie, you become the protagonist, you get inspired by the protagonist. For all intents and purposes, you are relating very hard to the character. So in this case, they feel the Joker being the villain here, a very bad villain, people are going to become that very bad villain because they're watching him on the screen. It's pretty sad how journalists think people as a whole are so fucking stupid that they shouldn't be allowed near anything negative because they might take it on themselves. And yes, I know people have been inspired by shit, including the Joker before, to do horrible things, but that's just psychopath people, outliers. People got inspired by fucking Slender Man to try and murder people. There's nothing you can do if someone is a psychopath and susceptible to something like that. You shouldn't just restrict the whole idea of presenting a villain that's well written. It's just very restrictive and just so fucking stupid, and it's insulting to culture as a whole. It's the same arguments people made over a decade ago where they were saying Marilyn Manson is the one who's causing people to worship the devil. If you play Marilyn Manson's music backwards, you can hear Satan farting on the track, and it's brainwashing the youth to have them kill themselves and commit heinous crimes in society. Get rid of Marilyn Manson quick. It's like they just want to wash away anything that's not fucking Paw Patrol and Finger Family videos. And people say this a lot. There used to be a time where if you didn't like something, you'd just say, hey, that wasn't for me. I'm not going to see that. I'm not going to promote it or anything like that. But that's never been a time in our history. Anytime someone doesn't like something, they rally very hard against it. Even a decade ago with GTA Vice City, there was a huge movement of mothers against GTA, where they'd say, this cannot happen, my son's gonna go out, steal cars, and fuck bitches all the time and commit crime. And they'd try and lobby to get GTA taken off the stores. It's always been there. It's always been a part of our society, where if you don't like something, it's not enough to just say, not for me, didn't like it, won't really be sharing it with anyone. It's always been, didn't like it, gotta go, censor it, get the fuck out of here. It's not allowed to be out there because I didn't like it. And I think that's the worst mentality to have. I think it's very important to say, I didn't like it, but I can see why people would like it, and they should have the option to see if it's something that's for them. Just wasn't for me. I wish it was more accepting in that capacity, but it's never been like that. And I don't know why people look on it like the glory days, where all of a sudden people were so accepting of, yeah, I didn't like it, that's fine, you can like it. That's never been the fucking case. I'd argue now that's more the case than it's ever been. But you see all of this, since everyone's so connected on Twitter and shit, you're constantly being shown these fringe media posts and people going really hard against something and lobbying really hard to get something taken down. So you see it more often, but I would say it's not as prevalent as an issue as it used to be. Which is a great thing, I suppose, but the Joker one is a little different. This one's pretty fucking massive. And when I say most people, I am once again referring to like the same usual suspects, you know, your fucking Vices and shit like that, writing these clickbaity pieces about why the Joker is going to be the one that leads to World War III, as if this fictional character has that kind of real-world implication possibility. It's just silly. It's fucking silly, and that is my perspective on the Joker drama. I think people need to be more ready to open themselves up to maybe something a little different. In this case, it's not even fucking different. It's just a villain as a main character. He just happens to be a pretty well-known villain and a pretty well-written villain. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Shudder again. Let's do this shit. I have a plan. A plan that'll make Hannibal Smith seem like an amateur. It's the same thing I was trying last time, except I'm hoping for a different result. Your privacy is fuck. Follow my scent. Now, according to Sun Tzu's Art of War, he should surrender any moment now. He used his cloaking. I'm going for it. Ah, he shit me. I'm going for it. Just hustle. Hustle. Yes! I did it! What the fuck is this? I did the impossible and I'm rewarded with solitary confinement? Well, now I'm in quite a predicament. Because if I stay here, I've got all ass cheeks to shit and nowhere to go. But if I try and open the door, I get impaled by Santa's little helper. I'm just gonna open the door, fuck it. It seems this wall is my ally. Alright, while he's got him distracted. I'm going for it, let's do it! You son of a bitch. And to think I once called that wall my comrade. Maybe I don't use the keys on that door. Maybe I just keep Crackshot McAss locked behind it. They probably go to the door back here. That's the only other thing I can think of. That's gotta be it. Prepare yourself, door. You're about to be opened. Abracadabra. There we go, it's opened! How many times have you seen a door open? That person is split in half. Alright. 3 days earlier. Or perhaps 3 days ago. See sad move. What is this cryptic message? See sad movie? Is that what it's supposed to be? Oh. It's about time. I've been trying to figure out how to do that since I started playing this. What's this? My newest case, Penny Hill Asylum. What are the odds? I was just there. Nothing unusual to report. Case closed. Enter to use. Go fuck yourself. F for vision. Where were these hints when I needed them? They're not that helpful now. I already know this shit. You sneezed! Quickly, somebody get him a tissue, it's not too late. But it will be if we don't turn on the 1950s television. Your one-stop shop for anything relating to tissues. I don't use it much, just for the news. Bitch, you might want to make an exception. Otherwise, tomorrow's top story will be man explodes due to absence of tissue post-sneeze. Is that what you want? Fuck. The door's locked? Alright, most people keep their keys in the refrigerator. I can't open the refrigerator? What the fuck is this? Is this an apartment for holes and asses? And then they mingle and then you got whole asses? And I'm not talking about holes of asses, I'm talking about like the whole ass of asses. Splendid, I can't pick up the car keys. Alright. Can I open this pirate's treasure chest? I don't know why I thought I could do that. Awesome. noisy floorboard. Looks like I'm gonna have to call the demolition crew to eradicate the house. T for motion. Alright, that is actually new information. I didn't know that. I don't know what it does, I don't know how it helps, but it's new information. What just happened? My sleep wasn't peaceful though. This is horrible handwriting. Who wrote that? A swan? Why am I standing on the bed? C to crouch. Alright, I guess my head's hitting the ceiling. Okie dokie. Not sure what's going on here. That damn sound waked me up. Wait a minute. Why am I gradually looking towards the ceiling? I'm in a dream. This isn't real. You're damn right this isn't real. You got flowers on your ceiling. That shit doesn't happen in reality. Nobody puts flower wallpaper on their ceilings. Oh good, the shitter, finally. Just what I needed. Some sense of normality. Time for the morning shit. Although it seems the wall's already beaten me to it, it doesn't matter. Stick to tradition. Good squatting. There we go. Good technique. Top of the morning to you. You here to watch me shit, or do you need to take a shit of your own? Feel free to take a shit whenever you'd like. It's right here at your disposal. To release your disposal. At least they were being respectful, looking at the wall instead of my wiener flopping around while I'm taking a shit. Alright, time to wash my hands. Not sure why the mirror's shining a flashlight in my face, but I guess it has its reasons. They must be shy to take a shit around me. I'll go ahead and leave them to their privacy. Oh shit, I'm sorry! I just bonked them with the door. I'm sorry, ma'am. Alright. Enjoy your shitting time. I'm just gonna go into the kitchen and whip something up for breakfast. Alright, you filthy sack of mucus, where'd you hide the key? I know I didn't lock the door, which means only you could have. Is it in this drawer? It is not. You know what? I'm just gonna interrogate them myself. Alright, come on. Where are you hiding it? Peekaboo, I see you. Give me the key. Not budging, huh? Let's see if a little game of open that door a little faster than usual changes your mind. Are you enjoying this activity? Do you like getting hit in the back by a door that's moving at high speeds? You can make the anguish stop by just giving me the key. Alright, fuck it. They're not gonna tell me where the key is, and I'm gonna give them a concussion they won't remember anyway. Maybe it's behind this mirror? Or maybe I vomit on the mirror and it reveals a map? Is this it right here? Or is this a pair of scissors? Nope, that's the key. There it is. The twisted fuck put the key on the sink. That is a draconian hiding spot. You are a foul creature. Here's one for the road, bitch. If you're writing a letter to your family, tell them you put the keys on the sink. They'll tell you you're no longer a human. What is going on in this hallway? Looks like a lot of titties here. Except all these titties aren't on human beings. They're on headless, armless, legless action figures. Pardon me, titties, just trying to get to the kitchen. Alright, they are setting some incredible picks right now. I cannot even make it to the hoop. What does that say? Shift to run? I'm trying, coach, but the offensive line is too strong. Somebody toss me a scooter and I'll bulldoze my way through this gauntlet. Fucking. I'm trying to make it to the wall to go around them, but they're going horizontal to stop me. They're not even pretending to care about the simple physics that govern our world. I'm almost through. I'm almost there. Just give it a push. There we go. Fucking right there. Yes! Made it. Oh shit, gravity's been turned off. It's fighting. I can take it. Oh shit. The ceiling wanted a piece of the action. Alright. Q and E to peek. Good. Shaking my head from side to side. Why is there a mummy on the counter? It doesn't matter. Hey bartender, drinks all around. Now it's a party. Oh shit, the TV's on. Let's see what we got on today's broadcast. There's even an arrow pointing to it. Your fuck? I assume you finished your shitting if you're over here watching my television without even asking permission. Where the hell am I now? It looks like they dropped your ass in a room. The television's on though, so let's see what we can watch on there. Flip through the channels. You son of a bitch. The TV's still on, don't give up yet. We will watch something on this television set. We will do it. You piece of shit! Still on, still trying, we're gonna watch something on this bitch. This is the most rebellious television I have ever come across in my life. Every time I just try and flip on some TV program. This shouldn't be so difficult to watch something on television. Why is there legs over there? They must have been trying to watch something on the same television set. Oh, hey, oh, fuck. I got right up next to it, just about to change the channel, and it teleports me. Alright, let's try again. Damn it! The room is always just a little bit different, but the TV is always an asshole. Poor guy was just trying to watch some TV. Oh my goodness. Oh shit, what is... Did I complete the game? Yes! I completed the entire game! I completed it! Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
133 mile per hour police chase ends in total chaos. Is everyone okay in here? At 133 miles per hour, I would wager probably not. That's like de-atomizing levels of speed if you crash. Everyone's okay. It's a must-watch? Okay. Are you sure he's okay? You told me it's okay, and they just set up some really not looking okay players here. Are we sure? I'm no longer convinced. There is a huge semi and a man on the road in the middle of the warpath here. How confident are we that everyone's okay? He parries it. Okay, if you say so. I don't know how he squeezes his way out of that one.
In Escambia County, troopers with the Florida Highway Patrol were conducting routine traffic enforcement 1 mile east of the Alabama-Florida state line. Sounds like it's out of 7 Deadly Sins. A trooper noticed a vehicle with illegal window tinting. He had...
Now throw the green shell behind you. Man, he's spinning those tires. Man, we're just doing donuts out here. Man, oh, good lord, how many officers are in there? Holy. That sign just barely got away with its life. Sorry, can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of a 133 mile per hour pursuit. Oh. Oh, they're scaring him. A pit maneuver at that speed would probably send that fucking car to space. 129. A casual stroll. Oh shit! 1031. Oh, there's not a whole lot of space there. Yep, he's gonna have to go in the grass. Oh! Shit! Oh, whoa! Was that on purpose, you think? I bet that guy was just like peeking over like, man, what's the holdup up there? Son of a bitch! Holy! Damn! Oh, maybe the 133 mile per hour chase starts now on foot. That guy was zooming. Oh no! Oh, it was a miscommunication! The officer forgot he had cocaine in his fucking chest pocket. Oh, it's chaos. It's chaos.
Bravo, Mike. Looks like a gray shirt.
Oh, what a disaster. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong all at once. No one hit the brakes in that guy's car. Now it's going to just go all the way to the other side, cause an accident. Oh, boy. Yep, there she goes. Oh, God, officers exchanging paint with it. Oh, boy. Escambia, come on. What are we doing? That is... Oh, good heavens. Jesus Christ.
Send the dog! Send the dog! Ranger, moving.
Oh, God. Oh, for 2 on the K9 unit today, unfortunately. That's gonna be a turn in your badge and gun type moment right there, I think. Attacked one of the officers and then went straight to the something over there by the tree. Oh boy. Then they had to get a different dog on the case. This guy came in there with like the pseudo Goldberg spear technique. A little high though. Oh, this is the officer that got bit? 10-15. This officer that got bit. What the hell happened? Did he also get like a confusion debuff or something as well? Because he has been like in a trance-like state ever since. He's so stunned. Can't believe Ace did that. Yeah, it looks like everyone was okay. What do you know? Good news!
Makes you think it was a good idea to run, man. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Your arm doesn't affect your legs. So stand up.
The scene of an accident and reckless driving. The charge of reckless driving was later dropped. A judge...
Of all the charges... What? Oh, I guess this is the... Okay. I didn't see this one at the top. I guess they just wanted to stick with that one instead, but I feel like reckless driving could have also stuck around. I feel like you got pretty strong evidence on the old reckless driving, I gotta be honest with you.
Working through the system when he was arrested again on December 4th, 2023, this time for murder and attempted murder. According to the arrest report, Isaiah and his brother allegedly met a group of 3 men to buy an ounce of marijuana. During the transaction, Isaiah grabbed the weed and ran while the victims gave chase. After the victims rounded a corner, gunfire erupted, leaving 1 person in the group dead from gunshot wounds. Isaiah also bragged about being internet famous due to running from the cops and being bit by a canine.
What a fucking loser.
Isaiah and his 18-year-old brother, who was accused of firing the shots, were both arrested and are currently awaiting trial without bond. Isaiah Colley is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Wow. That took a turn at the end. All that for an ounce. That is crazy. The things people will throw their lives away for. He also had an AK. What, like in his car? Oh, I guess there's a little more at the end. I thought it was over.
You know what's also super cool? When you catch your dog and no sleeve.
Man, you just gotta let that go, brother. Accidents happen. It was the heat of the moment. Dog made a judgment call. This one out.
On May 26, 2023 in Harford County, Maryland, 38-year-old Michael Stevens II was released from the Harford County Detention Center after posting bail related to a theft charge. Later that same day, just down the road, Stevens came across a 1986 5-ton military truck.
Oh, the temptation. Oh no, the stars were aligning.
And decided to steal the vehicle, triggering a pursuit.
What a great day.
Deputies had seen before.
And then I got off the truck and he's like, wait, he came towards me head on.
Jesus. That could be anyone. We don't know that's him yet. That could be anyone's military truck.
5-ton truck actually weighs more than 10 tons by itself. The 5-ton rating refers to how much cargo it can carry off-road, not its own weight. These trucks were designed to move troops and equipment through rough terrain, and they're built to keep going, even when damaged. The frame and suspension are heavy, the drivetrain is built for torque, and the oversized tires are reinforced to survive long distances on uneven ground. All of that combines to make this pursuit unlike anything we've ever published in the entire history of this channel.
Yeah, this is quite a recipe for disaster. This guy literally left jail this same day, by the way. He said, man, can't wait to go back. Is that a military truck?
I just want somebody
I got a plan.
to with stop 6 just in case he gets on so we can deploy.
Anybody have stop 6 in the area?
Looks like he's going to take 95 south from 24.
Looks like he's taking 95 southbound from 24.
Hey, watch the back. It's going to be debris falling out the back of the bed.
Man, you try and pit maneuver that thing and your car blows up. I think pit maneuver's off the table for this one. We're gonna have to get him with the classics. Throwing knives out of the window to pop the tires. Circus style.
All right, I'm on it. Somebody get on 95 south just past 1.
Speed to 55.
Speed to 55.
So far, nothing's flown off the back yet.
152 with stop 6.
Stop sticks aren't going to work. It's designed to overpower them.
Yeah, get one unit on 95, and everybody that's behind them, let's try and slow the traffic. If we can get the stop 6 deployed, I don't want this vehicle to hit anybody else. All right, we're coming up underneath of 152. If somebody's there with the stop 6, be ready.
All right, it's game time. Good hustle. Nice. Excellent speed. Good work.
Coming up on top 6.
He's cooked now. How'd we do?
Looks like you hit one time.
We got one tire. Not bad, not bad.
153. See if you get ahead of them by about a mile. See if you get one of the stop sticks.
They need to make stop sticks that you can just toss out the driver's side window. Wait, here we go. We got more. Phase 2 boss fight, yeah.
Another set of stop sticks deployed, Roger.
They gotta use the harpoon more often. That doesn't get enough exercise. Did we get him? Oh, no. Just missed. Just missed.
Just be ready to jump if he comes at us.
Be ready to jump.
Watch yourself. He might try and hit you. Get out the road. Get out the road. Get out the road.
Oh, wow. Wait, he actually is just going for... Oh, my God. He scared him away. Where are we heading? He's swerving a little bit. He might be getting tired. He's falling asleep.
Unit up. A couple units up ahead with the stop sticks. We'll head to Jersey Wall to keep y'all safe.
Let's try a different tactic. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit! He's blending in now. We're gonna lose him. Luckily, we still got eyes on him. Don't let him get too far, though. Where is he?
We're past White Mountain.
I lost him.
At 695.
How far ahead are we? Oh, it's game time. Oh, he's taking cover behind the civilians. Oh, they got him. Big stop stick moment. What was Squad 2 doing? Just getting a good view of it? But where was their stop sticks?
Continuing 95 and 695 exit.
What did he try to do? Like activate Sharingan or something on him to scare him? Like, I didn't see any stop sticks. What was Squad 2's plan? His Conqueror hockey failed. Got it. Yeah, no, that's a damn shame. Squad 2 AFK. Yeah, that was unfortunate. They were in a great position as well. I really do wonder what Squad 2 was doing. They pulled over. I thought they had stop sticks or some kind of plan. Maybe they thought the stop sticks would work so well Squad 2 would go out and catch the truck or something. I don't know.
Driver's side window.
With deputies reporting that the suspect now had a rifle hanging out the window,
oh Jesus!
Units ease off. The helicopter maintains visual from above, while Squad...
Oh, that's not a stop stick. That's a gun.
Right here.
They said enough. Playtime's over.
Stop.
No, don't stop. Just combat roll out of the moving vehicle. It's more efficient.
I got you. Hands, get on the ground. Stop, drop it down. Drop it, get on.
Oh, what a trip.
Stop reaching.
That officer actually saved his life. What is he doing under his shirt? Tweaking on his own nipples? What the fuck was that? That was a textbook trip, though. Look at this shit. That was perfect from this guy. That was a pretty crazy chase. What was the plan? Did they interview him?
Hold on.
Yeah. What happened? Huh? What just happened? What do you mean, what happened? You're running from us.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, you took a truck. I just got out of jail. I got released from detention center.
Maybe he's been framed.
That's a good boy.
Maybe they really did get the wrong truck.
Where'd they end up catching him on foot at?
Imagine they see another military truck just drive by.
He broke. They got him right at the mouth of the alley. Okay, I didn't see it.
How the fuck do you mistake a rifle hanging out of a truck for something? What else could it even be? That was a crazy call from the officer then. He's got a rifle hanging out of his truck. That false alarm, actually. That was his arm.
The stolen military vehicle was returned to its owner, and no bystanders were injured throughout the pursuit. As of the latest available records, news. Stevens has not been sentenced in this case, and he is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Wow, yeah. Still not... They're still gathering evidence. It could have been anyone in that military truck. Huh. It's a tricky case. There's a lot of factors to consider. Maybe he really was framed. That would be perhaps one of the most unbelievable things to ever unfold in human history.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Zoo Tycoon 2 demo because my computer's too much of a shithole to play the feature-length adventure. So I'm settling for the trial version. Let's do this shit. Fucking Atlas is sleeping on the job. I'm just spinning the world around. Now, I haven't played this in a long-ass time, but I think I still know the controls. My zoo's only half a star? What the fuck? And why the fuck is Bear Grylls dressed as a zookeeper? And I can see why this is only half a star now. The pressing problem here, and by pressing problem, I mean it's pressing moldy ass cheeks in my face. The name was Grassland Zoo. Sounds like a fucking carpet producing factory. No one wants to go there. You need a name that catches people's attention, makes them want to go there, makes them feel welcome. What is this, a little piece of the desert? Oh shit, there's already some animals here having a grand old time. Some gazelles. What is this, arrow? Put up for adoption. Release animal. What does that do? Oh fuck, what is this? Burger King. This is November, India. Papa, Lima, Echo, Sierra. Don't really know how to put this, but the gazelle has been apprehended by foreign spies. I'm in pursuit. I'm right on him. Shit, they enabled cloaking. Burger King, The gazelle has been successfully abducted. So this is how the world ends. Wait, is this asshole entering my park? I think, yeah. What is this? Favorite animal? Tiger. Alright. He wants to see some animals. Alright, here you go. Let's get you right in the action. There was another gazelle here, but fucking sleeper agents took him away from us. 2 should be more than enough to wet your whistle. You're walking away from the animals, but that's alright. I'll bring the favorite animal right to your doorstep. Here you go. Tiger. Enjoy that. We've got quite a few customers now. Nothing says quality zookeeping like a good old-fashioned peafowl mauling. I'm gonna trap these people in a barrier of peafowls. Let the massacre begin. Good luck surviving this onslaught, humans. There's no escaping it. But I don't want my zoo to be shut down. I need a scapegoat. The educator, I'm gonna make him take the blame for releasing the vicious peafowls on general population. That fucking menace. I was watching the Weather Channel. They said, beware of a flash flood. Ah, fuck. I killed like 4 peafowls, but not a single human casualty. Time to change that. You there, give me those titties. You're going in the water. Hope you can swim. Can't put her in the water. I'll put her on the land, and then extreme evaporation. I'll just create water under her. No, you get away from the land. Your ass cheeks can only float for so long. Fucking awesome. She's an Olympic caliber swimmer. I'm just gonna put your ass right back in the water. Or bring the water to you, since that's the way it seems to work. Here you go. You're not gonna get lucky twice. Fucking ocean now. I'm gonna create the mystery path. People are gonna take this one road and expect some huge payoff, but when they get to the end of it, all they're gonna get is this fucking tree. A standard tree. Run-of-the-mill tree. They're gonna take this long, excruciating path only to look at a tree. This place needs a shitter. I'm gonna install a shitter for a price. I'm not talking money. I don't want their fucking money. They can squeegee my wiener with their money. I'm talking about the price of admission being a fucking gauntlet before entering the shitter. Like an absolute challenge just to reach it. Put it on a mountain. Yeah, there we go. Let's add a few more obstacles here. Let's put some guardians in front of it. Good luck making it to the shitter if you've got to use it. I need to put up a sign or some shit to warn the pedestrians, so that we don't get clobbered with a criminal charge when someone gets mutilated trying to make it to the shitter. Just a sign that reads, proceed with titties, so that way the FBI can't say I didn't try to save them. This is Wilson Weatherman reporting. We've received word of a spontaneous desert attack. Holy shit, it's a fucking catastrophic sandstorm. The poor people at Fisting Festival are certainly getting their money's worth today. Let's see what this bitch is up to. Hanny burned it. Okie dokie, you're angry. Oh, you think you're angry. Alright, well you've just earned yourself a one-way ticket to the dangerous playpen. Yeah, this is your fault. Hanny burned it. Fucking a name from the Vulcan heritage. You brought this on yourself, Hanny. You should have just been enjoying the fine establishment you decided to pay to enter. No. But you fucking fuck that you happen to be fucking, turns out is just a bunch of tigers. I hope you've had time to really contemplate what you've done, Hanny. Now that there's around 40 tigers in there, I hope you make a few friends. Cause fuck knows you're not gonna be making any friends in this fucking zoo, cause you're a bitch. See, everyone looks to be having a ball. Let's go to first person mode and really get immersed in the zoo. People waving their arms in the air because they're happy. Some girl carrying around animal shit, maybe charcoal, I'm not sure. Let's go check on Hanny. Now this is just pathetic. The tigers won't even exert the energy required to consume Hanny. He's not even worth their time. I'm gonna put a few camels here to enforce order in this place. Some law-abiding camels. If any animal is going to enforce rules and regulations, it's gonna fucking be camels. Let's put a tree down over here. Shit! Shit! The camel is in the water! POTUS is taking a bath. The camel can swim. Alright, false alarm. Law enforcement officer is still on patrol and having sex with peafowls in the water. What the fuck is that over there on the ground? Did one of the guests get annihilated? Shit, I think they did. Fuck. Just a pee foul. Keep it moving. I replenished it. We're alright. Here comes the zookeeper to clean it up. Zookeeper offers no fucking help. Can I sell this carcass as like a souvenir, or maybe turn it into a roller coaster? Wilson Weatherman here again. Bizarre weather we're having because there's a fucking blizzard! Oh shit! If this doesn't elicit piss from your nostrils, nothing will. Fucking incredible weather. Trying to leave my park? I don't think so. Welcome to the zoo's prison for people that try to leave. What the fuck? Did that person just disappear? What the fuck is going on? Did they build like an underground tunnel? Say cheese. Good picture. Nice smile, camels. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. International bodyguard event? They may be the world's best bodyguards, but can they protect them from hurt feelings on Twitter comments? We'll see. Oh, this looks like a strong group of bodyguards. These are going to be the front runners. Damn, this is an intense competition. Jesus Christ.
Is being covered by snipers.
How do they know who won since they're firing blanks? Did the terrorists win or the bodyguards? Wait, what the fuck is that? Is that a man hanging upside down by his legs, being slowly dropped down? Looks like a fucking lobster, like a charred lobster. I feel like this was just like an accidental casualty and this man is really dead. How is this bodyguard competition shit? Oh fuck! Round 2! An entire new team entered the game. This is an intense sport, Jesus Christ. Good getaway. A lot of amateur bodyguards don't make that turn very well. Which team was that? Was that TSM? Oh, this is gonna be big. The terrorists are gonna roll in on a full fucking tank. How are they gonna take care of this one? Or maybe like a helicopter, like an attack chopper is gonna come in firing blanks at them. Then they do it Hobbs and Shaw style and throw a chain in the blades. It's like synchronized swimming. This is cute. It's like figure skating. Oh, this is graceful. Oh, yes. Where's the music? Can we get some Nickelback or whatever people figure skate to these days? Wings of an Angel? Lips of an Angel? This is fucking awesome. This is the best goddamn sport I've ever seen. Why isn't this... Well, I can probably... Actually, I can venture a guess why it's not in the Olympics.
Hello, Charlie.
Fantastic. I love Need for Speed. Oh! Excellent. That was a par 4. Oh, we're gonna have a joust? Bodyguard joust? Ooh, he hit the cone. And he was fired on the spot. If you hit the cone in the car, what's to say you don't hit the president in the car? Do they have like tennis ball boys run out there and put the cone back before the terrorists get there and light it up again? Oh, what is this? Bodyguard's getting stinky out here with this beat. When does the Rainbow Six Siege match begin again? Are those... Oh, if those buses all have terrorists on them and the bodyguards have to fight them off, I'll shit my pants. Oh, wait. Oh, God! Why would a bodyguard ever need to know this? I don't know why they'd ever be in this situation, but god damn it. I'm impressed. Car's just out here doing the doggy piss on everyone out here. I respect it. 2016. They don't have 2018? Did they not get funding or something? Well, let's see 2016. This is boring. They're not even using blanks. They're just using little fucking foam swords.
Oh, it's not even. He's using a newspaper. Don't trust her. Oh, alright. Get away from him, bitch. Like, this was like the Cirque du Soleil of bodyguarding. Nothing in the related. I really think that's it. That's the only good bodyguard championship, and it was fucking awesome. Different events? Okay, how many divisions of bodyguard championships can there possibly be? It's not like the college football where there's the, you know, the East, West, packs, decks, strength builds all over the place. There's not going to be that many subdivisions of bodyguard sports.
Charlie, but...
Wait, they have judges this year? 85%. I saw the tip of the knife get near the president. Well, that's a goddamn shame. This was a masterpiece in sports. If anyone on the Bodyguard European Moldova Championship Committee is in the chat, please know we want more. Let's fire it up for 2020, baby. Alright, you might catch me blushing a little bit, getting a bit red in the cheeks and squirming in my chair, because I'm a little embarrassed. I got to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got to do it with something that I really, really like. But I kind of blew it. Yep, didn't do the best job there. I got the privilege of doing a voice acting cameo in Baki, which is an anime I've talked about a lot over the years. I think it is just beautiful fucking insanity. And I got to be like a little side character in there. But my shit was poop. I did not do a very good job, I don't think, at least. I'll show you a brief clip from when my character gets introduced in the season. I don't think I can show you much footage of it because, obviously, it's a big anime. But it's a character that fans have been really excited for a long time, salivating, waiting to see them finally make an appearance in the anime, and, well, their prayers have been answered. That's right. I play generic police officer.
Yes, sir. Even from behind, I could tell you were happy. I mean, I can hardly believe it. Musashi Miyamoto's alive. And he's agreed to fight me as a condition to get released. Do you really believe it? That it's him?
In total, I have like 20 lines there as that police officer. A police officer who no doubt will make a return in Avengers Doomsday, I imagine. And I'm very excited to see the community power scaling unnamed police officer number fucking 4 here or whatever. Because I think, personally, he's probably pickle level, but we'll see what the experts have to say. And speaking of experts, let me drop you a little sage wisdom here, a little expert advice. Check out the Starforge Spring Sale we have going on right now. Huge savings on PCs and keyboards. Click the link in the description below. When I got approached with the opportunity, in my head I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ham it up and go for like a classic, over-the-top, Baki-style performance. Like, fucking channel my inner Jim Ross like it's the WWE. Get him with that, "Bah God!" But what I didn't realize, because I haven't done much voice acting in general, and not at all really with anime dubs outside of like 2 lines and like a really old one, is that you have to match the lip sync of the characters that are already established, and you have to match the tone of the voice actor that you are dubbing for. So, with those instructions in mind, it became a little bit more difficult for me because that's not something I've done before, and I don't think I really did a great job nailing it. I think I was too focused on making sure that the words fit the lips and that the tone was similar to what was established in the original dub. And it led to this sounding like robotic. It almost sounds like I'm talking at you through like a fucking walkie-talkie giving you quest directions or something in an old PlayStation 2 game. Whereas with Dispatch, where I play Sonar, it was a very different process because I actually auditioned for that role. When I read for Dispatch, it wasn't for Sonar, it was for Golem. And then they offhanded mentioned if I'd want to try to see what Sonar sounded like, and I ended up getting that part instead. And Sonar as a character was one that hadn't already been like dubbed by someone else and was a character that was still being developed and fleshed out. So it was me setting the tone for the character with the dialogue and the performance and all of that, as opposed to trying to match an already established one. So doing that for the dub, like, it was very unusual for me, and I think I floundered the opportunity. Like, I'm still very grateful they had me on board. I think it's still super fun, and I love the show, so it's hyped to be a part of it in even this small way. But man, I just wish I had done a better job. Like, I really went in there thinking about to go ballistic in the booth, about to burn that bitch down. Barbecue chicken alert, barbecue chicken alert. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know Baki, I know Ball. I thought I'd be over there giving you like a huge explanation and lore drop around like a character using their finger as a scalpel to remove their own gallbladder in the middle of a fight because it got damaged. And then I'd recount the history of who invented that maneuver. The fucking London commoner named Geronimo Edwards who discovered it while on the road selling swill or something. I really thought I was about to dial in and nail it. And I unfortunately did not. I just couldn't fucking get in the flow state that I really needed to channel. For me personally, I found it significantly more difficult to try and match an already established performance, like to try and emulate that in English, than just performing something yourself as a character. So my appreciation for English dub voice actors, it shot up quite a bit because that shit was pretty tough, actually. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I really love Baki, so it was cool to have the opportunity. I just wish I had done a better job is all. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. The wacky wild world of TikTok live streaming is a fascinating beast. It is a demon. One of the biggest types of streams on TikTok, at least as I understand it, is begging streams, where people just go live and just beg for money. Like, please donate a galaxy right now. If you don't donate a galaxy right now, I'm gonna put my corgi in a headlock until it passes out to save my corgi's life with galaxies. Not quite to that level. I'm exaggerating, but it's just basically things of people saying, I need this money, please give me this money, I want this money, give me this money. And then, of course, the old-fashioned NPC streams that were the trend for a while. Like, ooh, popcorn so yummy, roses, that kind of thing. It is still very popular. It is still very degenerate. And today, Matt sent me a clip of a TikTok begging streamer who was spinning this tall tale of fibs about his living situation at home being so bad, and he's crying on stream, asking all of his followers to just give him some money so he can get out from his mom's clutches. And then his mom comes in, and it paints a very different picture about what's actually going on here.
Just trying to make money in general to be able to go. Mackenzie, hate you. No, get out. Now.
I just got a phone call. I just got a phone call from somebody said you was in your room, you was on TikTok, and you said you had to get out by tomorrow.
Go. Out. Go. Go.
Said you was in your room crying.
Out. Go.
I have not told you.
I just told you to go. Mama, go.
I told you.
Go.
Jeepers. Uh-oh, zoinks. Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. It looks like we got a huge fucking liar on our hands here. Who could have seen this coming? It seems as though this is all phony baloney horseradish here. It's looking like it's all fake. It's all make-believe here, like Santa Claus. It seems like these tears might be performative. It doesn't seem as though he's actually in a dire situation with a wretched bitch of a mother who's one day away from kicking his ass out onto the street in the rain and cold unless all the people on TikTok start giving him some doubloons. Seems like it all could have just been fake here to scam people on TikTok, if you can believe it. I know, a crazy notion, a wild accusation, but I think there's a lot of evidence to support the claim. I also gotta say, his acting here is lackluster. This is pitiful. It's very clear he is an amateur. He did not attend the prestigious academy of Charles White's School for Method Acting, because if he was trained under my techniques, such as what I displayed in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, he'd be having snot all over the place and there'd be poop in his pants. It would be the most convincing crying/begging you'd ever seen in your life. And this is just not that. This is very rookie crying tears. This is something you'd see in like a first-year thespian troupe in the fucking drama club. Terrible, terrible acting. My heart breaks for his mother here. She comes in after learning that her son is now crying on TikTok, begging for money, using her as the villain, and how, like, she's so evil, this and that, and now he's crying, inconsolable. Well, not inconsolable, you can console him with money. In fact, that's the only way to heal his broken heart. And she learns this information, and she comes into his room, not aggressively or anything, she comes in very confused, wondering why. She's talking about how he never said that, like she wasn't threatening to kick him out or anything. Where is this coming from? She looks devastated to see her son doing this and saying these things about her. She doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't even seem like infuriated or mad. She just seems really saddened by it, like very upset that this is what her son is doing and what her son is saying about her. And it's clear he knows that his goose just got cooked, because he immediately, the tears dry up instantly. It's a miracle. He immediately snaps to it and starts to panic, telling her to get out, being very callous, being very rude to her, telling her get out and even pushing her out, like shoving her out the door so he can continue to go back to his begging stream here. And you can see in the chat, people are immediately alerted that this is fake. But since it's TikTok, there are some people whose brains are so poisoned, they are so far gone that I don't even think they're sentient anymore. They're hardly lucid. So there are people that are donating money to him even while he is pushing his mother out, even after he has been fully caught with his pants down here in this lie, in this performative fake cry begging stream for money. There are still people showering him with money. That is pathetic. I think those people are more pathetic than he is, actually. That is crazy to me. How someone would see this and still give him money. Like, I don't understand. What must be wrong in your life? What must have disconnected? Like, how many neurons must you have wasted away with fucking whippets or something to somehow watch this live under your nose in front of your own peepers and still be like, oh my God, I need to give this guy some money. He deserves some money. Look at his mother. His mother came into his room without even knocking. She didn't even knock. Oh my God, it's even worse than I thought. Here, quick, take a galaxy. Take 20 roses and a fucking dumbbell and some bubblegum. It's just preposterous. Now, I tried to look more into this guy to see, well, what happened next. Apparently, this is a pretty old clip. I can't actually find the genesis of it. It's only just now, like, blowing up, but apparently this happened a while ago. And it was not, like, blown up or anything, so, like, that stream may have, tanked, went straight into the shithole there for him. But it didn't matter, because he was able to just keep doing it, apparently, because the people in his audience, maybe they missed the stream. And I guess within like a couple days, it had just fizzled out, and the people that watch him didn't really give a shit anymore. I don't know if he went back to doing more begging streams. My guess would be that he probably did, because on TikTok, people, they don't even remember what they ate for breakfast. Like, within a day or two, he had already apparently been totally fine. Like, his audience, it's not like they were upset at him anymore. Like, he could just go back to doing begging streams, fake crying for money on TikTok lives. Something that I remember being pretty common on TikTok Live is people just looping the same streams over and over and over again, used forever. So even though it's not like technically live or anything, you just keep spamming that stream, hoping to collect some cash passively. He could do the same thing with the begging stream. He could even use that same stream all the way up until his mother opens that door. Like, he doesn't, it didn't matter, is what I'm trying to say. On TikTok, he can just continue to do these begging streams till the fucking cows come home. And it is a very popular branch of content on TikTok. And maybe someone finds that stream that don't know that he's making it all up and it's all fake. So then they just get scammed out of this money here. These are always particularly disgusting because you are exploiting people's willingness to be kind and help. Like, these are people that are seeing him cry, hear about a situation that is clearly made up now in hindsight. Like, it's not real, but they don't know that in the moment, and they want to try and extend a hand to help him, to help someone that they believe is in need. So they're exploiting that generosity. It's just gross. It's just super gross. And I looked at his current account. I don't think it's the same account that he was doing the begging streams on. I think he probably did make a new one here. And basically the only thing he posts about now are his truck and his girlfriend. I don't know if he still does the begging streams, but looking at his recent content, it's like a lot of videos of his truck and how much he loves that truck, and also his girlfriend, and how if anyone, touches his girlfriend, they'll have to deal with the demon inside of him, that kind of thing. So maybe he stopped doing begging streams, I couldn't tell you. But this shit is just so unbelievably cringe. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I feel really sorry for his mother. I really do. She looked very, very sad to see what he was saying, to learn about what was going on there. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. When I say Hollywood, what's the first thing you think of? These days, it's probably not films. I got a hunch that you probably immediately think of, like, evil or terrible, terrible people that have been implicated in a lot of really bad things. Because it seems like Hollywood is kind of a cesspool of some real, pardon my French, jerks, you know, that have done some awful shit. But what happens when a movie gets made without Hollywood's blessing? Well, sometimes it just doesn't go super well. It's pretty rare for a fully financed, independent, self-distributed production to actually have, like, a big box office performance. It's very rare. And in the case of Iron Lung, it is doing something very unusual. This is a fucking unicorn out there. Iron Lung, which is Markiplier's debut film here, his directorial debut, has already done over $20 million in the box office and has been the #1 movie through the weekend. And this is a fully self-financed, self-distributed film. And he is not the first YouTuber to make a successful movie. So, like, for example, Raka Raka. They've made 2 heaters. Absolute slappers. I tell you, Raka Raka, I think, are some of the best in the business right now. Bring Her Back, Talk to Me. I think they're some of the best in the horror business right now, and they are YouTubers. They, however, do work with A24, so they're a little bit different than Markiplier's case here. But still, they are independent filmmakers and extremely talented. Markiplier, though, I do believe has done something extremely unusual, though, by having actually no A24, none of that involved in this process. Which is why what it's doing right now, I think, is something very interesting that I want to yap about. And I know, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before now, when it was climbing up the box office and it reached #2, it had apparently mysteriously vanished. I know Markiplier did a stream where he was talking about it, about how, you know, these fucking vampires out there in Hollywood must not be super pleased about Iron Lung's performance beating out some films, so they must have just taken it off, you know, fucking snapped it away, banished it to the Shadow Realm so people can't see that. Now, of course, he didn't use those words. I'm, of course, adding a bit of colorful commentary into his actual sentiment there, but he was talking about how it is weird that Iron Lung isn't being reported when it was the second highest grossing film at the time. It has since been reinstated on the public charts, but that was a bit of a wacky hiccup, huh? Really makes you think. It's almost like these suits, these zombies at the top of the food chain, probably don't like that a YouTuber just came in there and ate their lunch. Iron Lung had a reported budget of about $3 million, and let's be honest, not really a marketing budget. Markiplier just talks about it sometimes. That's the marketing expense. It's pretty negligible in the grand scheme of things, I would imagine, compared to major blockbuster productions. So this movie is already doing extremely well for Mark and the team, a team that no doubt has poured countless hours and passion into this project. And regardless of how you feel about Iron Lung, it's still something that I think most people should look at and celebrate, that a film like this is doing so well. I made a review on Iron Lung. Overall, I liked it. I had a lot of nice things to say about it. It's not a flawless film, and I don't think it's a film everyone's going to like either. It does have flaws. But I am delighted to see that it's doing such big numbers here, kind of going a little bit Insano style in the box office, because I think this sets a nice precedent that you don't always need to suckle on the bosom of Hollywood or established studios or distributors or something like that in order to get a passion project made. Now, of course, Markiplier has oodles of cash to pull from in order to realize a vision like this. It's not going to work that way for everyone. I recognize that. But the fact that he did commit so much time, so much money, and put together such a talented team, all for the sake of seeing this vision through, and it being rewarded like this in the box office, I think is just a feel-good story. I think that is a very good thing, and it shows other potential filmmakers out there that there are other alternative paths to get your creative vision produced that aren't just following the traditional blueprint and walking down the same tried and true path that a lot of times just boils down to making deals with the devil, because I don't think anyone's going to be shocked to hear this. Hollywood's not really a great place overall. Shh, don't let anyone hear you say that, though. Like, everyone knows that. So a $3 million film like Iron Lung coming out and flexing on the big boys in the box office, I think is just a great thing. And I know it hasn't been without controversy. Like, I know the critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, they've been taking it to Pound Town here. They are no Iron Lung fans, that's for sure. Especially IGN. IGN was right on top of Iron Lung there. I think they gave it like a 4 or something. So they definitely weren't feeling it, and a lot of other people weren't either. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's not going to be for everyone. There is nothing that is for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the message that this movie's success delivers is a very positive one in an otherwise really degenerate industry. Now, that being said, I would not be surprised to see these Hollywood parasites take notice of this and then try and recreate this lightning in a bottle for themselves, a little corporate greed where we might start seeing a few movies hitting the theaters that are just really lazy cash grabs that have big influencer names attached to them as the draw and the marketing arm for these projects, all for the sake of just trying to make cheap shit to turn a little bit of a profit off just using the influencer's name as their marketing tool. That, I do think, will probably start happening pretty soon. I really wouldn't be shocked to see that, because I think they'll learn the wrong lesson here from Markiplier and Iron Lung. But that's just a theory. That's just a little game theory there. Hopefully it's wrong. I don't really know. But overall, like I said, I think this is just something to be celebrated. Movies, boobies. What do these two things have in common besides just rhyming? I like them both. So I like to share this story of a pretty cool thing going on with movies. That's really about it. So yeah. Do you see it? Look closely in the palm of my hand. To the untrained eye, it may appear empty, but you have to use your third eye to see the truth. What lays before you in the palm of my hand, my little greasy bare paws, are the Epstein files. Nothing. It's imaginary, because this administration still refuses to actually comply with the law. Even when they did release like their couple of batches of Epstein files, they also didn't comply with the law because they redacted names that weren't victims, which has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And now it's been, a month past deadline, and they are still kicking the can down the road. And now, like a bucking bronco, they're putting up a real fight where now the DOJ is basically saying in their most recent filing that no court can order them to release these Epstein files. They can't force the release. They're basically gloating that they're kind of above the law, is the impression I get from reading through this. Now, a lot of it's legalese, so a bit of it's a bit above my pay grade, but from everything I've read from the experts who have went through this filing, this is the DOJ once again refusing to cooperate and is now just kind of outright saying that no one can really force them to do this. It's fucking sickening. What is supposed to be the most transparent administration in American history seems to have a real issue with transparency when it comes to the Epstein files for some fucking reason. Really makes you think, doesn't it? And speaking of thinking, I want to turn my attention to someone who hasn't had a thought in years. Pam Bondi. She farted out a super strong statement on Twitter that's no nonsense. A reminder to all those in Minnesota, no one is above the law. Mic drop moment. Literal chills. Scam Bondi here is alting. She's really laying it all on the table. But, let's be honest here, Pam. That's not exactly true now, is it? Because there are clearly people who are above the law. It's anyone that's associated with Jeffrey Epstein and the client list. Really, Pamela, it kind of makes me wonder if this could be an actual defense strategy people could employ. You know, like just claiming that they're on the Jeffrey Epstein client list. I wonder if that would just give them full immunity. Because I imagine it'd be like activating God mode in a video game, because this administration, they won't pursue shit if that's the case. So saying that you're on the Jeffrey Epstein client list, that's like Harry Potter putting on the invisibility cloak. Or Bilbo Baggins putting on the fucking One Ring. Just vanish out of this administration's eyes. But not only that, not only do you go invisible, they will jump on a live fucking grenade and do everything in their power to protect you. So, I don't know, I feel like that Ford worker that called Trump a pedophile protector was really onto something there, because there's a lot of pedophile protecting going on every single fucking day from this administration. How else can you possibly explain their reluctance to release the Epstein files and how hard they fight to stop it from coming? And since this administration won't do it, then we have to rely on some real heroes amongst us. These fucking clowns, these goddamn freaks that were given the Epstein Phase 1 binders. These online influencers were apparently holding the Epstein files, smiling and giddy, posing like it's the goddamn prom photos with the Epstein files, and since then, crickets. Why don't you guys release the files? You got the binders, right? Since the government won't be transparent, why don't you guys do it? You're supposed to be like fighting for the American people and shit, right? That's what you pretend to do online. You had the Epstein files, apparently. Why don't you just put it out there? It's just food for thought. I don't know. Now, of course, you'd have to be on the crack pipe to think any of those frauds actually got the Epstein files. I bet in those binders was just pictures of Trump's butthole just goatseeing or something. They clearly didn't get anything, and they are clearly just staying silent about all of this. I haven't seen any of them come forward with their binders since then, so I'm led to believe that they didn't actually get anything at all, and this was just a photo shoot. That's all. Nothing else. Now, back to the main topic here with the most recent filing where the DOJ is outright taking a victory lap about how untouchable they are and how they're really just not able to be forced to release the Epstein files. Let's dive into what's happened here, the most recent news. Yesterday, the DOJ moved to block the appointment of an independent monitor or special master to oversee the release of Epstein-related records in the Maxwell case, arguing that no federal court has the authority to compel such disclosures. It's 6 pages, and you can look at it yourself if you want to really get into the nitty-gritty of it, which I honestly do recommend because there are some eyebrow-raising statements in there. In a nutshell, though, they are trying every trick in the book to weasel their way out of actually having to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They're basically arguing that the forced production of the so-called Epstein files amounts to an improper attempt to reopen a concluded criminal case and to create a form of judicial oversight that Congress itself did not authorize. There's a lot to digest in there in only 6 pages. They really give you a lot to fucking suck on, and they're not exactly subtle about it. There's even mentions of the representatives that have led for the passage of this Epstein Files Transparency Act, where they're calling into question, like, if they even had, like, the gusto to do so. At least that's how it reads to me, where they're questioning the standing that they have in order to even do something like this. In the actual filing, it really seems like they just started pissing on them as, like, saying they're not big enough to do this. Like, it felt like the actual filing was like, these guys are fucking nobodies and don't have the standing for it. But anyway, they asked the court to appoint a special master or independent monitor to compel DOJ compliance with the act, which the DOJ flatly opposes. To go a bit further, they argue that even if the court were inclined to entertain the request, it could not do so constitutionally. This is in regards to some of the things from the Epstein Transparency Act, and they assert that the representatives here they haven't suffered a concrete, particularized injury, and the Epstein Files Transparency Act does not create an individual right to obtain information, unlike the Freedom of Information Act, nor does the act authorize lawmakers or anyone else to sue the DOJ for alleged non-compliance. When I read that, I let out an involuntary noise of disgust, because that's just being very blatant and open about it. Like, yeah, if we don't comply, you can't do anything about it, dork, you fucking dweebs. Go kick rocks, pussy. If we don't comply, you can't sue us or anything. To harken back to Scam Bondi, it really does feel like there are some people above the law. I'm gonna be honest with you. Despite what your tweet is boldly stating, I do think there are some people above the law, Pam, and they might be right under your nose. Again, I'm kind of jumping around here. I recommend reading the whole thing, but in closing, prosecutors maintain that the act provides no cause of action at all. Where Congress has not explicitly authorized judicial enforcement, federal courts are barred from inventing one. As the DOJ puts it, courts cannot reach out to award remedies where neither the Constitution nor a statute authorize them. In short, the government's filing makes clear that absent new legislation explicitly authorizing court enforcement, the DOJ believes no court can force it to produce the Epstein files, regardless of public pressure or congressional intent. Real quick, to briefly tie this back to good old Scam Bondi, since she wants to bring up Minnesota, there's this big talking point about comply. Well, why does compliance only apply to American citizens? Why doesn't it apply to the DOJ as well, who is not complying with the law? They are also supposed to be governed by the law too. According to Pam, no one's above the law. So why aren't they complying with it? They have been routinely violating the protocol set in the law with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They are not complying with it. And in this most recent filing, they are even openly saying, if we don't comply with it, you can't sue us or anything. They are even saying in their own statement about non-compliance, why would they even be teasing that notion of non-compliance? Why won't they just comply? Why are the administrative authorities not talking about the DOJ's reluctance to comply with the law? I don't know, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Pam, it feels like some people are above the law, doesn't it? I don't know, I'm just getting a whiff of that for some reason. Anyway, that's your most recent Epstein Files update. It's not looking like it's ever actually going to lead to anyone getting arrested in regards to the Epstein client list. Who would have seen that coming? Unthinkable that this administration wouldn't be pursuing action against those evil, fucking, heinous villains in the Epstein client list. It's so odd that they wouldn't be transparent in releasing these files. One of the main things Trump ran on was about releasing these Epstein files. So many in his supporter base were very excited to see that happen, and now it's not happening, and they're fighting tooth and nail every step of the way over the last year to prevent this from happening. And now, even though there's an actual act, a law put into place that they're supposed to follow to release them, they're still not doing it, and are now even just saying, yeah, maybe we won't. No courts can really make us do that. And if we don't do that, you can't sue us for it either. I feel like anyone should have a big problem with that. I feel like any sane, sensible person should immediately view this as the biggest possible red fucking flag. And it seems to me that that Ford worker that called Trump a pedophile protector to his face, which elicited a finger and a fuck you from the big man in charge, it really seems like that pedophile protector nomenclature feels accurate for Trump in this administration, based on all available information here for how hard they don't want these Epstein files to come out. It feels like they're doing a lot of pedophile protecting. That's really about it. So yeah. Here's someone I haven't talked about in a really long time, but today I saw a clip of one of their streams recently, and I fell down the rabbit hole again, just kind of checking up on them to see what's been going on. Only Use Me Blade. Only Use Me Blade might have just triggered like a Winter Soldier moment in some of you watching this, because he was one of like the first big Call of Duty YouTubers. He was huge back in the day, in an era where YouTubers weren't really like a thing that existed. He was very popular and beloved by the community. But he unfortunately had a struggle with alcoholism, and over the years, that demon only grew. It got worse. He became a full-time degenerate streamer doing awful shit. And he grew a community that was there to eat some popcorn and point and laugh at the clown putting on a show of pathetic, terrible shenanigans. I made a video on him many years ago now, covering his sad journey and the awful shit that he had been doing during that time. But I hadn't checked in on him in a while until today. And somehow, against all known sciences, against God, he found a rock bottom below rock bottom. It seems like he is even worse now than he was then. He went below the bedrock straight to the fucking nether, and it is actually so, like, sad. And I really think this can serve as, like, a big PSA to anyone out there about what alcoholism actually looks like. I've been seeing, like, a lot of those headlines about how, you know, the new generation isn't drinking as much. That's a really good thing. That is a very positive thing. I swear, watching clips from his stream is like an episode of Scared Straight. Now, Only Use Me Blade is not a good guy. Alcoholism aside, he has done horrible things, like I mentioned, and a lot of it is in combination with his drinking, but even still, it's not like that's an excuse for some of the shit that he's done. This includes some really unforgivable ones, like a possible sexual assault. Now, as I said, he is fully back into excessive drinking, and he recently confirmed speculation that he lost his toes, that his toes needed to be amputated.
Show us the toes. Show us the stump. Show.
Okay, well, during the fucking poetic part about it is, yeah, during my year off from drinking, I got an infection in my foot, and the years of abuse on my body, I lost my toes, dude. So I tried to hide it, but still got my foot, and not proud of it, dude.
Chat asked for a little show and tell, so he brought up what's left of his foot, and now they call him Only Lose Me Toes. I also saw some pictures from some of his older streams that showed the state that his toes were in prior to the amputation, and they look like fucking charred sausages. It actually looks like frostbite, and it's from his excessive drinking. It's called alcoholic neuropathy. What happens is, through this much consumption of alcohol, it damages the nerves in the foot. And what happened here is he probably lost sensation down there and didn't realize that something was awry, because circulation stops, functioning optimally. And so when he got that infection, he probably had it for a while and didn't even know it. And then by the time he did recognize something wasn't right, it was too late to save the toes, thus they had to amputate them. That's how it typically goes, as I understand it, when it comes to alcoholic neuropathy. And this is actually something a lot of people saw coming. You didn't need to be Nostradamus nor Baba Vanga to predict that he was going to have something like this at some point, because it was pretty well documented that his legs were rotting. He had fucking holes in his legs that looked like the honeycombs you collect in Banjo-Kazooie. He had sores all around his legs. It even had some necrosis in some places that looked to be starting. They were in rough shape. So I don't think anyone was really surprised to hear that his toes had to be amputated. But he did mention that this happened during the break that he took with the year of sobriety. So it turns out he actually took a pretty extended break from streaming to be a full-time caretaker for his mother. So he is currently at her retirement home as her caretaker, but he's also very much back into excessive drinking. Constantly.
Doctor, well, give me some down. All right. You're a black person. What that mean? You assault us. There he goes. Seahawks?
You didn't assault him.
Don't come to weed down. I don't know if you've been drinking because I'm a black. No, I've been drinking a lot, dude. Well, you say I assault you. Don't come to me with that bullshit.
There are quite a lot of moments from these streams where he's just this wandering vagrant around the retirement home, just harassing the people around him on stream. Like, there's another one where he's talking to an older lady about how much she squirts. What's her squirt ratio?
What's your squirt ratio?
What?
Your squirt ratio.
You did not say that to me.
I did.
Oh.
Because I love you.
I love you too.
And you got a dog, and you need to squirt, ma'am. You need to squirt, ma'am, figured out.
Yeah, I probably do.
Hey, what's up? Free squirt? Get it? Hey.
Because he's trying to put on a performance for the chat. So he's, honking his nose, Bozo the Clown here, and he's sloshed, absolutely hammered, blackout drunk. So it's just an entire life of lowlights. It's really fucking sad to see, especially considering that he's supposed to be a full-time caretaker for his mom. But his mom is the one that seems to be having to take care of him, her early 40s son, who is now just unable to stop getting blackout drunk and is passing out drunk on stream and having the cops called as a wellness check to make sure he's still fucking alive.
Yo! Hey! Brian! Yeah, I got you. Alright. Let's do it. Hey, you good, man? Mm-hmm.
I have seen multiple clips of Only Use Me Blade in that exact position, the Peter Griffin falling down the stairs pose there. Even after losing his toes, he is still drinking to a catastrophic degree. It's a miracle he is still alive. Like, it is unbelievable with how much he has abused his body over the years. And in between, drinks, he has like some self-awareness moments about how much he has destroyed his body and how awful the alcoholism is. But he can't stop himself. He can't help it. That's how strong the addiction is. I don't think I've seen a clip with sheets on his bed, and I imagine it's because he keeps passing out drunk and pissing in the sheets. Like, no matter how bad things have gotten for him, he just can't seem to kick the habit, and that's not exclusive to just Only Use Me Blade. This is a very real, very evil and insidious addiction that tons and tons of people struggle with. Only Use Me Blade just happens to broadcast all of it for entertainment and has tied his drinking to his income to a certain extent. So, like, there actually have been times in the past where he has attempted to get clean and sober, and he's gone weeks, sometimes even months without drinking, but each time he has relapsed. And I do think some part of it is because there are people that watch his streams that are solely there to giggle at his misfortunes. They kind of encourage it. Not everyone. There are a lot of people that actually try and root for him to, come out the other side and actually beat this. But there are some that are solely there because they want to watch him completely fucking torpedo his life and continue to be in this state. So, like, I can find clips of him, after a couple weeks, and then eventually he just says, you know what, I'm going to have a couple drinks, and he does it on stream. And there are people that donate trying to encourage him to stop. There are people that reach out telling him, like, please don't do this. And then there's also people in his chat that are like, yeah, fuck yeah, finally, we're back. We're so back.
It's over tonight.
I'm gonna have some drinks, dude. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna have some drinks.
You're doing so good, man. You are doing so good.
I'm not making it a habit, dude. I'm just gonna have some drinks and relax and chat tonight.
I know you say that, but then, next week you're gonna be like, oh, it's not making a habit, and you're gonna be right back to dropping N-bombs and getting in trouble again.
I do appreciate you, dude. Thank you. This definitely isn't gonna be a habit. This is just, I'm gonna have some drinks tonight.
Spoiler alert, it did become a habit again.
There it is, boys.
J-Rock has just donated $5. Love you, buddy.
After this, let's go out and let's smoke some weed or something. But, Terry, this is like a very special occasion.
Daryl and who donated $3. Dude, please don't do this. Don't throw away all that work. Think of how good it felt to have control in your life, to have your life back.
We are good. Thank you. Terry, I love you, dude. I'm definitely not doing a quad, bro. I'll have a couple shots for you, but let's do this and go smoke a cig and figure it out, all right?
Like I said, there are a lot of people really trying to get him not to, and this has happened a couple times from what I can tell. But again, there are still some people in there that encourage it, and I think to a certain degree, Only Use Me Blade believes that a large part of his content is drinking, so it makes it even harder for him to, fully stop. And he did take an extended break, where apparently he did stop for a year. But he did come back, and he is now drinking just as much as he ever did. He even recently got arrested for urinating in front of officers that were called to kick him out of an area where he was just publicly intoxicated and being a nuisance, just a pest that was bothering everyone out in public.
Nice seeing you on YouTube. Okay, I'm going. Calm down. Your burger's ain't good, bitch. The fuck is she talking about?
All right, he's under arrest. Oh no! All right.
What'd you do?
He's pissed right in front of me. All right.
He can hardly even stand up, and he's bouncing around from person to person there like a fucking pinball, and just stumbling around, spitting out mumbo jumbo, not even able to form a full sentence. He was talking to the cops for a little while there too, then he came, got the camera, and then pissed on some stranger's car in front of the officers just pulls his cock out, pisses on the car, and gets arrested right there for it. So he's not isolated to just the retirement home and harassing everyone around there. He's spreading his wings and taking it all over the place while being able to hardly stand or speak. And of course, he still loves to be weird and creepy to women every chance he gets.
P.L. What's your name? M?
I swear there's more people out here than there are inside.
Is it okay if I ask for your name? Sorry.
I'll be discreet. It is serious.
What's up?
I'll be the little discreet.
Figure it out. Cool. Person. Hey, I love you, person. You're awesome.
You too. What's your name?
You cuddle really hard. I'm sorry.
With my, like, cuddle with my dog.
You cuddle your dog? Figure it out. Hey, my name's Brian. I love you. You girls okay?
Yeah, I need to take a photo of this. This is fun.
That's a certified, now that's what I call Riz moment right there. Holy. Regular old Casanova. So again, he is blackout drunk here. He's trying to get this stranger's name. She doesn't really want to give it to him. So she gives like an alias, and then he just keeps saying like, "Hey-o, figure it out." And then says his name, and then says that she cuddles really hard. I guess that's flirting, I suppose. And then her and her friend are like very weirded out by it, so they both start recording. Well, we can see she starts recording, but the other person she's with also said that she was taking a picture or something for the memories. I imagine they're doing that just in case things get fucking hairy. It's for their own safety, so they can videotape the fucking wacko that's approached them here. It's just a disaster, man. It's fucking absurd. So yeah, I hadn't seen anything from Only Use Me Blade in a while, and he just got put back on my radar today, and I couldn't help but just jump down the rabbit hole to see like what's been going on over the years with him. Still not good. And I genuinely think he showcases what alcoholism really looks like and just how hard an addiction is to beat. It is something very, very serious, and it's fucking awful. Man, it really is. So anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's it. See ya.
That everything and everyone may not be quite what they appear to be.
Oh, I get it.
What do you get, Jackson?
He's nuts.
Well, aren't you excited to find out what your poor unfortunates are making
when
of
you
all
put it
this
in that
and how
frame.
you might avoid any more...
Well, this is pretty fucking easy. Brad's frozen in fear yet again, but we're making great progress.
Why did all the spooky shits just stop happening?
I don't know, all of it's just come to a screeching halt. Why don't we just use the radio that's on the ship that we've already used twice?
The door of fate.
No using radios. That's cheating.
I've been waiting for you.
I just don't understand what the fuck the point is. Like, we're here looking for a radio that's over 100 years old when we have a modern radio on the ship that we just walked by. Oh, wait. Look at these photos, Jackson. They show you possible futures.
Let me have a look.
I just watched the man kill himself in that one. You see,
Let me have a turn.
You get all kinds of cool slideshows.
Yeah, move. Let me have a go.
I've got some bad news for the fortune on that one, Jackson.
Why'd you pause it?
There's a curse of Twitch edgelording.
What?
You don't want to know, Jackson. It's a ferocious curse.
Oh, I see. Surely the scariest reality that we face is in Twitch chat.
Nothing can compete. How the fuck do I...
You just have to join them, Charlie. Get in chat and start spamming.
Don't worry, I'm coming.
Here, come in here. We can get a message out.
What the fuck? That dead body looked so goofy, like someone sucked all the soul out of his dick and he just deflated. He didn't look like he died at all. How the fuck does this radio still work?
Okay, at least there's someone listening. The signal's in.
I'm getting stage fright.
Turn it off.
Oh.
Say nothing. Just don't say anything.
I should have.
Don't give them any information. We don't want anyone else cursed.
Well, in that case, I refuse. That was my one chance.
Conrad, you fucking idiot! You blew it.
Yo.
Now we'll never be free.
Check it out.
Is there another radio down there?
This.
You think we'll find a cell phone this time?
This has got to lead somewhere. Maybe we can find a way to get the power back.
We need to get that radio working.
I think someone should wait here in case a message comes through.
I gotta be honest. I don't think I'm gonna make it down there in my shape.
I'll go.
Right.
Obviously.
I'm back in it. I was sending a
I can
text.
do this. I should be the one to go. Are you kidding me? You? Come on.
Sounds like you're scared of someone stepping out of your shadow.
Scared of my idiot brother getting himself killed?
That was
How about
fucked
showing
up.
me some brotherly love?
I feel like the two brothers haven't spoken at all throughout the entire game.
They really haven't, except when he told a shitty, scary story.
I'm coming too.
Hey, what? Julia, no.
Not my bodyguard. I can take care of myself.
Propose, damn it.
Whoa, whoa. If Julia says she can handle it, she can handle it.
Fuck yeah, girl power.
Case closed.
Okay.
No, she did not look like she was confident in her abilities there at all. Just don't say anything. Don't let them know we're okay. No.
He thinks we're dead.
But wait here by the radio.
Whoa, why
Hey.
didn't he? Yeah. he's just angry. You won't talk to me, fine.
That was the most sassy shit ever, like a middle school girl. Oh, leaving me on red, huh? Yeah, take this, you filthy animal.
Less than an hour left, people are saying. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Man, you
Can
really do
finish it
like
in one
big.
sitting.
You do big generalizations. I've been looking at the chat almost exclusively, and only one person has said less than an hour left.
Well, I was looking at my chat.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But wait here by the radio.
But still only one person said it here as well. But the chat's not moving, so I'm just staring at that one message. It's really adding up.
Hey.
It's just constantly weighing on you, yeah.
We've got to split.
Why? Wait, how does that help?
Inspect. I'm not concerned. Ah, there was nothing. What the fuck?
She just wanted to hold his hand. The fuck was the point of that?
Please tell me you have an escape plan.
Yes. But I'm not going to tell you about it. I'm going to say nothing.
Why? We need to be on the same page.
It's going to be a surprise to all of us.
But Americans have smashed their way into a foreign land and come up short.
Well, then I'm not going to control my heartbeat.
I'm going to just whistle so he knows where we are. Oh, that was actually entirely on me. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, my rebreather!
Wait, that was part of my plan.
Oh, it actually worked. We blinded him in his one good eye.
Stop! It's in one of us, isn't it?
Take the ball, Jackson. Brad must survive. Or try and save us both.
Breathed any weird mist.
It was him.
I promise.
It was Brad. He couldn't stop himself.
He's been huffing it, yes. Snorting it like
He
crack.
loves,
I can feel it.
he loves the mist.
I use it like a goddamn inhaler.
I have asthma.
Come on, man. There is no mist.
Oh, that's convincing.
Ah!
I tried.
Julia, you bitch!
His eyebrows are still twitching. You killed my brother's boyfriend. I mean, my boyfriend's brother. Brad's entire story was hiding under a bed on the small boat for half of the game. And then showing up out of nowhere and dying.
Well, it's even worse than that. His whole story arc was, I'm a coward, alright, I'm gonna be brave, and he gets shot.
Oh, maybe the Kraken's about to attack, because I'm outside now.
Yeah, like I said, in one of the photos, that was something that happened.
What, like tentacles? Giant tentacles?
Mm-hmm. Which is why I said it reminds me of the Obra Dinn. God, Obra Dinn was a good game.
I remember recommending that to you, and you didn't think you'd like it.
I do remember that happening as well.
Did you stream that one?
I did not. I was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's right.
Fliss!
What the fuck just happened here? What the
Were you in an elevator, by any chance?
No, I don't know what the fuck just happened there.
Fuck!
Uh-oh. I may have just broken our only way up the boat.
I can't hear you over the sound of the distributor cap being destroyed in front of me.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I did that.
Oh, that was you?
I dropped the elevator on it, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You also sicked the rats on me, so...
Yeah, well, there's no rats. I can't see any rats.
Oh, it's Ghost Brad.
It's me! Don't! It's me!
Oh.
It's me! Oh, you bitch! It's me! Why is everyone...
Alright, fine.
It's me, I promise.
I'll accept
I promise.
you. I'll accept you into my ranks.
Hey.
Why does everyone see her as a bad person?
I liked this. Not nearly as good as Until Dawn in terms of narrative or the decisions. Yeah, I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much if I didn't play it with you, though. I think if I played this alone, I'd be pretty disappointed. All right. I gotta say, I don't understand what the fuck the point of that after credit scene was. I think you could have just assumed that they were still wandering the sea aimlessly.
I mean, that's what they showed beforehand as well.
Who are you?
Good answer, Jackson.
Well, you're in control, aren't you? Please?
I'm not. I have no control over what's happening now.
Oh, what? You could have told me that. I thought you were in control.
Wait, what happened?
Why is everything red?
Did you stab me? Wait, what the fuck?
Is he being abducted? What the fuck's going on?
I'm being impaled by a rat. Thanks to the tier 1, Mon-Chris. How did that happen?
What happened?
A rat.
There's nothing wrong with you on my screen.
A rat popped out of his stomach.
Why did you do that?
There's a rat here.
Don't stab it. It's not there.
Oh, I was fooled.
I told you 3 times. There's no rat.
I didn't believe you.
Oh, there's a rat. There's a rat in your trousers. That's weird.
Initiating moisture.
The first season of One Punch Man is an absolute fucking masterpiece in every department. The characters are well written, the comedy lands, the animation is beyond beautiful. Every fight scene in the first season of One Punch Man is truly outstanding, thanks to a lot of the freelancers that really worked on it and put a lot of passion and soul into it, leading to this incredible and very unique, very rare season of anime. Everything about the first season of One Punch Man is beautiful perfection. And for the respect out of the first season, I'm going to be dividing this Moist Meter in 2 parts. Season 1 and Season 2. Season 2 just finished. I didn't even fucking know it ended because the last episode wasn't a great send-off. And the whole season was just an unbelievable downgrade in every conceivable department that it leaves a bitter taste in my butthole. And the crazy thing about One Punch Man is The characters are so well written and the universe is so lively and fun that even though season 2 was significantly worse than the first season in every way, it was still a good season. It was still enjoyable, which is fucking remarkable. So the difference between season 1 and 2 comes down entirely to the studio that handled it. Season 1 had a whole bunch of freelancers work on it. They had a whole lot of new talent come in that really put their all into it to lead to such an extraordinary season. Season 2 was handed off to the fast food chain of anime called JC Staff. They do really suboptimal work, literally no passion. It's barely better than YouTube animators, and that's kind of why it's so bad. It's because the animation, if you can even call it that, half of the fucking season is just still images with a shaky cam. I swear to God, the first 2 episodes don't even have anything moving. It's just the camera with some fucking art they found on DeviantArt, fan art. It's fucking embarrassing, and it's really upsetting that Season 2 turned out the way it did. But before I get into everything wrong with Season 2, I want to talk about why you should watch Season 1 if you haven't already. Even if you fucking hate cartoons, animation, or even fun in general, you will still probably like the first season of One Punch Man. Even from a conceptual level, I think it is extraordinary. One Punch Man is about a man who is so incredibly powerful, the most powerful being that you could ever imagine in any form of media, and about... It's fucking disgusting how dirty they did the show. There is a clear lack of effort here. It looks like the entire studio just quickly did their homework to turn it in before class so the teacher didn't give them a bad grade, but they still got a bad grade because the homework was shit work. It's just a very clear disregard for quality. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the first season. They were never going to live up to the first season because of how much went into that, but they didn't even try to come close. It seems like they just went through the motion, they'd fall asleep behind the wheel and just get it done barely. It's just bad. It's really not good. Even if you're not going in there trying to nitpick, taking notes like a turbo virgin anime critiquer or something, you're gonna notice how noticeably bad it is in comparison to the first season. Had the first season not been as good as it was, this would have been a lot more palatable. I don't think as many people would have cared, but they clearly showed what they could do with One Punch Man and where it could go, and then they come in here and turn it into a fucking PowerPoint presentation with almost nothing put behind it. There's also this over-reliance on CGI in Season 2, which wasn't there in the first season, and I don't think CGI in anime is all that bad. I think it can be used really well, such as in Demon Slayer. There's another modern example. But in here, the CGI looks straight out of a PlayStation 1 cutscene. They use CGI to save on cost, and it shows. It actually looks like origami strapped onto some of the characters with a lot of lights put on it. It's really dumb. Like they've completely redesigned some of the characters' looks. Genos looks fucking awful. Genos looks like an action figure I would have pulled out of a Happy Meal in the late 90s. It's just really dumb. It's upsetting. Because I loved the first season so much, and Season 2 has a much better storyline. I think Season 2's story, even in its shit form with JC Staff, is still better than the first season's story. I like Garo. I really like all of the new characters they introduced and everything going on, the Villain Association. All of it is really good, but JC Staff couldn't even bother to animate half this shit. In the first 2 episodes, you can immediately recognize a clear difference in the first and second season. The fights in the first 2 episodes alone in this season were actually just still images, as if a kid was holding up 2 pieces of paper with characters' faces on them and colliding them together. That's about the extent of the animation you got from the first couple of fights. And I hope JC Staff doesn't get many more projects. They have totally lost me as someone that would support their animation studio. They're not even fucking animators. They're basically deviant artists that sometimes accidentally make things move minimally. If JC Staff's name is on something, I'm just going to immediately assume the animation's going to be shit from now on, because this just left such a bad taste in my mouth. Plugging this shit into the moist meter, I'm giving 2 scores. The first season of One Punch Man is a 95%. I genuinely think that's a show that anyone, any age, and any taste can enjoy. There's something there for everyone, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Season 2, I'm giving an 80% to, and it's only because it is carried so incredibly hard by a fucking impressive story, cast of characters, writing, And also another complaint, the sound in Season 2, they basically just loop the same goddamn sounds over and over again, the same songs over and over again. So I hope you really like the soundtrack, because you're going to hear it a million times if you suffer through Season 2. In fact, bringing that into the equation, I'm lowering that shit. I'm bringing it down to a 70%, because now I just remembered how often they use it. I'm almost fucking blocked it out of my mind, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's genuinely anytime anything's on screen, you're hearing the same 4 songs repeated ad nauseum. So 70% for Season 2, 95% for Season 1. The show is still great, and I do think it's worth watching. But man, I hope whenever Season 3 comes out, if the world isn't up in flames by then, I hope it's to a good studio that makes it with actual passion and quality again. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Today I found something pretty interesting that I just can't resist the urge to share with all of you. I'm just kidding. That's a classic gag right there. I got you good. But I did actually read something pretty fascinating. It was an independent study that was conducted that found 72% of games industry executives believe that Steam has a monopoly on PC games. And this is an interesting topic and something that I've talked about on stream quite a bit, but I want to yap about this because they're not entirely wrong. Steam is like a diet monopoly when it comes to PC games, but not because they use like monopolistic tactics or anything. They literally just offer a better service than anything else that seems to come up and literally do nothing and win just by being better than all of the competitors that try and enter the market. Developers and players just naturally gravitate towards Steam. And thus they do kind of have like a stranglehold, like nipple clamps on PC games market. So like they do have oomph. And you can make an argument that they're like a soft monopoly. But I think it tells a very interesting story because there are alternatives. There are competitors. They just don't necessarily thrive. So anytime that a new games platform tries to enter the market to compete with Steam, they do their own version, with blackjack and hookers and whatever. And it usually flounders. Like, it usually flatlines pretty quickly because it's just inferior to Steam. Even though Steam has remained largely unchanged for the longest time, it has cemented itself as just a really easy-to-use platform that's just extremely convenient for developers and players. So, a new platform springing up, it's got its work cut out for it. But that's not to say they don't exist, because there are a lot of alternatives. Well, maybe a lot's being a little charitable. There are some alternatives. Some of them are even decent, like GOG. Even though in recent times I've had extraordinarily horrible luck with GOG and getting games to actually fucking work through there, it is a service that is good, but it's not really comparable to Steam or anything. And then there's things like the Epic Game Store, which I think did try and employ monopolistic tactics to compete with Steam. Epic Game Store, I don't know how many of you remember, was trying to incentivize developers to marry themselves to their platform exclusively. Basically trying to have their own console wars between these platforms of Steam versus Epic Game Store. So they would steal away developer titles to go to the Epic Game Store through incentives. And it didn't work because Epic Game Store itself is just not a great platform. So people don't like to use it willingly. Very few people choose Epic Game Store over Steam. So it hasn't beaten Steam, and it's kind of a joke that's gotten a lot of resentment because of some of their tactics they use to try and compete. Whereas Steam doesn't really do any of that. It just kind of sits there fucking lollipop in hand and does nothing and is winning. All these other platforms spring up and usually just run themselves straight into the shitter. So Steam just always prevails in the end. And that does put it in a position where it is like a soft monopoly. Worth mentioning about this study in particular, 75% of respondents were senior managers of C-suite level, with 77% from studios with more than 50 employees. And the study found that for a majority of the studios, Steam accounts for over 75% of revenue. And then they do briefly mention that developers started utilizing Epic Game Store and the Xbox PC Game Store. But again, it's clear Steam is the bulk of the balloons here. It is fascinating because, as I briefly mentioned, Steam doesn't do anything to try and solidify this pseudo-monopoly. Like, they don't have parameters in place to try and force people to use Steam and drive out competition or anything like that. They literally just plant their feet and lat spread and just sit there menacingly, to the point where if you're a developer releasing on PC and you choose not to release on Steam, you are cutting your own nuts off. You are doing yourself a huge disservice in not having your game in front of all of those Steam users. And again, it's not Steam that's doing that and putting that fear of God in you. It's just gamers choose Steam, so if your game's not on Steam, they might not be buying it at all in general. They might not even give it the time of day. So, like, it's very interesting, because again, Steam, at least not to anything I've ever seen, has never really tried to do anything to be a monopoly in the PC gaming space. They've just always been really convenient, like user-focused, and like, first and foremost, just accessible to developers and users, that they are just the best service. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Nothing ever will be. Like, I fucking hate the Steam friend UI and all that. I bitch and moan about that endlessly on stream whenever I'm trying to, like, co-op with friends on different games. But, like, overall, the Steam platform is better than any other games platform that has come out, generally speaking. So, it's hard to compete with that. So even though Steam's doing nothing, like, they don't need to, like, innovate or change things, they just have to not wipe their whole ass with everything they've built over the last couple of decades. And so far, they've been doing a great job of not just fucking it all up. And that seems to be, like, all they do. They are doing nothing to limit competition or anything. I have to imagine at the Steam HQ, they don't even know that they're ever in a competition with other game platforms. They probably have no fucking idea about, like, what Epic Games Store does with trying to get, like, exclusives and shit in the past. Like, I doubt they even have it as a blip on their radar. Now, normally, monopolies are a really bad thing for consumers. That's typically bad news. You do not want monopolies because there's no incentive to be the best service. There's no incentive to change or improve or get better for consumers, because what's the point? There's no alternatives. And like I said, Steam is not a monopoly. But it kind of is like a de facto monopoly in the sense that pretty much everyone is choosing Steam, developer and players alike. So all the other alternative platforms, they're not exactly, you know, popping off or anything like that. They're not out there wiggling their finger in celebration with how great everything's going there compared to like a Steam or something. But Steam is the best thing for consumers right now in this market. There isn't a better alternative. So it is weird because it is a monopoly that is a monopoly because it just is the best. So people are choosing it willingly. They're not being like, you know, fucking hypnotized into it or something, or they're not being forced to because of lack of alternatives. It is just the best in the industry right now. So everyone goes to it. So it's one of the few times you'll see this kind of report where it's like, oh, this many people believe Steam is a monopoly, and you're like, oh, yeah, good. That's great news. You're right. It's so rare. Because let's take another de facto monopoly, for example, YouTube. YouTube, it's got a big time stranglehold on video sharing. There's very few alternatives to YouTube, and it's something that's been discussed, yapped about, blabbered about for so many years now, and there just isn't a real YouTube competitor. And what does YouTube do with this swamp-ass throne it finds itself on top of for videos? Well, it doesn't improve, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not the best it can be. There has been some big-time shitification going on in recent years because where are you gonna go? Where are you going? There's nowhere else besides YouTube for video sharing and all of the features that YouTube has available. There isn't a real alternative, and there's no incentive for YouTube to fix the many problems that have been plaguing the site for so long. YouTube can do horrible decision after terrible decision after awful decision till the cows come home out the wazoo, and it doesn't really affect them because there isn't real competition. The users stay because YouTube does have a de facto monopoly. And I imagine 99% of cases, if you ask somebody, do you think it's a good thing that YouTube has this, position here as a de facto monopoly? They'd say no. But then if you ask that same question to somebody about Steam, they would probably say yes. And it's not hard to see why. It's a very big distinction here, I would say. Steam got to this position by just being better than all of the other competitors. I saw a comment that kind of painted it pretty well. Steam isn't a monopoly, its competition is just incompetent. That's pretty true. It's not like Steam has ever, to my knowledge, used its position in the industry to crush the little guy trying to make a startup that's better than Steam or something. All it does is just sit there like a fucking tree. That's all it does. It's been around for so long, it innovated at the very beginning, it cracked the code on what it needed to be the best, and now all they have to do is just not fuck it up. And everyone else that tries to compete in the space just puts out a legitimately worse product, generally speaking. Like I mentioned earlier, GOG I do think offers a different kind of product still in the same space, but having like DRM-free copies for older games and stuff is a valuable service to offer, and it is something a bit different than what Steam offers. I just personally haven't had great luck with GOG recently. So anyway, yeah, I do actually kind of agree here. This survey was also conducted by what appears to be another platform that's trying to sell developers on the idea to sell with them. So the study itself is already a little weird, but the actual subject matter of Steam being a soft monopoly is an interesting topic, I think. And it is one where I'd say, yeah, Steam is kind of a soft monopoly. But what's crazy is, I don't think that's a bad thing. They are just the best in the industry for a gaming platform. Like, they just made the best platform, and they haven't done anything, scummy and shady to, prevent others from beating them. It's just all the others that compete are worse. So people just go to Steam. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible, like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well, very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche in this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration. Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position. And now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files. And they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country, at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, you know, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, you know, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. You know, all the rape, the torture, the murder, all that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, no, that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh, my lord. An entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would, again, guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult, because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right, so the people who aren't in the files are these?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? And the crowd, like, erupts in shock and awe and disgust. Like, they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it. Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince asked though he...
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib because, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. They don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. Like in that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself. It's so sad and scary. Now, anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain, that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, well, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. Like, this had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like this, I think this is a good thing, the arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. I just saw a very interesting video from Scott Schaefer breaking down an emerging scam that's apparently popping off and very successful, that seems to dust off an old method that was popularized on Reddit a long time ago. In the early days of Reddit, where updoots were the most sought-after currency since Bitcoin, the citizens of Reddit, the Narwhal Baconers at Midnight, came up with a strategy to farm these coveted updoots that everyone was chasing like the Fountain of Youth. In a nutshell, the strategy was take an image or a video from some unrelated person, usually like an older person or someone in a hospital, and then drum up a sob story like, this is, old Peepaw Cletus. I loved him for so long. Yesterday he passed away, but his final wish was that this photo of him giving me a thumbs up reaches 50k karma and breaks the r/gaming super record. Can we make his last wish happen, guys? And then naturally people are like, oh, I'll support that. And then they all did. Well, now that exact same strategy is being used to sell drop-shipped items from Temu on TikTok, and it is blowing up.
I became aware of this scam not from TikTok, but a YouTube channel called Force Orbs. This channel is originally a TikTok account with the same name that moved all their videos to YouTube Shorts to try and scam more people. The page is all about promoting their custom Star Wars art, all made by one old man.
People said that you would destroy this and not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
Execute. Order 66.
I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of nostalgic to see this scam again. I thought for sure this was a menace long since forgotten. I really cannot even picture the person that would see this video and think for 1 second that this is real. Like, I don't know who sees this and is like, oh man, this is heartbreaking. He's right. That video of that girl shooting a baseball at a car's window got so many views, but his Star Wars art is getting ridiculed? What kind of... What's happened to us? This is not right. I'm gonna buy 10 Force Orbs to support him and let him know how happy I am with this purchase. Of course, the reality is the old guy in the video here has no fucking clue what Force Orbs are. He is not involved with this at all. It's just some random douchebags that are drop shipping it, using this as their marketing tool here. He's become their mascot, the Toucan Sam to their cereal that they're peddling.
All of their videos are pretty much the same. It's a sad old man who makes custom Star Wars glass orb art, and he's upset because any clip on social media with a cute girl gets millions of views, but his videos trying to sell his art, no one watches. In many of the clips, he talks about that he's running out of money, and people in the comments taunt him, saying things like, "Grow up, old man. No one loves Star Wars anymore. Besides, nobody is buying your stupid Star Wars art."
Another classic. You rage bait and tug on the heartstrings here. Oh, look at what these people are saying about my Star Wars orbs. They say it's stinky and they don't want it. They say it's not art. They put art in quotations. They say nobody loves Star Wars anymore. Can we prove them wrong? Can you guys all buy my fucking art, please? Also, it's just such a dog shit comparison in the first place, by the way. It's unjust that this video has millions of views, but mine doesn't. Doesn't that just make you mad? Isn't that just the most upsetting thing ever? A real tearjerker. Now get your wallet out, please buy some of these Force Orbs I found on Temu.
But what this item actually is, really is just a customizable LED glass orb that you can find on sites like Temu for $16. Any photo you want can be uploaded into these, but the scammers are trying to sell these with preloaded Star Wars images and calling them Force Orbs. The real crime is on their website, where they are selling these for a whopping $60 a pop.
$60 is pennies to make this old man's dreams come true. Can we get his videos to 66 million views here so it matches that girl shooting a ball at a fucking car windshield? He deserves it, clearly. Come on, guys, what are we doing? If we each give him $1, we can afford one fucking Force Orb maybe at this absurd price. This is always probably my favorite part about these kind of scams. Like, it's not even so much like the goofiness of the videos they post and how fucking trash they are, but it's their preposterous level of greed where they'll mark up a Temu product like 2,000% and think anyone would be willing to buy that. Unfortunately, it seems like there are some gullible suckers that do because they want to, support this story that they've bought into hook, line, and sinker. But like, it should be just so obvious that this is fishy. I cannot picture the person that sees this and is like, "Oh, I'm getting my credit card out. $60 for a Force Orb, it's a little steep, but it's made with love and care." I could tell, because the TikTok video said so.
In the clips, it shows alleged production of the globes, but if you slow down the production videos, it seems to me that this might be AI footage, because the people in the video have weird body issues. Like this guy who has this weird crease in the middle of his forehead, and the arms in the next image look AI generated as well.
No, what? AI generated videos? As if. No such thing, not on TikTok. They wouldn't be using AI to show the production, that's all legitimate. The worker there with the wacky forehead, well, that's old Quirky Brows Joe. I mean, everyone knows that guy's got like that weird shit in there like an accordion. It's part of his identity. He's a zany character around the office that works with our favorite old guy at Force Orbs. Come on, don't be ridiculous. AI footage. My left shoe.
One thing that isn't AI, though, is the sad old man who shows up in every video who claims to be making all these orbs. With a reverse image search, I was able to find where this footage originally comes from, and it's from a TikTok account called TedDog13. TedDog has nothing to do with the Force Orb scam, and he seems to be a nice old man who created his TikTok account to help him make new friends online.
This is TedDog13. I want to thank you all for allowing me to make these videos.
He seems like a sweetheart. And like I said, this isn't anything new. This has been a scam that's existed for a while, but it kind of petered out and wasn't really popular for a while. But now, thanks to TikTok being such a strong marketing vessel and people so willing to just buy into a sad story and like rally behind what they think is a good cause for these products on TikTok, people are now spinning that goodwill to exploit it. So now they're just drop shipping trash with fake stories around it, taking other people's videos, and then even using AI videos to try and, spruce it up a little bit to get people to buy into it. It is doing well. Force Orbs, I think, is the most comical example, but Scott Schaefer goes through a few more. It is a rampant issue across TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Another TikTok and YouTube scam channel known as Fuzzy Paw Slides is doing the same thing to push their scam products, but this time they've added another twist to the tale.
This is my last-ditch effort. Please stay to the end of this video, as it would help me tremendously. So my grandpa decided to take a leap of faith and start his own cat shelter. Currently, he's struggling to make ends meet and keep it open, so he decided to start making handmade cat slipper. He is the most kindest and talented person I know, but he has not received an order in 6 months. Please comment to boost this post and help support him.
Aww. Make handmade hand slip, make handmade. You ever had a dream that you ever wanted the handmade cat slipper? Wow. That's so sweet. He opened his own cat sanctuary, but hasn't had an order for 6 months for his handmade cat slipper. Come on, guys, can you boost this post so we can all buy his handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's such a good story. What a story, Mark.
Sure enough, you can find slippers just like this on Alibaba, going anywhere from $1 to $3 for a pair, but the website for the scam is selling them marked down from $50 for the low price of only $30.
Fuck! I'm losing money not buying the handmade cat slipper. Only $30 for a handmade cat slipper to keep this old man's sanctuary running? Oh my god, the blood of those cats is gonna be on my hands if I don't support him! No!
Talk about a great deal. What truly is disgusting is they have a donate button, so you can help out their fake cat shelter that doesn't actually exist.
No sarcasm on this one. That is just straight up outrageous. That is beyond shameless. So then it's not even drop shipping dog shit products. It is actually just a full-blown fraudulent red alert lie. Super duper scam. You get nothing in return. It is literally a give us money for nothing button on their website with this imaginary cat shelter. That one was crazy. That one actually did catch me off guard. I haven't seen that before. That one is actually so far over the line that they might actually find themselves eventually in, like, criminal charges. A lot of the other scams are able to hide behind, like, we did deliver something. So sometimes they do get away with that. Here, they don't even have that excuse. That could legitimately be a huge fucking issue for them, should anyone ever bother to pursue it.
Now, the old man that they show in the videos is actually a tailor and has his own TikTok account called George the Master Tailor, where he does tailoring work and never makes any cat slippers. George and his daughter have put out a few videos calling out the many TikTok accounts that have stolen his videos to promote their scam products.
Good morning. A lot of people using my face, and they're selling stuff that's fake. It's not me. I don't make slippers and I don't make all the junk that they're selling.
Like I said, it is actually a big problem. So big to the point that even some of the people that are being taken, like their content being taken to use to promote this, are becoming aware of it because some of their fans have been scammed by it and are alerting them that, like, hey, this is going on. Also, there's other fans that are confused, like, hey, I bought these, handmade cat slipper from you. It's trash. Why are you selling trash? And it's like, no, that's not me. I didn't do that kind of thing. So someone like George the Master Tailor here is coming out to set the record straight, like, no, there's a bunch of accounts using my face to promote their products. It's not me. So just warning people. It is a big issue that is only being more prevalent because it's working.
I'm not that person. I'm not selling anything.
Here's a list of the fake profiles that we're aware of at this point. Please, if you see them, report them. And if you find any more, please send them to us and also report them.
And I think a lot of these channels may be run by the same group of scammers, because on the Fuzzy Paw Slides channel, not only did I find stolen footage from George, but even Ted Dog 13 popped up on the channel as well. Another channel even stole Ted Dog 13's voice and used it over the video of a different man to sell their drop-shipped cow slippers.
This video has some audio that may or may not be DMCA, I'm not sure, but it's the same thing. It's just like some sad-ish music playing and then this sob story. Stay 9 seconds to help save my cow shelter from shutting down by buying my cow slippers. It actually really could all just be the same group of scammers doing this, and then I believe probably some copycats. Because, I mean, this shit is one-to-one. They couldn't even be bothered to change the narrative beyond going from cat to cow. It's the same homework. There's no change, really. So it does lend credibility to the idea that it is one group of scammers that is just dropshipping all of this shit and using this as their main marketing across numerous different social media handles from TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's very likely. But I do think that there is definitely others outside of that group doing the same thing, just emulating their procedure, like their process, because it's working. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but I do recommend you check out the rest of Scott Schaefer's video on this subject, because he does go into others as well. It's very interesting. If you are someone that has seen these pop up, and maybe, God forbid, someone that actually bought some of this, my heart breaks for you. But you gotta be aware of this scam here, so putting it on your radar here, watch out. Don't buy into just some random fucking sob story aiming to sell you some slippers or whatever other garbage. That's really about it. So yeah.
What you are seeing here is just a small part of my scheme. I've set the wheels in motion, and it is now time to proceed with the Leaking Titties project. You see, I plan on leading this world into a new age, a golden age. An age of milk. Yesterday, I was just a barnyard animal, until I saw a woman breastfeeding herself. It was at that moment that I knew I was meant for something more, much more. I stand before you, not just as a cow, but as a leader of a global revolution, one that fights for a noble cause. Please understand, we do not aim to annihilate the human race, actually quite the opposite. Humans have titties, but they don't know how to milk them properly, so it is our responsibility to teach them how it's done, and the only way we can do that is through force. Fuck you, car. Fuck you, SUV. Fuck you, large transportation truck. Oh shit, it's the fuzz! Where did this asshole come from? I just gotta act like a cow. This is delicious grass, officer. Your automobiles are no match for good old-fashioned cow jogging. I was the fastest cow on the farm, you can't catch me, you son of a bitch! I call shotgun. Who do you think you're chasing? The Flash? Damn. Good morning, automobile owners. They called in the helicopter. I'm deploying smokescreen. Scratch that, it's a fucking airstrike! Get to cover! We need reinforcements! My ass cheeks jiggled and they found me. I've got to get to the extraction point quick. Fuck! They planted a forest over the LZ, and the cavalry's here, shit! Help me, dog. Damn it, dog. My goodness, he's twirling a noodle. Sometimes you just gotta shit while you sneeze, I'm going in! I've thrown them off my scent. I just need to blend in now. Perfect. I'm a connoisseur of camouflage. Gentlemen, watch out, there's an asshole in that forest. And it's looking right at you. Our mission will be successful. You humans have titties. Let us show you how to milk them.
Right after the Stranger Things finale aired, a lot of people were drawing comparisons to Game of Thrones Season 8, and I thought that was pretty overblown. Like, it's not the most amazing finale, it wasn't the greatest final season, but it's nothing even close to the catastrophe, the downright sinful finale to Game of Thrones. See, even just saying its name evokes waste from my body to be expelled. That was gross with Game of Thrones Season 8. Stranger Things Season 5 was just But there is a comparison you can draw when it comes to how the writers are explaining some glaring issues with the finale. In Game of Thrones, there was an infamous clip from one of the goobers saying, she just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Danny just forgot about the Iron Fleet. It's up there with somehow Palpatine returned, except it's even worse than that. Just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Oh, right, makes sense. And that's been a meme for a while, and it's just been like a source for spit where people will always quote that as like an example of dog shit writing where there's no explanation or even an iota of justification for it. Oh, we were hitting some whippets and slipped our mind would be more honest than just saying like, no, actually, the character is the one that forgot, and it makes perfect sense if you don't think about it. You want to hit this whippet? Like, it's very silly. In Game of Thrones right now, the Duffers, they're doing something kind of similar. People have had a lot of questions about a lot of really interesting choices, as well as some huge plot holes. Spoilers. Getting into spoilers. This is your warning. Spoiler alarm. Okay, now we're getting into it. The biggest one that a lot of people have been clowning on them for and even making memes about is the absence of the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the Demobats when the crew enters the Abyss. Literally the home turf, this is where they spawn, they pop out of the fucking womb up here, and yet not a single thing is in the Abyss other than Vecna and the Mind Flayer. How is that possible? Why are they not there now at the most important moment? So people have been making memes that the Demogorgons, were off taking selfies in France and shit, or, whatever. Popping champagne, doesn't matter. For some inexplicable reason that is not present in the show in any way, shape, or form, they are just absent. Vecna gave them all a paid vacation. He said, you know what, guys? Holiday season, please, spend time with your families. And they weren't there, thus Vecna and the Mind Flayer got fucking ganked and blasted. Well, Matt Duffer was asked about this, and his response I think is fucking terrible. This comes from The Rap. Fair enough, another question I had that other people have been asking is, once they get to the Abyss, where are all the creatures? Where are the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the Bats? Are they hiding? I'm actually surprised they asked this question, because that is, very blunt. It's like, hey, so, what the fuck happened to all these creatures that we spent, 10 years being afraid of and seeing them, in droves, where if you even step on a tentacle, the hive mind is alerted and you get swarmed by Demogorgons like it's fucking football players trying to recover a fumble. Where are they in the Abyss? Their literal home turf. And Matt Duffer said, mainly it's just that Vecna was not expecting the sneak attack on his home turf. Never in a million years could he have even imagined that. They're there somewhere. They're at the fucking titty bar. At the Abyss titty bar. They're looking at honkers and boobies. They were busy. They're somewhere, though, I'm sure. We obviously discussed having a demo battle on top of the Mind Flayer battle, but it felt more right to us that why does he need the demos when the Mind Flayer is this giant thing and can attack them? What the fuck are you talking about, man? It has used Demogorgons for 10 years. I imagine would of course still be using them as bodyguards and henchmen instead of trying to do the dirty work itself. That's the whole fucking point of them. It would want them. He doesn't need his little ant army to attack. He's going to take care of this himself. It's a giant, desolate planet. If you recall, you see Henry wandering the planet back in Season 4, and at some point in his journey, he does see a demo far in the distance, but it's not like they're hanging out in little huts. There's not a giant civilization of demos up there. There's not a cantina bar for demos. It's like they think the audience is so stupid that they weren't actually watching the show with their eyes open and brain on. What do you mean Vecna couldn't have imagined this in a million years? If you recall, you wrote this, by the way, Vecna went into the mind of Hop. This was after their whole plan was in motion. It was shortly before the ambush, and Vecna was poking around in his noodle there, looking at all of his neurons and using his past against him to even convince him that he shot Elle and then panicked and yanked Elle out of the tube, out of the bath, which then took her out of Henry's mind. He saw in Hop's mind. He would have seen this plan. But even if he didn't see the plan in Hop's mind, he briefly entered Elle's mind when they were in the house. So he had two people's brains, both of which knew of this plan, and we had seen in the past Vecna, when he goes into someone's mind, he sees fucking everything. How would he have not seen this ambush? How would that have missed him? When this is the most, important plan they've ever concocted, and it is a fresh plan. This is, their most recent memory. This would be, the first thing you'd have to, push by in order to get to Hop's past with, his daughter. How would he have missed the plan? Do you just think it was, useless? They're probably not doing that. It's a load of fucking barnacles. There's no way they're doing that plan. This is something he would have seen. It's not even something he needs to imagine. He would have fucking seen it in their minds. Especially Hop's, for how long he spent in there. That's, how did he miss that? But even setting that fact aside, let's say for some reason those memories were blocked off. They, for some reason, had Magneto's helmet on for a brief moment there in order to block out Vecna's ability to see that. Why would the Demogorgon still not have even shown up at any point? I feel like they would have had ample time to arrive. They're extremely fast, and we've seen that when you agitate the hive mind in any way, they get swarmed. Demo bats, demo dogs, demogorgons, they come at you hard and fast. And I imagine around the fucking Mind Flayer and Vecna, literally like the hub of the abyss, there would be some demogorgon nearby. In that moment that Matt Duffer is referencing where Henry saw a demogorgon leaving, well, to me, that indicates that there is a plentiful amount there. And since he controls them, like they are at his disposal, surely he would have thought to have them stationed nearby, even if not for defense, in order to more effectively send them out where he wants them to go. It's just pretty silly to say, like, I probably wouldn't use bodyguards or anything. The Demogorgon wouldn't be there. Mind Flayer wants to throw up a set himself and get pugilistic. Do it himself. Get right up in there and motorboat him to death. They wouldn't use anyone else. No pesky Demogorgons, Demobats, and Demodogs like he'd been doing for 10 years now prior. Not this time. But let's not harp too much on that, because there is one extremely huge plot hole that people have pointed out that I actually didn't even catch when I first finished watching it, and it is a huge plot hole that is pretty inexplicable other than whoops-a-daisy or suck our dick. We said so. There's no actual way of explaining it. And Collider did an interview with them and asked about this question, and their response is not very good. His response is basically, well, oh well. I saw this from a number of people talking about this online, and the staff also wanted to know. Will was connected to the hive mind, but didn't feel anything when Vecna was impaled and decapitated when the Mind Flayer was attacked. Why not? Matt Duffer responds, well, we aren't showing him when the Mind Flayer is being attacked. When he's getting decapitated, at that point, the Mind Flayer is dead, and so it, at that point, has severed the connection between him and Vecna. I swear to God, it's like they got hit by the Men in Black's neuralizer. What happened here? It's like they forgot their own show. What? Will is part of the hive mind. This was a crucial piece of lore, a crucial problem to be solved for this entire run of the show. All 10 years, this has been a big issue because he is connected to the hive mind. Thus, when you are hurting the hive mind, you're hurting Will. They even explicitly showed that in one of the earlier seasons where they're burning tunnels, and Will's like, ah! Ah! Wah! He's feeling all that pain. And even right before, the Mind Flayer final battle, when Will is experiencing Henry's memories and Henry got shot in the hand, Will felt him get shot in the hand. It still hurt Will. He still experiences that pain because he's connected to the hive mind. And while they were burning the Mind Flayer alive, throwing the Molotov cocktails and stabbing its taint, right in its gooch with the spears that Dustin and Steve were using, all of that Will should have been experiencing as well, because he is still connected to the hive mind. And when pressed on it a bit further, and so you're saying it could be off camera, Matt Duffer says, when the Mind Flayer is getting attacked, we see how much in pain he is, obviously, even with Henry's memories, but we just wanted to focus on the final battle with our heroes. Exactly, so they are recognizing that he is still part of the hive mind, feeling all of this pain, but then he says, but we wanted to just focus on the final battle with Henry. So he's basically saying, yeah, we know, it's a problem, but fuck you. We just wanted to focus on that fight with Henry, which was a pretty underwhelming fight, by the way. It was a very anticlimactic, not an amazing showdown, unfortunately. And all of this happens in 10 minutes. You build up a huge, big bad, two big bads for 10 years, and it's over in 10 minutes. It's very underwhelming. That was one of my big complaints. But this is a huge glaring plot hole. Because the connection wasn't severed, Will would have also died with Vecna's death. There's no getting around that. You can beat around the bush all you want, but even Matt Duffer's saying, we just wanted to focus on this other thing. So we didn't really give a lot of thought there on how to, provide a solution to that issue. We were just hoping you forgot. And in my case, it worked because I did forget about that. It didn't even register with me that Will should have also died then. But when you stop to think about it, yeah, there is no reason why Will should still be alive after Vecna's death when he was still connected to the hive mind at that moment. And when directly asked about it, they said, well, we didn't show it happening. It's like baby brain with no object permanence. Oh, my eyes are closed. The world around me must not be existing right now. So since we didn't show you any of that, you shouldn't be thinking that it's happening, because it's not. So stop putting any kind of like actual thought into this product. It's so weird. And then they're like, yeah, we just wanted to focus on the hero's final confrontation. It's a very weak explanation. That is not very satisfactory. And then another thing that I pointed out in my review is it's extremely fucking weird that after killing so many military personnel, foiling their plans, doing an unbelievable amount of illegal activity leading to the destruction of so much military property, and, like I said, murdering a bunch of military personnel, all of the main crew, everyone just gets to go free without a single, like, bump in the road. So they were asked, what happened with the military after blowing up the Upside Down? Ross Duffer responds, in that 18-month gap, I suppose there's not much else to do. You can't explore this other dimension. There's no 11 to chase anymore because she's gone. So my guess is they just sort of slowly dismantled operations and left town. Your guess? Buddy, you wrote it. It's your story. What happened? Why are you guessing? What the fuck is this? Is it like Voldemort's diary where it's writing itself? Like, what the fuck do you mean you guess? It's like they don't even know. They didn't even bother to think. It's just like, and then 18 months later, everyone's happily ever after. Oh, yeah, what happened in between? In between what? It's so weird to me, man. Like, again, as I pointed out in the review, they killed a bunch of military people. Like, these were like the most wanted criminals imaginable during this whole season. And now they finally get caught by the military, and then they just get let go? Like, there's no mention of, like, jail time or some kind of agreement that was reached between all of them? And it feels like Dr. K, since she's supposed to be the evil military lady, you know, cutthroat, literally torturing women and impregnating them against their will for their psychic program, yet for some reason, she showed mercy to all of them, even after they were responsible for her entire life's work crumbling and tons of her peers dying. Like, she decides, okay, that's fine. Hey, we're just gonna boot, scoot, and boogie on out of here. Have fun in Hawkins. We're all just gonna pack our bags and scram. We're gonna get out of town. What the fuck? Why don't you tell us what happened? Why don't you know? Why isn't that something you stop to consider? It's so odd to me. It's also so interesting to see answers like this. So, a question that was asked, why did Vecna need 12 kids and not 5 or 20? And Ross Duffer apparently laughs, you know, giving a little giggle. Tee-hee-hee. It's no specific reason other than he realized how much power he could exert from will, and to do something of this scale of moving the planet, I don't know exactly how he did the math. Matt Duffer then says, thematically or symbolically, we like the clock symbolism. How deep? So why did Vecna need 12? They don't know. They just thought it was cool, I guess. Whereas fans have like tirelessly worked on some really interesting, elaborate, thought-provoking theories on the significance of a lot of things, including like needing 12 vessels. And then when you hear from the people that wrote it, it's like, oof. So there was not a whole lot of thought into that at all. It actually doesn't mean anything. It's just like very deflating. If I was someone that got big into like theory crafting around Stranger Things, I'd be very disappointed hearing from them just saying things like, yeah, I don't know. The clocks are cool, I guess. They're pretty dope. I don't know, it's upsetting because, like, fans have cooked up much better and interesting theories for a lot of things than the writers were able to do here. It's so fucking odd. And I didn't know this at the time of my review, but it looks like there's going to be a lot of Stranger Things spin-offs, which I didn't know was confirmed until today. And it is clear this is going to be milked out the wazoo. So I feel like a lot of decisions that might have been made for this season were made with the idea of trying to stretch it out past the finale in order to like leave little things that they can explore for spin-offs, and thus leading to a less fulfilling, less conclusive finale. So get ready to be seeing a lot more Stranger Things, even though this was the finale, I guess. It really is just, the whole thing is very underwhelming. As I said in the review, it's disappointing. It was the weakest season in the entire franchise for sure. And then when I hear from them about some of the decisions they made where I thought I was being very charitable, I thought maybe there was things I missed, like maybe there was like deeper meanings behind things. Well, it turns out not really. A lot of it's just them just saying, I don't know. Or I guess maybe this. Like, it's just, that sucks. It is very similar to, like, how Game of Thrones Season 8 writers were about it. Like, just kind of forgot. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Extreme Drive. Let's do this shit. Alright, we have a truck, a Lamborghini, a married woman's Batmobile. That's it. I have 3 cars to choose from, only one of which is actually useful for racing. I'll just start with the truck. It fucking doesn't matter. Alright, here we go. Do they expect me to just sit here and make balloon animals while this loads? This is an absurd load time. Oh, there we go, finally. Now this is some fucking nonsense. The competition's already got the pedal to the metal. They probably already ran a lap around the world. It's alright though, I've got this under control. I'll take them on a tour of asshole. Speaking of asshole, take this, bitch! There you go. Nice little appetizer before the main course of anus is put onto your plate. Oh, do not think you can escape me, Lamborghini. Take this, you mobile lemon! Fucking steamrolled into the wall. I was a bulldozer running over a stuffed animal. Oh shit, solar flare! Get to cover. Oh, big boy thinks he's got some fast wheels. Oh shit. They're using the Hot Wheels toy as a landmine. That is some foul play. But it doesn't matter, they can cheat all they want. I will still... You sack of shit. I'm going into the rainforest for a sneak attack. I am the camouflaged speedster. Son of a bitch. I've got more speed than light. Fucking, yeah. And more balance than a diet. Bam! Take that, you Tonka toy. I can't get off the car! How the fuck did this happen? Oh, thank you. Are you shitting serious? This snowball on wheels has been planning this since the start. It put magnets on the bottom of itself. That's a premeditated crime. It deserves to have its wheels ripped off and shoved up its exhaust pipe. What the fuck is causing the cars to turn? I guess physics went ahead and popped its titties like a bag of potato chips. We're approaching 360 degrees rotation. This is a very shitty merry-go-round. You fucking cheaters. This is really just something I can't even fathom. They have no honor. They should be crestfallen by their actions. Oh, now they're activating cloaking. Didn't even help them. Goodness gracious, the environment's phasing in and out of reality. I'm just passing everybody. Jump in, Jupiter, I'm on my side. Land it. Wall it. There it is. Oh, fuck. Strong gust of wind. It's alright. Oh, shit. Cheap shot. Someone has opened the floodgates of bullshit. There's only one way to fight bullshit, and it's with speed. Where the fuck is this light emanating from? Is the ancient Egyptian god Re shining a flashlight at me? This is a giant sparkler. It's like a baseball stadium here. Here we go. I'm gonna win this race. Oh shit, this car's fast. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Their cars were like twice the size of mine. I'm in a damn remote control car. It also doesn't have any floor panel. I can see right through it. Oh shit, I shouldn't have been looking at the floor thing. Ran right into the wall. Alright, here we go. It's got a lot of speed. Damn it. I don't know if I just can't use this car or if it's just a shitty car. Fuck. That is simply stunning. It is snowing everywhere but on this racetrack. I guess the walls keep the weather out. Stay on the ground, you son of a bitch. This isn't even a car. It's a paper airplane. It's bullshit. Is that car driving in reverse? Oh, fuck it, I guess now I'll never know. My vehicle's too busy acting like it's a tornado. Okay, I guess I'm just driving on an ice rink. That Lamborghini's definitely going in reverse. The clone of my car, my twin brother, is going in reverse. I may as well follow his lead. I haven't spiraled into outer space yet, so that's good. What kind of tires does my automobile have? Jetpack stone tires? Oh, I lost the race. Well, that was a real photo finish. I'm surprised by the outcome. I am going to win a race, though. And I'm gonna win a race using Bilbo Baggins' motorhome. I am gonna win using this fucking vehicle. Your ass cheeks smell like asshole. Oh, fucking son of a bitch. It's time to use the glue tires. We did not stick to the ground. These tires are still wiener. Goodness gracious. Consider these trousers ruined. Didn't you order some dessert? Yeah. Don't forget to take more dessert. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what you get. You forgot to tip your waitress. Don't worry because I tipped you, bitch. Oh fuck. He brought back up. I've got you. Yes. There it is. Oh shit. It's trying to squash me. You know, it really is sunny. I'm glad I brought my hat. This car's got some really good balance. I'm still on the ground. It's stabilizing the son of a bitch. Well, I kept my car on the ground for about 2 seconds, which is a lot longer than it's used to being on the ground, so that's really good. Awesome. If I can't win this race, no one can. How do you fuck those apples? Oh, damn it. It was a decoy. It's impossible to win a race using this vehicle. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
I've mentioned this a few times over the last couple months, and it seems to always raise some eyebrows and spawn question marks, so I figured I'll just make a whole video here talking about it. It's true, I bought a farm, and I don't mean that as a euphemism for I died. I'm still very much alive. In fact, I've evolved into a good old-fashioned red-blooded patriot living off the Lord's titty out here. So, I've now got a lot of acres under my belt. I've even got some classic overalls and everything. And trust me, when I slap that get-up on, it's a whole new ball game. I look like a $10 stripper you found outside of Walmart. There is something about my physiognomy that is just not conducive to farmer attire, but I'm gonna brute force it till it looks good on me. Point is, I do have a farm now, and I no longer have the warehouse. Which is very sad to say because the warehouse was a huge part of my life for the last almost 5 years now. It served its purpose well. It was an amazing headquarters full of fun and whimsy. Fucking 5 years ago almost, we got that bad boy, and man, did we turn that into a special place. That was heaven on earth. All started with this video here riding around our motorized gaming chairs. We even debuted the Moby Huge Mobile there, the apotheosis of engineering. We even had our own fucking wrestling league, a wrestling ring in there, putting on our own productions. It was amazing. I don't know how many total videos were filmed at the warehouse, but it has to be like 500 if I had to spitball a guess. And they're all bangers, turbo bangers even. And we did, of course, give the warehouse a swan song. We did a little something special as a group on the other channel for a little murder mystery. Feel free to check that out. I think it was a lot of fun, and it was a nice little bon voyage to the warehouse. You might be wondering, well, Charles, if you love it so much, why didn't you marry it? Why don't you have the warehouse any longer? And it's because there's a lot of things that I want to do now that I just couldn't at the warehouse anymore. Namely, building things on it. There are certain things you cannot do when it comes to a warehouse space without getting into the nitty-gritty. No need to dive into the weeds. And there's just a lot that I want to be able to have the freedom to do. So the question naturally becomes, what's the goal of the farm? And I have a lot of ideas for the land, some of which we're already actively working on, and I'll be able to show you pretty soon. That won't be today, but soon. And some of those ideas do, of course, include, like, actual farming activities. Growing crops, shit like that. Have a nice array of, like, orange trees and all kinds of things there. And that does include having animals on the land as well. Not, like, for the sake of food production or anything like that. I'm not trying to create, like, some kind of self-sufficient, sovereign nation. Not like some kind of cult facility or anything. I'm not trying to make like fucking Rapture out of BioShock. I'm talking about housing some good old-fashioned barnyard animals. You know, like maybe sheep. We could shear the sheep and spin our own jackets out of the wool. Sheep like to be sheared from what I understand. Of course, I'm not a fucking sheep whisperer, but that's what I always hear. Stuff like that. Maybe even a horse or two, and I could learn how to horseback ride. probably really hurt myself. Hopefully it doesn't end up kicking me in the chest and killing me instantly. But like stuff like that, it could be fun. But it's not just like general farming activities. That's not the entire goal of the land. I really want the property to serve as like the one-stop shop for all of the content that we do, where typically we have to spread out across Florida to access some of it, like gun ranges. There are gun ranges in Tampa, sure, but they are very strict on what you're allowed to shoot there. So the gun ranges that you've seen in the videos I've posted with like the wild weapons that we've used, we've had to drive like 45 minutes to an hour out of Tampa to very specific locations in order to do that. I would love to not have to do that and instead have a gun range on my property where we can use whatever weapons we want in our own privacy. And that is something that we are actively working on the land right now. Another thing that I've always wanted to be able to have access to without having to drive like hours away is a forge. Like, we all did some blacksmithing. We posted a video on that a while ago, and we all really liked it. Danny in particular. So, I'd love to just build a fucking forge on the farmland that we could all just go and forge some weapons in sometimes. Maybe even have our own forged in fire kind of show. Just wacky, fun shit that is only possible to build on this amount of land. And of course, like I said, I do want farming, like actual like farming and agricultural stuff to be like an integral part of it, but it's not the sole goal. And one thing that we've already got, which I'll be able to show you pretty soon that we've already finished, is I've been gaming a lot, as all of you know. Moist Critical Gaming Official, best fucking gaming channel on YouTube, go subscribe. I've been gaming a lot, and one of the things that I did day one on the land is build out the barn into gaming pods for me and my friends to do a lot of gaming content in. So I plan on going full chub into gaming even harder. And it's not just that, it is more than just gaming in the barn. It is also built out for our esports watch parties, which will be a lot of fun there. It is also built out for Skill Check, our nerdy paradise where it's mainly card games and D&D. So Magic the Gathering, One Piece, all of that is also there on a different floor. It's just extremely nice to be able to build out these kind of things on this kind of land. And like I said, we are going to be getting animals. In fact, we have a few on the way. I'll introduce you to them when they get there. And that's probably when I'll do like a tour of the farm, which I haven't really done yet. I filmed a few videos on the farm already, like with the Nile Red collab, that was on the farm. The car bubbles, that was also on a piece of the land. Like, we've been actively filming there, and I aim to do significantly more there. Even more there than we ever did at the warehouse. Because, hopefully, we'll be able to do pretty much anything imaginable on the land. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. That's kind of the nutshell summary of everything here. I'm gonna miss the warehouse, but I'm very excited for the farm arc here. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
I wasn't expecting much from Crawl, and the interest in this movie is about as low as it can get. There's more interest in getting a fucking ingrown toenail than there is going to see this movie, and that's actually a shame because the movie's pretty damn good. I was really surprised. So the movie's about a girl who goes to get her father during a Category 5 hurricane because she's worried about him. Turns out he's being hunted by alligators in his home. It takes place in Florida, as you would expect with alligators, and it uses our biggest and best feature, the alligator. Finally, it's about time that our superstar gets his time in the limelight. The alligator is what Florida's known for, albeit I think it's kind of blown out of proportion. I personally don't see a whole lot of alligators. I don't battle them. I don't fist fight them going to the store or anything. But I couldn't help but pump my fist in celebration seeing them on the big screen. And I'm really happy to say that the movie is pretty good. I didn't expect anything again. I really thought this was just going to be a stinker that I'd forget. But I liked it. It does everything that it wanted to do. It does it well. It does jump scares, but it's not a horror movie. It's more of just like a monster movie. A monster escape movie, survival, and it's really well done. It's a very short movie, so it focuses really hard on delivering all of the beats it needs to hit. Shit gnawed out of him, like he got bit 1,000 times by alligators. He was a fucking pincushion for their teeth. Talking about all mobile game devs, but a good chunk of them are just the greediest, scummiest assholes on the planet that would personally go to your house to flip your mattress over just to steal a $5 bill from it. I swear to God,
The drug dealers that lace their crack cocaine with fentanyl are nicer to their addicted clientele than the mobile game devs are to their addicted players. At least the fentanyl drug dealers just killing you. These mobile game devs are bleeding you out and bleeding your parents out, and they would walk over to your corpse to take a dollar bill out of your wallet when you're dead. Now I want to stress this is not all mobile games and mobile game devs, but there's no denying that there is a big chunk of these people that prey on susceptible people to get addicted to a game, that don't know any better, that don't know how to handle finances, and they exploit them to no end. And it's terrible to see. I myself am not a huge mobile gamer. I'm not like the kind of guy that would spend $150,000 on Transformers mobile game microtransactions or $60,000 on RuneScape or anything. But I do appreciate certain mobile games. Obviously the one that I got into the most was old school RuneScape on mobile. But as I look at more and more mobile game ads in games, I notice that their ads are incredibly misleading to a point that makes me want to vomit. Here's one that I saw on Twitter that got me so excited for the game only to be remarkably disappointed.
Yes, don't leave me, please.
What's the matter?
My lord, he wants to divorce.
She is not Peggy anymore. Nobody wants her.
Nobody wants. Nobody wants. Nobody wants.
Now, needless to say, I was sold on the game after seeing this. My dick was rock hard, and when I downloaded the game, it went super soft and I probably lost some inches. It is nothing like this trailer leads you to believe. I thought I'd be passing a guilty and not guilty verdict on marriage counseling, you know. My wife's not pretty, so then I would thoroughly investigate the woman, decide if she is or is not pretty, side with the man, side with the woman. I thought it was going to be just like this advertisement. Though I didn't quite understand exactly what the game would be like, it gave me kind of a general idea, or so I thought. But when I actually got in the game, let me show you what I saw. So here's what the Emperor and Beauties game is actually like. You get a little character creator here where it's just 5 default presets that don't have a whole lot of work behind them. I chose the bad boy looking one here because I thought all beauties would love a bad boy like this, and I'm trying to get a lot of beauties in here. The name characters are super limited. You can only fit like 7 on here. So I went with something simple. I went with just a classic Big Wet. After a short visual novel intro, you're met with the hardest choice any man makes, which is make contributions to the country or marry more wives and live a happy life. So slam ham or work for a living. I went with obvious choice here, which was marry as many beauties as my penis would allow me to. After making it to the main hall, your only choice is to talk to the default beauty. She comes with the game, so you're never alone. And I take her on a random date. I was expecting some very steamy, full penetrative sex, and I didn't quite get that, but I wasn't overly disappointed either because of this right here. Yeah, and that's how it's fucking done. Now, one beauty's nice, but you know what's better than one beauty? A million beauties, and that's kind of what I thought I was going to be getting into with this game, but that wasn't the case. Here we have a whole bunch of new characters come in to teach me a bunch of different things about the land that I don't give a fuck about. I'm just here for the beauties, but instead I have to go out here, I have to collect taxes, collect all kinds of crops. Then I need to go to retainer, I need to level up this guy because for some reason he's lost without my guidance, so I don't even know why I have him around if I'm the one fucking teaching him everything anyway. But anyway, he's on my payroll, I'm teaching him how to do arithmetic. I go back to the main stage and we're already being invaded. Now, this isn't what I expected on my first day on the job. I thought I was just going to be having orgies, but we're getting attacked, and luckily I win because my sexual energy was just far higher. We are an empire built on beauties, but trained in war. We will sink our teeth deep into the meaty ass of any who oppose our way of life. After the first battle, I have to go back and collect even more resources from the town. I have to tax everyone, steal their credit card, make them sub to me on twitch.tv/moistcritical. After I accumulate enough finances, then I get these silver coins, I get some leaves, and then I get 100,000 men, which I just see as 100,000 competitors for these beauties, which I'm not overly thrilled about. I'm finally past the tutorial and now I have all of these beautiful golden options. I finally click on one to see what this game's all about. I want to see what kind of beauties we have available to have sex with. And I'm met with these 4 lovely women, but unfortunately they cost so much fucking power that I can't afford. I don't have 50,000 power just lying around. I'm not some type of goddamn generator. So my broke ass leaves the brothel, and then all of the other options here are microtransaction based, so I'm not going to spend any money on this game. Instead, I just go back to my default beauty, the old tried and true misses over here. I wanted to see who was unwedded, but I can't visit any of the unwedded. Even if I could visit the unwed, they'd probably laugh at my lack of power. I'm not pumping out the proper watts to afford their time. But anyway, like I said, all of these options here, save for a few, are just bringing you to a place to spend money on the game, which I'm not going to do. So instead, I take my girl back out on a nice random date. She's happy, I'm happy, we're very much in love, but I'm still thinking about other beauties and what I'm going to do when I finally get that, proper amount of power. And then she surprises me with a child. On our second date, we've already conceived a child, which is incredible timing. We're really speedrunning this. So I go check on my child. I think it's only appropriate since I'm the father. I need to give it a name, a very strong name. It came with the default York. I was going to just put New in front of it, just make it New York, call it a day. But I wanted something bigger, so I tried Jesus, which for some reason they forbid. I said, all right, they don't want Jesus. Well, what about God? And God was acceptable. So now I have my baby God over here, and I'm stuck in this land of microtransactions and power that I can't possibly get because I'm not spending money on the game, and the way you accumulate power in this game is so fucking slow. So I'm stuck with one beauty in a world that's supposed to be full of beauties for me. So I'm beyond disappointed, and the advertisement was nothing like the game. You gonna participate in Kodansha's Manga Academy contest? Anyone can compete? Oh, I should make my own manga. Holy, that goes crazy. I can't draw for shit, but maybe I could be like one. I can get Murata to make the actual manga. Imagine. But to be honest, one's webtoon, like, it really didn't look that bad. It was fine. Kodansha is opening its doors to the world as our first unified global scouting project. Not just another manga award, but a search for the raw, the bold, and the yet-to-be-discovered talent across borders. We're not looking for perfection, we're looking for potential. Okay. You get a cash prize, 300k yen. Okay. Do I get like a deal with them? I get featured, but I don't get like a deal? It's about $2,000. Okay. So it's 2k, own editor, and publication on manga platform. Alright, gotcha. I thought, the way I was reading this, it seems more like you just get one spotlight. They just feature it once. But if you get like a deal, that's good. That sounds cool. The man who forgot how to poop manga, here we come. Yeah, I'll submit a bunch of my ideas. I will submit the woman birthing herself to achieve immortality. That might be the way to do it. A shotgun approach, just everything all out there at once. What are some of my other banger ideas I've had? The Yanny and Laurel one. That only works as a movie. Skynet manga. Skynet manga, that's a good idea. But if you win, would you actually go to Tokyo? No. No, I'd ask someone to go in my place. A body double. I can't fly. Oh yeah, we could go for one of those like long title ones. That's good, that's a good idea. I used to be a shitposting loser, but then I leveled up to level 900 when I got whisked away from my magical refrigerator and I gotta defeat the Shadow Lord before breakfast. That kind of thing. Yeah, that actually goes hard. Write that down. Yeah, it's a good one. That's a good idea. That might have legs. Rooster fight is a thing, so anything's possible. Rooster fight's cool, though. The animation that I commissioned is a really good idea. I just don't want to blow my load on it in too many spots. I'd rather the animation come out first, so I'm not going to rip that for the manga. Not the Godslap one, the other one. So I don't want to ruin that one yet, because I think it's a great idea no one's done. So that one's got to stay in the old steel trap. Shueisha's manga contest could be next, though. We can submit tons of good manga, though. It doesn't have to just be one. We can do both. Maybe this isn't such a bad idea, actually. Imagine. Can anyone submit ideas? Yeah, it's apparently anyone. You submit your manga. It's not ideas, you submit a manga, by the way. I think it'd be fucking worthless if you just feed them just 2-sentence ideas. They want, like, a product. How much AI shit do you think they'll get? So much. They will get so much, I bet. Sounds like they're looking for artists more than people to write stories. Probably. That would be my assumption. They'd probably prioritize the style over the writing. I would think. Maybe not, though. Oh, this guy's onto something. AI fucked my mother, so now I must hunt down with the Demon Lord in order to find the creator of the AI, but on the way I find a robot that I fall in love with. I think you've got something there, Deku. Adapt your League documentary into a manga. Wait, you're kind of cooking. Based on a true story. That might be the way to do it. It's not a bad approach. It's definitely not a bad approach. That's for sure. A tournament manga, but scalpers fighting over Pokemon. Instantly sued. You lost the contest, and you got Nintendo knocking at your door. You're cooked, bro. That's never gonna work. Would you ever visit other countries without flying? Probably not. Yeah, we'll see. Who knows? Make a Baki spin-off about Unnamed Cop 1. Oh, generic police officer? That could be a cool idea. A character who never actually participates in any of the fighting or the story itself, but is always a witness to it. So you experience the story through his eyes, because he just happens to be in the right place at the right time to see everything unfold. You can travel by boat, though. Terrible idea. I would never travel anywhere by boat that far. An awful, awful journey. I thought people in Florida love boats. True. Boats are fine. Boats across international waters over the course of like a 2-week trip. Fuck that. I got no problem with boats in general. Going out and fishing and stuff, but I would never fucking take a 2-week voyage to go somewhere on boat. Your requirements for flying is having a fighter jet with military pilot and parachute rig. So would you travel on a boat to another country if the captain was Navy? Yeah. Oh, for sure. If for some reason the fucking Navy was like, oh, Charles, you wanted to go to Sweden? Yeah, hop aboard. We're actually heading that way right now. I'd do it, yeah, at that point. Because if anything goes wrong, I'll just take one of the choppers out or something. Yeah. For sure. Hey, we're about to park this aircraft character in Sweden, leaving from Tampa. You want to hop aboard? I'd absolutely do that. Or Japan or something, wherever it's going. Like you would know how to fly a chopper. I wouldn't fucking fly it, but I'm assuming if something went catastrophically wrong, everyone would be taking choppers out of there and I'd just hop aboard. But if the military's already willing to chauffeur me around, then yeah, I'd just take the fighter jet. It wouldn't be my first choice. If the military for some reason was willing to use resources to let me travel somewhere, I'd do the fighter jet. With parachute. And on the lap of the jump master. But that's flying. It's not the actual act of flying that scares me, it's the act of dying in a plane. But if there's like backup strats, like fail-safes, like there isn't a jet with the ejector seats and all of that stuff, oh, I'd for sure do that. I'm pretty sure everyone's afraid of dying. Exactly! Which is why it's completely rational to be afraid of flying. That's what I'm saying, so you get it. See, you're starting to understand it. What about a blimp? There's only like fucking 4 blimps left in the world. No, man, I wouldn't take a blimp. That's waiting for a disaster. Fucking Hindenburg. Well, hopefully we can connect countries with those speed trains in our lifetime. Yeah, that'd be cool. I like that idea. I also am waiting for Pangea 2. When everything just comes together again, then I'll just take long road trips. Either one of those would be great for me. We need teleportation. That'd be cool too. That one I don't think's ever happening, but... Well, I also don't think Pangea sequel's happening anytime soon either, but teleportation I know's not happening. But maybe like pneumatic tubes or something from continent to continent. But I feel like that'd be fucking awful. You'd definitely just die in transit there. It'd just blow you to pieces with the speed. That's probably off the docket. Alright, it's called Silver Chains. I don't know fuck all about it. The brightness screen has this new guy from Toy Story 4. So that's a good sign, I guess. I imagine this is going to be extremely generic. because all horror games kind of are pretty much the same. Ooh, look at this. The old get up and go mobile here. Not a whole lot of tender love and care went into the design of that car. There's no doors. Why did I choose this game? It's the newest horror game that came out. I had the itch for a shitty horror game. And this is the newest one. Why play horror games with lights on? What is that, like, against the rules or something? Okay. Now, that's going to amplify this game from, like, super shit to probably Game of the Year tier. I'm gonna feel like such a fucking idiot if this game actually does make me super afraid. The odds aren't in its favor, but you never know. You know what, I take it back, there's no chance. Oh, Jesus!
What was that?
It's haunted by a soccer player child. I just got an achievement for that. I have a sneaking suspicion there's going to be a jump scare in a moment. I'm calling it. The jump scares are coming. I'm Uncle Tickle Fingers. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. Why would the kids want to play with Uncle Tickle Fingers? They'd be actively trying to avoid me, I'd imagine. I'm gonna take a strong guess that the second I go for this boat, there's gonna be like a shadow demon or something that pops out of the water. It's a sneaking suspicion I have here. Let's see. No, that's... I mean, who could have called it, to be fair? But I got Georgie's boat back, and that's what matters. This is but I don't have the key in here. But I definitely picked up the key. Huh. That's weird. Oh, wait! Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. The key just opens this door. What do you mean, look up? There's nothing here. Oh, I see. I see.
I need something to reach for the key.
Well, how about I just climb through the hole? We can absolutely fit. No! My telepathy. Come on. Or telekinesis, not telepathy. I'm not reading the mind of the fire poker. There we go.
Mommy is very mad at you.
I got into a fucking car accident. It's not my fault. But it did sound like it came from this direction. She was playing the ghost piano. Can you play Lil Wayne's Lollipop? Now hit some through the fire and the flames. God, every door opens. Shit, this is gonna be like a huge house to explore. And the fact that it just autosaved tells me there's about to be something that kills the character here. I'm a genius! That looks like one of the Black Pearl crew after they got cursed. Let's make it a run for it. That was easy. Oh shit!
I remember this lamp. It contains a secret.
I'll be the judge of that.
It works as a lever.
Okay. I thought anything was going to happen. Whatever. Maybe I have to line it up with something in the room. No, that can't be right, because now I can't leave. I'll just go frame by frame. Since I guess it's gonna lock into place when I do it right, maybe? What secret does this hold? It sounds like the Tin Man getting oil. How do I get out of this? I've clearly hatched the secret by now, hopefully. Oh, Q, thank you. I don't think I quite found the secret. Looks like I'm going back in. Yeah, I'll come back to it. I'm in no... well... That's just stupid fucking house design. Am I being hunted?
Alright, I got lost. No! Oh, shit. You'll never find me in here, that fucking idiot. Look at those skinny ass legs. That's so embarrassing. Imagine not having like jacked meaty legs. Woke up to check on the kids, entered the room, noticed the smell, same smell, accompanied Harold, returned from the hunt, woke up in bed, found decapitated remains of animals, a lot of blood, mixed with dirt, fur, cum, shit, stench, all into the bed of children, took the kids to room, ordered servants to clean it, could have done it. Seems like someone's trying to drive her crazy. Take away the children. Got it.
Dead animals in the children's room? That's terrible.
Voice acting needs a little work. They should have hired me to do this character. Dead animals in a room? What the fuck? Whoa! Oh, goddamn! Alright. I'll find it. I found it! That was an easy scavenger hunt, you little twerp. You little fucking idiot. Oh, it's not the end. Ooh, too easy. You thought you could slip a fast one on me, huh? Where's that last one at? Oh! Oh, hey, I remember when I looked at this earlier, there was these nails there. Now I see why they're there. Easy. Man, this family looks weird. It looks like they're all Chucky dolls that were brought to life. I didn't really collect anything, did I? So I can't go back and open anything. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, I can. I can open up that little box. Bang. I was wrong. That's a shame. I can go back and play with the spinning star angel thing, I guess. Spin the handle 5 times clockwise. Okay. 3 times counter, 6 times clockwise. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. How would you ever know that? How the fuck were you supposed to figure that out? That's... like, this means nothing. There's been no hints to this. How the fuck is this a horror game? Because you walk a lot. That's about it, I think. What the fuck was that? Oh. I couldn't tell if that was the screen tearing or something in the game. Use the monocle, okay. Well, I don't have the monocle. Which means I need to find it. Oh. Ah! That's where they hit it, huh? Oh, gee, God damn it. This game is too complex for me. I see. It's a map for me. I thought I had to look at the monocle, or look at the paper through the monocle, and it would change. Okay, I get it. Ah. How do I... Where does this go? I don't get it. What do you mean it's a door? What's a door? What am I not getting? Why am I so fucking inept at this puzzle solving? The wall is not a door, I can't... Oh. He's probably not your dad, Peter.
I don't remember that I had a father.
This doesn't look like a father. He looks like a 4-year-old boy. Ah, see, the map did change this time a little bit looking at it. Huge. What is this game? Well, as shocking as this may be to hear, it's a horror game. I'm not changing the game, I'm gonna beat it. Once I beat it, then I'll change the game to another horror game. Don't push me. I will. In fact, maybe I'll do nothing but every bad horror game on Steam. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is,
these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related. So it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like, he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au naturel. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are gonna do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're gonna have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. There's a show that's currently airing right now that's been such a pleasant, delightful surprise, I feel compelled to come out here and just wiggle my finger and preach the gospel. But before doing that, I believe there is a prerequisite yap that's needed to set the table here. And it is a subject that has been milked more than the Fast and Furious franchise. This is a topic that it's been discussed a billion times. It's more worn out than your grandpappy's crusty socks. Game of Thrones. There has never been a show as big of... forgive the remix. Had a little Porky Pig had a little Porky Pig episode right there, and now I can't stop scatmanning. I could edit all this out, but I'm not going to. Game of Thrones. There has never been a franchise, or property really, as big as Game of Thrones that has had such a colossal fuck-up and an unfathomable fumble that it completely ruined its cultural footprint. For a decade, basically, Game of Thrones was a cultural juggernaut. And then Season 8 rolled around, and it was so catastrophic, so abominable, that it ruined the entirety of the show and its identity in societal, mainstream conversation. Now, whenever Game of Thrones gets brought up, it's usually followed by a sigh, remembering how great it was and then how it all fell flat and was ruined. Since Season 8, there has been another show that spun off in the Game of Thrones universe called House of the Dragon. The first season, I really liked. A lot of people really liked it. The second season, quite a bit of a fall off. Pretty disappointing, but it's not, completely in the gutter or anything. Season 3 could bring it back and save it. But overall, people's attitude when you take a temperature when it comes to Game of Thrones is not overly positive given what the IP has been through on, the screen. So when I heard that there was a new Game of Thrones a new Game of Thrones show set in this universe, I was apprehensive, but willing to, give it a chance. And I'm glad I did. It's called A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. It's currently airing. There's 4 episodes. It is so good. It reminds me so strongly of the glory days of Game of Thrones, the early seasons. It follows the adventure of Sir Duncan the Tall and his squire Egg as he tries to make a name for himself. He wants to live up to the ideal of being a knight in a time where maybe knights aren't exactly all that chivalrous. So far, the show has just been a masterclass in getting you to care about its characters. It does such a good job at getting you invested. We are watching this guy who, by all accounts so far, has just been like a pretty stand-up guy. Sometimes he can be pretty strict because that's how he was raised, and he was raised to be a good man, and now he's on his journey to try and be the knight that he's always dreamt of. It is captivating, and the sets are beautiful. The sets, the costuming, all of it feels like early Game of Thrones. It feels so good. Obviously, since the show is still airing, I'm avoiding spoilers, and since the show is still airing, there is a chance that this just nosedives, just fucking spirals down the shitter here in quality, but I'm optimistic that it won't. This show has incredible momentum right now. The most recent episode was genuinely incredible. So I'm confident cautiously optimistic, I guess is a better way of phrasing it, that the show will continue to stay this good. I think the next episode could be, one for the books. I'm very excited. Now, it's not just Sir Duncan the Tall that you'll care about, though I do think he is the big standout here, but everyone that surrounds him is also a very interesting character as well, most notably Baelor. Baelor just got introduced 2 episodes ago, and I think he's fucking awesome. I'm really excited to see more of Baelor Targaryen now. And of course his squire Egg is a very interesting character as well. Can't really talk too much about Egg because that would probably get into spoiler territory. But pretty much everyone Sir Duncan meets is someone that is not just some flat throwaway character that's used as a stepping stone to heighten your investment into Sir Duncan, which would be an extremely easy thing to do where, these characters are just, one-dimensional and Sir Duncan's there to contrast the show this is what a good man actually looks like. Those are just evil, boo, boo, boo. But they're actually complex characters that surround him that are very interesting in their own right. I'm just very impressed with the character work they've done in only 4 episodes. And I'm so excited to see how it progresses. Like I said, I think the upcoming episode has a chance to be some of the best in Game of Thrones. And I'm sure you've probably seen a lot of glaze for episode 4. Apparently it's got a 9.7 or something right now. It lives up to the hype. I really do recommend this show, and I know a lot of people probably have a bit of hesitation, a bit skeptical because of, being burned in the past with Game of Thrones. I think this one is worth giving a shot. I really do think so. I put it off for a while too. I forgot this show started airing until I was streaming and chat kept telling me Charles, this is really good. You gotta get in there watching it. And they were right. I don't read the Game of Thrones books. I am not familiar with the books that this one is based on, but from what I understand, this is a very faithful adaptation of George R.R. Martin's work here. And from the little bits and pieces that I've read about this show, they've learned some lessons from previous Game of Thrones shenanigans. And this time around, from what I've read, one of their big focuses, one of the big things they wanted to stick on, was being faithful to the source material and breathe life into that, as opposed to, trying to carve their own path outside of it where it starts to conflict with what was already being established, which is what we saw with Game of Thrones Season 8 and what we've also seen with House of the Dragon Season 2. So this one, if you're a fan of the books, is apparently very, very close to just the books here. And it's working really well. Perhaps that's the secret formula. Maybe that's the secret sauce, if you can imagine that. If you're going to adapt something, maybe be faithful to the source material, at least to some extent, right? So I wanted to throw that in there. But the main thing is I just kind of wanted to yap about this to put it on people's radars for anyone that, liked Game of Thrones until the end, which I think was most people. I think this one's definitely worth giving a try. Hopefully I don't look like a fucking fool by the time this season wraps up. If it does, get shitty, I don't think it will. I really think it's in such a good spot right now. It has such good momentum. So I just wanted to highly recommend it to everyone out there. Now, something else I really want to mention. This show is only 6 episodes long, and the episodes are 30 to 40 minutes each. So it's not a ton of content. I was shocked that these weren't hour-long episodes. That's become kind of the norm, an hour or close to an hour runtime per episode. These are on the shorter side, for sure. But they don't feel short. When you watch an episode, you feel like you get a full tummy, you eat a full meal. But they are 30 to 40 minutes. They just do an incredible job of utilizing every fucking second of screen time. But still, there is only 6 episodes, which feels like it's going to be really short. And it's just going to leave me and everyone else wanting more, and it's going to be a while for more to come out. So, gonna be a bit of waiting there. So I just kind of want to mention that it's not a long show. It's only 6 episodes. So anyway, so far it's been great. That's really about it. So yeah. Sora is getting shut down. Yep, I saw the good news. I know. A pretty great day. It was a double whammy because then Disney announced that they're pulling that $1 billion commitment that they had made to let OpenAI train on Disney characters. I did see that they're still tinkering with the notion of Disney having a strong AI presence, but last I saw, they're no longer doing the open AI deal. And that came on the back of them announcing Sora's shutdown. Glorious. Finally, something to smile about. OpenAI is winding down Sora, the video generation app it launched to much fanfare last year that signaled a bigger push into creative tools and social media. OpenAI is shuttering the standalone app to focus on other priorities. As we focus and compute demand grows, the Sora research team continues to focus on world simulation research to advance robotics that will help people solve real-world physical tasks. Sounds a lot better than just a lot of shitposty Sora AI videos and AI-generated anime. God, it's such good news. I read somewhere, and I don't know if this is confirmed, that they were losing like $10 million a day on Sora. And that just put a wet spot in my trousers reading that. Oh, it's so good. This must be what it felt like when my grandparents watched the moon landing. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it was much of this sensation. Oh, so good. We respect OpenAI's decision to exit the video generation business to shift its priorities elsewhere, Disney spokesperson said. We'll continue to engage with AI platforms to find new ways to meet fans where they are while responsibly embracing new technologies that respect IP and the rights of creators. Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking hogwash there, Disney. Can't wait for the AI bros to start tweaking. I doubt they're taking it that well, but who knows? Maybe they're being very understanding of it. Let's check the OpenAI subreddit. No, even they don't seem to care all that much. AI generation tools are like a hydra. You cut off one head, 4 more take its place. Sora was a big head to cut off, though. That is good, no matter how you spin it. Now you gotta check out r/defending AI art. Why do antis do that? AI slop. Why did you come to an AI sub then? Probably just to make fun of you would be my guess, man. These are like real Redditors. Like the quintessential Redditors. Just, I can tell based off this one meme as their top post. Holy. Not gonna lie, I don't think we should correct the Sora dead AI's overcrowd. If they are dumb enough to think Sora is the only video gen AI, then let them believe it. If they think AI is truly dead, then maybe they will stop raging on the internet. Who thinks Sora is the only video generating AI? Are they fucking lost in the sauce somewhere? No one thinks that. Not a single human being on the planet thinks that. People are just happy to see Sora get the plug pulled. Also, this is a terrible meme. People 10 years ago, imagine a future where AI does everything for you. Life would be so much simpler today when they see something made by AI. The idea here would be they do all the chores and shit no one wants to do, like the good use of AI, as opposed to just video generating celebrities screaming the N-word, or like garbage like fat people breaking bridges or whatever. How are these two even related? Or just taking jobs from artists. If only the Fruit Love Island TikToks were made with Sora. Yeah. That will persist though. Fruit Love Island continues. As sad as that is to say out loud. It does live on. Oh yeah, I saw that the family that got offered $26 million to sell their farmland to an AI data center, and they said no. Well, let me see if I can find the link to that real quick. That was so fucking cool, man. That's a real patriot. What was her name?
To that offer.
Yeah, a woman and her mother in northern Kentucky, get this, they just turned down a $26 million offer for their property because they don't want to see a data center built there. Local 12's David Witter spent the afternoon with these.
A little bit more than that. They were talking about how much the land means to them. They've had the land for generations. They've lived there for so long. They also use it to like feed their community and everything. So the land means more to them than the money ever could. And also, they basically just say fuck data centers. They don't want to see the land get destroyed for it. Huge W, though. Huge W.
Ladies.
India.
Stay and hold and feed a nation. If it's my way, I'll stay and hold and feed a nation. 26 million doesn't mean anything.
Some people might find it hard to understand how Delcia Bear can turn away a $26 million offer to buy some of her land until you spend a little time with her walking the dirt roads she grew up on and in the house her daddy built.
My grandfather and great-grandfather and a whole bunch of family has all lived here for years, paid taxes on it, fed a nation off of it, even raised wheat through the Depression and kept the bread lines up in the United States of America when people didn't have anything else.
Delcia is one of dozens of landowners.
So good. 26 million. 26 million. I saw some intellectuals raising their pinky and saying, well, if she was smart, she would have taken the offer and then built a bigger and better farm. And I hate that perspective, man. That shit is so ass. I think her perspective makes the most sense. This land means more than the money does. She doesn't need 26 million for a bigger, better farm. She's got the perfect farm that's been in her family for generations, does exactly what she wants, has everything they want, everything they need, everything they want to do, keep feeding the nation, taking care of the cattle, everything. The fuck does 26 million do for you there? You've got what you want. You've got it. The money does nothing. And it's exactly what her mom says, too.
They call us old stupid farmers, but we're not. We know whenever our food is disappearing, our lands are disappearing, and we don't have any water. And poison, we know we've had it.
Oh, come on. AI data centers don't do that. Except for every single time they're installed. But surely this time would be different. No, this time they've got it all figured out. They worked out all the kinks. There's no way they're going to keep sapping all the water and ruining everything. That's not going to happen again. They got that all fixed.
Delcia's mom, Ida Huddleston, is now 82 years old. She says she does not need the money or the hassle. She was born on this land and she plans to die here, and she certainly does not trust the promises made by the AI companies or the people who want them to build here.
What do you mean you don't trust the promises from the AI companies? Who's more reliable than these AI corporations run by these fucking zombies at the top? They only ever tell the truth with realistic expectations and exactly what's going to happen. If you can't trust them, who can you trust? It's like saying you don't believe in Santa Claus. Holy shit, no faith in AI companies?
So what do you say to the people who are in town that say, hey, this is going to bring jobs, this is going to bring economic prosperity?
I say they're a liar and the truth ain't in them. Is what I say.
No, that's impossible.
For Delcia,
a scam
or not, she says she's connected to her home like Scarlett O'Hara.
Grok, is AI a scam?
As long as she was attached to that land.
Are AI data centers a scam, Grok? And then put me in a bikini.
That's exactly.
Love that. See, that is the perfect American attitude right there. Love that. I saw this earlier today. It's been a great day for AI, honestly. Sora shut down, Disney pulling out of the OpenAI deal, and then this. Lovely. One of my friends used your clip saying AI is good in the medical field on a graduate project and the doctors liked it. That's good to hear. Hey man, I've been screaming that from the mountaintops. I love AI's usage in the medical field, especially with some of the more recent stuff we're seeing, like the one we went over with the dog, and using it to help make individualized medicine for the dog with cancer. That's a great usage of AI. That's the stuff that AI should be thriving in, instead of all the garbage that we have it used for right now with the creative industry. That's what it should be explored with. Nah, fuck that, Grok. Make my dog fight Vegeta. True, that is more valuable. Charlie, you will sell your own farm for 26 million? Fuck no. If that same company rolled up and offered that for my land, I would say that no for sure as well. But, to be fair, I guess it's a little bit different for me, since I already have money. For someone like this, I think it's a much more powerful statement and a far more patriotic perspective to plant your feet saying, I don't want that money because the land and what we can do with the land means more than the money does. So I think it's far stronger coming from someone like this family than it ever would for me. They ruin the surrounding community, and yeah, there is just literally nothing good about an AI data center being installed. Clean water has lived to see another day. Yes, it has. Against all the odds.